knows," Nichols continued. "Old man phoned him to come to his cabin last night. Place was covered in blood, and he was coughing his lungs up. Acute attack of hemoptysis. Brooks has suspected it for a long time, but the captain would never let him examine him. Brooks says a few more days of this will kill him." He broke off, glanced briefly at Winthrop. "I talk too much," he said abruptly. "Getting as bad as the old padre there. I shouldn't have told you, I suppose. Violation of professional confidence and all that. All this under your hat, Andy." "Of course. Of course." There was a long pause. "What you mean is, Johnny, he's dying?" "Just that. Come on, Andy. Chat." 20 minutes later, Nichols made his way down to the sick bay. The light was beginning to fail, and the Ulysses was pitching heavily. Brooks was in the surgery. "Evening, sir. Dusk station's any minute now." "Mind if I stay in the bay tonight?" Brooks eyed him speculatively. "Regulations," he intoned, "say that the action station's position of the junior medical officer is aft in the engineer's flat. Far be it from me—" "Please." "Why? Lonely, lazy, or just plain tired?" The quirk of the eyebrows robbed the words of all offence. "No, curious. I want to observe the reactions of Stoker Riley and his confederates to the skipper's speech. Might be most instructive." "Sherlock Nichols, eh? Right-ho, Johnny. Phone the damage control officer aft. Tell him you're tied up. Major operation. Anything you like. Our gullible public, and how easily fooled. Shame." Nichols grinned and reached for the phone. When the bugle blared for dusk action stations, Nichols was sitting in the dispensary. The lights were out, the curtains almost drawn. He could see into every corner of the brightly lit sick bay. 5 of the men were asleep. 2 of the others, Peterson, the giant, slow-spoken stoker, half Norwegian, half Scots, and Burgess, the dark little cockney, were sitting up in bed, talking softly, their eyes turned towards the swarthy, heavily built patient lying between them. Stoker Riley was holding court. Alfred O'Hara Riley had, at a very early age indeed, decided upon a career of crime, and beset, though he subsequently was, by innumerable vicissitudes, he had clung to this resolve with an unswerving determination. Directed towards almost any other sphere of activity, his resolution would have been praiseworthy, possibly even profitable. But praise and profit had passed Riley by. Every man is what environment and heredity makes him. Riley was no exception, and Nichols, who knew something of his upbringing, appreciated that life had never really given the big stoker a chance. Born of a drunken, illiterate mother in a filthy, overcrowded and fever-ridden Liverpool slum, he was an outcast from the beginning. Allied to that, his hairy, ape-like figure, the heavy, prognathous jaw, the twisted mouth, the wide, flaring nose, the cunning black eyes, squinting out beneath the negligible clearance between hairline and eyebrows that so accurately reflected the mental capacity within, were all admirably adapted to what was to become his chosen vocation. Nichols looked at him, and disapproved without condemning. For a moment, he had an inkling of the tragedy of the inevitable. Riley was never at any time a very successful criminal. His intelligence barely cleared the moron level. He dimly appreciated his limitations, and had left the higher, more subtle forms of crime severely alone. Robbery, preferably robbery with violence, was his métier. He had been in prison 6 times, the last time for 2 years. His induction into the Navy was a mystery which baffled both Riley and the authorities responsible for his being there. But Riley had accepted this latest misfortune with equanimity and gone through the bomb-shattered G and H blocks in the Royal Naval Barracks, Portsmouth, like a high wind through a field of corn, leaving behind him a trail of slashed suitcases and empty wallets. He had been apprehended without much difficulty, done 60 days' cells, then been drafted to the Ulysses as a stoker. His career of crime aboard the Ulysses had been brief and painful. His first attempted robbery had been his last, a clumsy and incredibly foolish rifling of a locker in the Marine Sergeant's mess. He had been caught red-handed by Colour Sergeant Evans and Sergeant Mackintosh. They had preferred no charges against him, and Riley had spent the next 3 days in the sick bay. He claimed to have tripped on the rung of a ladder and fallen 20 feet to the boiler room floor. But the actual facts of the case were common knowledge, and Turner had recommended his discharge. To everyone's astonishment, not least that of Stoker Riley, Dobson, the engineer commander, had insisted he be given a last chance, and Riley had been reprieved. Since that date, 4 months previously, he had confined his activities to stirring up trouble. Illogically, but understandably, his brief encounter with the Marines had swept away his apathetic tolerance of the Navy. A smouldering hatred took its place. As an agitator, he had achieved a degree of success denied him as a criminal. Admittedly, he had a fertile field for operations, but credit, if that is the word, was due also to his shrewdness, his animal craft and cunning, his hold over his crewmates. The husky, intense voice, his earnestness, his deep-set eyes, lent Riley a strangely elemental power, a power he had used to its maximum effect a few days previously, when he had precipitated the mutiny which had led to the death of the young Ralston, the stoker, and the Marine, mysteriously dead from a broken neck. Beyond any possible doubt, their deaths lay at Riley's door. Equally beyond doubt, that could never be proved. Nichols wondered what new devilment was hatching behind these lowering, corrugated brows, wondered how on earth it was that that same Riley was continually in trouble for bringing aboard the Ulysses and devotedly tending every stray kitten, every broken-winged bird he found. The loudspeaker crackled, cutting through his thoughts, stilling the low voices in the sickbay. And not only there, but throughout the ship, in turrets and magazines, in engine rooms and boiler rooms, above and below deck everywhere, all conversation ceased. Then there was only the wind, the regular smash of the bows into the deepening troughs, the muffled roar of the great boiler room intake fans, and the hum of 100 electric motors. Tension lay heavy over the ship, over 730 officers and men, tangible almost in its oppression.
"This is the captain speaking. Good evening."
The voice was calm, well modulated, without a sign of strain or exhaustion.
"As you all know, it's my custom, at the beginning of every voyage, to inform you as soon as possible of what lies in store for you. I feel that you have a right to know, and that it's my duty. It's not always a pleasant duty. It never has been during recent months. This time, however, I'm almost glad."
He paused, and the words came, slow and measured.
This is our last operation as a unit of the Home Fleet. In a month's time, God willing, we will be in the Med."
"Good for you," thought Nichols. "Sweeten the pill. Lay it on thick and heavy." But the captain had other ideas.
"But first, gentlemen, the job on hand. It's the mixture as before. Murmansk again. We rendezvous at 10:30 hours Wednesday, north of Iceland, with a convoy from Halifax. There are 18 ships in this convoy, big and fast, all 15 knots and above. Our third fast Russian convoy, gentlemen. FR-77, in case you want to tell your grandchildren about it," he added dryly. "These ships are carrying tanks, planes, aviation spirit and oil. Nothing else. I will not attempt to minimize the dangers. You know how desperate is the state of Russia today, how terribly badly she needs these weapons of fuel. You can also be sure that the Germans know too, and that her intelligence agents will already have reported the nature of this convoy and the date of sailing."
He broke off short, and the sound of his harsh, muffled coughing into a handkerchief echoed weirdly through the silent ship. He went on slowly.
"There are enough fighter planes and petrol in this convoy to alter the whole character of the Russian war. The Nazis will stop at nothing. I repeat, nothing, to stop this convoy from going through to Russia. I have never tried to mislead or deceive you. I will not now. The signs are not good. In our favor we have, firstly, our speed, and secondly, I hope, the element of surprise. We shall try to break through direct for the North Cape. There are 4 major factors against us. You will all have noticed the steady worsening of the weather. We are, I'm afraid, running into abnormal weather conditions. Abnormal even for the Arctic. It may, I repeat, may, prevent U-boat attacks. On the other hand, it may mean losing some of the smaller units of our screen. We have no time to heave to or run before bad weather. FR-77 is going straight through. And it almost certainly means that the carriers will be unable to fly off fighter cover.
"Good God! Has the skipper lost his senses?" Nichols wondered. "He'll wreck any morale that's left. Not that there is any left. What in the world—"
"Secondly," the voice went on, calm, inexorable, "we are taking no rescue ships on this convoy. There will be no time to stop. Besides, you all know what happened to the Stockport and the Zafaran. You're safer where you are. Thirdly, 2, possibly 3 U-boat packs are known to be strung out along latitude 70 degrees, and our northern Norway agents report a heavy mustering of German bombers of all types in their area. Finally, we have reason to believe that the Tirpitz is preparing to move out."
Again he paused. For an interminable time, it seemed. It was as if he knew the tremendous shock carried in these few words, and wanted to give it time to register.
"I need not tell you what that means. The Germans may risk her to stop the convoy. The Admiralty hope they will. During the latter part of the voyage, capital units of the Home Fleet, including possibly the aircraft carriers Victorious and Furious, and 3 cruisers, will parallel our course at 12 hours steaming distance. They have been waiting a long time, and we are the bait to spring the trap. It is possible that things may go wrong. The best laid plans, or the trap may be late in springing shut. This convoy must still get through. If the carriers cannot fly off cover, the Ulysses must cover the withdrawal of FR-77. You will know what that means. I hope this is all perfectly clear. There was another long bout of coffee, another long pause, and when he spoke again, the tone had completely changed. He was very quiet. I know what I'm asking of you. I know how tired, how hopeless, how sick at heart you all feel. I know. No one knows better what you've been through, how much you need, how much you deserve a rest. Rest you shall have. The entire ship's company goes on 10 days' leave from Portsmouth on the 18th, then for refit in Alexandria. The words were casual, as if they carried no significance for him. But before that, well, I know it seems cruel, inhuman. It must seem so to you. To ask you to go through it all again, perhaps worse than you've ever gone through before. But I can't help it. No one can help it. Every sentence now was punctuated by long silences. It was difficult to catch his words, so low and far away. No one has any right to ask you to do it. I, least of all. Least of all. I know you will do it. I know you will not let me down. I know you will take the Ulysses through. Good luck. Good luck, and God bless you. Good night. The loudspeakers clicked off, but silence lingered on. Nobody spoke, and nobody moved. Not even the eyes moved. Those who had been looking at the speakers still gazed on, unseeingly, or stared down at their hands, or down into the glowing butts of forbidden cigarettes, oblivious to the acrid smoke that laced exhausted eyes. It was strangely as if each man wanted to be alone, to look into his own mind, follow his thoughts out for himself, and knew that if his eyes caught another's, he would no longer be alone. A strange hush, a supernatural silence, the wordless understanding that so rarely touches mankind. The veil lifts and drops again, and a man can never remember what he has seen, but knows that he has seen something, and that nothing will ever be quite the same again. Seldom, all too seldom it comes. A sunset of surpassing loveliness, a fragment from some great symphony. The terrible stillness which falls over the huge rings of Madrid and Barcelona as the sword of the greatest of all the matadors sinks inevitably home. And the Spaniards have the word for it. The moment of truth. The sick-bay clock, unnaturally loud, ticked away 1 minute, maybe 2. With a heavy sigh, it seemed ages since he had breathed last, Nichols softly pulled the sliding door behind the curtains and switched on the light. He looked round at Brooks, looked away again. Well, Johnny. The voice was soft, almost bantering. I just don't know, sir. I don't know at all. Nichols shook his head. At first I thought he was going to, well, make a hash of it. You know, scare the lights out of them. And good God, he went on wonderingly, that's exactly what he did do. Piled it on. Gales, tirpitz, hordes of subs. And yet, his voice trailed off. And yet, Brooks echoed mockingly, that's just it. Too much intelligence. That's the trouble with the young doctors today. I saw you, sitting there like a bogus psychiatrist, analyzing away for all you were worth, at the probable effect of the speech on the minds of the wounded warriors without, and never giving it a chance to let it register on yourself. He paused, and went on quietly. It was beautifully done, Johnny. No, that's the wrong word. There was nothing premeditated about it. But don't you see? As black a picture as man could paint. Points out that this is just a complicated way of committing suicide. No silver lining, no promises. Even Alex thrown in as a casual afterthought. Builds him up, and then lets him down. No inducement, no hope, no appeal, and yet the appeal was tremendous. What was it, Johnny? I don't know. Nichols was troubled. He lifted his head abruptly, then smiled faintly. Maybe there was no appeal. Listen. Noiselessly, he slid the door back, flicked off the lights. The rumble of Riley's harsh voice, low and intense, was unmistakable. Just a lot of bloody claptrap. Alex, the med. Not on your bloody life, mate. You'll never see it. You'll never even see Scarpa again. Captain Richard bloody Vallery, DSO. Know what that old bastard wants, boys? Another bar to his DSO. Maybe even a VC. Well, by Christ, he's not going to have it. Not at my expense. Not if I can bloody well help it. I know you won't let me down, he mimicked, his voice high-pitched. Whining old bastard. He paused a moment, then rushed on. The Tirpitz! Christ almighty, the Tirpitz! We're going to stop it! Us! This bloody toy ship! Bait, he says. Bait? His voice rose. I tell you, mates, nobody gives a damn about us. Direct for the North Cape. They're throwing us to the bloody wolves. And that old bastard up top... Shut up. It was Peterson who spoke, his voice low and fierce. His hand stretched out, and Brooks and Nichols in the surgery winced as they heard Riley's wrist bones crack under the tremendous pressure of the giant's hand. Often I wonder about you, Riley, Peterson went on slowly. But not now. Not anymore. You make me sick. He flung Riley's hand down and turned away. Riley rubbed his wrist in agony and turned to Burgess. For God's sake, what's the matter with him? What the hell? He broke off abruptly. Burgess was looking at him steadily, kept looking for a long time. Slowly, deliberately, he eased himself down in bed, pulled the blankets up to his neck, and turned his back on Riley. Brooks rose quickly to his feet, closed the door, and pressed the light switch. Act 1, Scene 1, cut, lights, he murmured. See what I mean, Johnny? Yes, sir. Nichols nodded slowly. At least, I think so. Mind you, my boy, it won't last. At least,
Not at that intensity. He grinned. But maybe it'll take us the length of Murmansk. You never know. I hope so, sir. Thanks for the show. Nichols reached up for his duffel coat. Well, I suppose I had better make my way aft. Off you go, then. And oh, Johnny. Sir. That scarlet fever notice board of yours. On your way aft, you might consign it to the deep. 4. Dusk action stations dragged out its interminable hour and was gone. That night, as on 100 other nights, it was just another nagging irritation, a pointless precaution that did not even justify its existence, far less its meticulous thoroughness. Or so it seemed. For although at dawn enemy attacks were routine, at sunset they were all but unknown. It was not always so with other ships. Indeed, it was rarely so. But then, the Ulysses was a lucky ship. Everyone knew that. Even Vallery knew it. But he also knew why. Vigilance was the first article of his sailor's creed. Soon after the captain's broadcast, radar had reported a contact, closing. That it was an enemy plane was certain. Commander Westcliff, senior air arm officer, had before him in the fighter direction room a wall map showing the operational routes of all coastal and ferry command planes, and this was a clear area. But no one paid the slightest attention to the report, other than Tyndall's order for a 45 degrees course alteration. This was as routine as dusk action stations themselves. It was their old friend, Charlie, coming to pay his respects again. Charlie, usually a 4-engine Focke-Wulf Condor, was an institution on the Russian convoys. He had become to the seamen on the Murmansk Run very much what the Albatross had been the previous century to sailing men far south in the roaring 40s. A bird of ill omen, half feared but almost amicably accepted, and immune from destruction, though with Charlie for a different reason. In the early days, before the advent of cam ships and escort carriers, Charlie frequently spent the entire day, from first light to last, circling a convoy and radioing to base pinpoint reports of its position. Exchanges of signals between British ships and German reconnaissance planes were not unknown, and apocryphal stories were legion. An exchange of pleasantries about the weather was almost commonplace. On several occasions, Charlie had plaintively asked for his position, and been given highly detailed latitude and longitude bearings, which usually placed him somewhere in the South Pacific. And of course, a dozen ships claimed the authority of the story, wherein the convoy commodore sent the signal, "Please fly the other way round. You're making us dizzy." And Charlie had courteously acknowledged and turned in his tracks. Latterly, however, amiability had been markedly absent, and Charlie, grown circumspect with the passing of the months and the appearance of ship-borne fighters, rarely appeared, except at dusk. His usual practice was to make a single circle of the convoy at a prudent distance, and then disappear into the darkness. That night was no exception. Men caught only fleeting glimpses of the Condor in the driving snow, then quickly lost it in the gathering gloom. Charlie would report the strength, nature, and course of the squadron, although Tyndall had little hope that the German intelligence would be deceived as to their course. A naval squadron near the 62nd degree of latitude, just east of the Faroes and heading north-northeast, wouldn't make sense to them, especially as they almost certainly knew of the departure of the convoy from Halifax. 2 and 2 far too obviously totted up to 4. No attempt was made to fly off Seafires, the only plane with a chance to overhaul the Condor before it disappeared into the night. To locate the carrier again, in almost total darkness, even on a radio beam, was difficult. To land at night, extremely dangerous. And to land, by guess and by God, in the snow and blackness on a pitching, heaving deck, a suicidal impossibility. The least miscalculation, the slightest error of judgment, and you had not only a lost plane, but a drowned pilot. A ditched Seafire, with its slender, torpedo-shaped fuselage, and the tremendous weight of the great Rolls-Royce Merlin in its nose, was a literal death trap. When it went down into the sea, it just kept on going. Back onto course again, the Ulysses pushed blindly into the gathering storm. Hands fell out from action stations, and resumed normal defense stations. Watch and watch, 4 on, 4 off. Not a killing routine, one would think. 12 hours on, 12 hours off a day. A man could stand that. And so he could, were that all. But the crew also spent 3 hours a day at routine action stations, every second morning, the forenoon watch, at work, this when they were off watch, and God only knew how many hours at action station. Beyond all this, all meals, when there were meals, were eaten in their off-duty time. A total of 3 to 4 hours sleep a day was reckoned unusual. 48 hours without sleep hardly called for comment. Step by step, fraction by menacing fraction, Mercury and barograph crept down in a deadly dualism. The waves were higher now, their troughs deeper, their shoulders steeper, and the bone-chilling wind lashed the snow into a blinding curtain. A bad night, a sleepless night, both above deck and below, on watch and off. On the bridge, the first lieutenant, the Kapok Kid, signalman, the searchlight LTO, lookouts and messengers peered out miserably into the white night and wondered what it would be like to be warm again. Jerseys, coats, overcoats, duffels, oilskins, scarves, balaclavas, helmets. They wore them all, completely muffled except for a narrow eye slit in the woolen cocoon, and still they shivered. They wrapped arms and forearms round and rested their feet on the steam pipes which circled the bridge, and froze. Pom-pom crews huddled miserably in the shelter of their multiple guns, stamped their feet, swung their arms, and swore incessantly. And the lonely Oerlikon gunners, each jammed in his lonely cockpit, leaned against the built-in black heaters and fought off the Oerlikon gunners' most insidious enemy, sleep. The starboard watch, in the mess decks below, were little happier. There were no bunks for the crew of the Ulysses, only hammocks, and these were never slung except in harbour. There were good and sufficient reasons for this. Standards of hygiene on a naval warship are high, compared even to the average civilian home. The average matelot would never consider climbing into his hammock fully dressed, and no one in his senses would have dreamed of undressing on the Russian convoys. Again, to an exhausted man, the prospect and the actual labour of slinging and then lashing a hammock were alike appalling. And the extra seconds it took to climb out of a hammock in an emergency could represent the margin between life and death, while the very existence of a slung hammock was a danger to all, in that it impeded quick movement. And finally, as on that night of a heavy head sea, there could be no more uncomfortable place than a hammock slung fore and aft. And so the crew slept where it could, fully clothed, even to duffel coats and gloves, on tables and under tables, on narrow 9-inch stools, on the floor, in hammock racks, anywhere. The most popular place on the ship was on the warm steel deck plates in the alleyway outside the galley, at night time a weird and spectral tunnel, lit only by a garish red light. A popular sleeping billet, made doubly so by the fact that only a screen separated it from the upper deck, a scant 10 feet away. The fear of being trapped below decks in a sinking ship was always there, always in the back of men's minds. Even below decks, it was bitterly cold. The hot air systems operated efficiently only on B and C mess decks, and even there the temperature barely cleared freezing point. Deckheads dripped constantly, and the condensation on the bulkheads sent 1,000 little rivulets to pool on the quarter-seam floor. The atmosphere was dank and airless and terribly chill. The ideal breeding ground for the TB, so feared by Surgeon Commander Brooks. Such conditions, allied with the constant pitching of the ship and the sudden jarring vibrations which were beginning to develop every time the bows crashed down, made sleep almost impossible. At best, a fitful, restless unease. Almost to a man the crew slept, or tried to sleep, with heads pillowed on inflated lifebelts. Blown up, bent double, then tied with tape, these lifebelts made very tolerable pillows. For this purpose, and for this alone, were these lifebelts employed, although standing orders stated explicitly that lifebelts were to be worn at all times during action and in known enemy waters. These orders were completely ignored, not least of all by those divisional officers whose duty it was to enforce them. There was enough air trapped in the voluminous and bulky garments worn in these latitudes to keep a man afloat for at least 3 minutes. If he wasn't picked up in that time, he was dead anyway. It was shock that killed, the tremendous shock of a body at 96 degrees Fahrenheit being suddenly plunged into a liquid temperature some 70 degrees lower. For in the Arctic waters, the sea temperature often falls below normal freezing point. Worse still, the sub-zero wind lanced like 1,000 stilettos through the saturated clothing of a man who had been submerged in the sea, and the heart, faced with an almost instantaneous 100-degree change in body temperature, just stopped beating. But it was a quick death, men said, quick and kind and merciful. At 10 minutes to midnight, the commander and marshal made their way to the bridge. Even at this late hour, and in the wicked weather, the commander was his usual self, imperturbable and cheerful, lean and piratical, a throwback to the Elizabethan buccaneers, if ever there was one. He had an unflagging zest for life. The duffel hood, as always, lay over his shoulders. The braided peak of his cap was tilted at a magnificent angle. He groped for the handle of the bridge gate, passed through, stood for a minute, accustoming his eyes to the dark, located the first lieutenant, and thumped him resoundingly on the back. "Well, watchman, and what of the night?" he boomed cheerfully. "Bracing, yes, decidedly so. Situation completely out of control, as usual, I suppose. Where are all our chickens this lovely evening?" He peered out into the snow, scanned the horizon briefly, then gave up. "All gone to hell and beyond, I suppose." "Not too bad." Carrington grinned. A Royal Naval Reserve officer and an ex-merchant Navy captain, in whom Vallery reposed complete confidence, Lieutenant Commander Carrington was normally a taciturn man, grave and unsmiling. But a particular bond lay between him and Turner, the professional bond of respect which two exceptional seamen have for each other. "We can see the carriers now and then. Anyway, Bowden and his backroom boys have them pinned to an inch. At least, that's what they say." "Better not let old Bowden hear you say that," Marshall advised. "Thinks radar is the only step forward the human race has taken since the first man came down from the trees." He shivered uncontrollably and turned his back on the driving wind. "Anyway, I wish to God I had his job," he added feelingly. "This is worse than winter in Alberta." Nonsense, my boy, stuff and nonsense, the commander roared. Decadent, that's the trouble with you youngsters nowadays. This is the only life for a self-respecting human being. He sniffed the icy air appreciatively and turned to Carrington. Who's on with you tonight, number one? A dark figure detached itself from the binnacle and approached him. Ah, there you are. Well, upon my soul. If it isn't our navigating officer, the Honourable Carpenter, lost as usual and dressed to kill in his natty gent suiting. You know, pilot, in that outfit you look like a cross between a deep-sea diver and that advert for Michelin tires. Huh, said the Kapok Kid aggrievedly. Sniff and scoff while you may, sir. He patted his quilted chest affectionately. Just wait till we're all down there in the drink together. Everybody else dragged down or frozen to death. Me drifting by, warm and dry and comfortable. Maybe smoking the odd cigarette. Enough! Be off! Course number one. 320, sir. 15 knots. And the captain? In the shelter. Carrington jerked his head towards the reinforced steel circular casing at the after end of the bridge. This supported the director tower, the control circuits to which ran through a central shaft in the casing. A sea bunk, a Spartan bare settee, was kept there for the captain's use. Sleeping, I hope, he added, but I very much doubt it. Gave orders to be called at midnight. Why? Turner demanded. Oh, I don't know. Routine, I suppose. Wants to see how things are. Cancel the order, Turner said briefly. Captain's got to learn to obey orders like anybody else, especially doctor's orders. I'll take full responsibility. Good night, number one. The gate clanged shut, and Marshall turned uncertainly towards the commander. The captain, sir, I know it's none of my business, but, he hesitated. Well, is he all right? Turner looked quickly around him. His voice was unusually quiet. If Brooks had his way, the old man would be in hospital. He was silent for a moment, then added soberly, even then it might be too late. Marshall said nothing. He moved restlessly around, then went aft to the port searchlight control position. For 5 minutes, an intermittent rumble of voices drifted up to the commander. He glanced up, curiously, on Marshall's return. That's Ralston, sir, the torpedo officer explained. If he talked to anybody, I think he talked to me. And does he? Sure, but only what he wants to talk about. As for the rest, no dice. You can almost see the big notice round his neck. Private, keep off. Very civil, very courteous, and completely unapproachable. I don't know what the hell to do about him. Leave him be, Turner advised. There's nothing anyone can do. He shook his head. My God, what a lousy break life's given that boy. Silence fell again. The snow was lifting now, but the wind still strengthening. It howled eerily through masts and rigging, blending with a wild and eldritch harmony into the haunting pinging of the Aztec. Weird sounds both, weird and elemental and foreboding, that rasped across the nerves and stirred up nameless atavistic dreads of 1,000 ages past, long buried under the press of civilization. An unholy orchestra, and, over years, men grew to hate it with a deadly hatred. 12:30 came, 1 o'clock, then 1:30. Turner's thoughts turned fondly towards coffee and cocoa. Coffee or cocoa? Cocoa, he decided. A steaming, potent brew, thick with melted chocolate and sugar. He turned to Chrysler, the bridge messenger. young brother of the leading ASDIC operator.
WT, bridge, WT, bridge.
The loudspeaker above the ASDIC cabinet crackled urgently. The voice hurried, insistent. Turner jumped for the hand transmitter, barked in acknowledgement.
Signal from Cirrus. Echoes, port bow. 300. Strong, closing. Repeat, echoes, port bow. Strong, closing.
Echoes, WT. Did you say echoes?
Echoes, sir. I repeat, echoes.
Even as he spoke, Turner's hand cut down on the gleaming phosphorescence of the emergency action station switch. Of all sounds in this earth, there is none so likely to stay with a man to the end of his days as the EAS. There is no other sound even remotely like it. There is nothing noble, or martial, or blood-stirring about it. It is simply a whistle, pitched near the upper limit of audio frequency, alternating, piercing, atonic, live with a desperate urgency and sense of danger. Knife-like it sears through the most sleep-drugged brain, and has a man, no matter how exhausted, how weak, how deeply sunk in oblivion, on his feet in seconds, the pulse rate already accelerating to meet the latest unknown, the adrenaline already pumping into his bloodstream. Inside 2 minutes, the Ulysses was closed up to action stations. The commander had moved aft to the after director tower. Vallery and Tyndall were on the bridge. The Cirrus, 2 miles away to port, remained in contact for half an hour. The Viking was detached to help her, and, below deck in the Ulysses, the peculiar tinny clanging of depth charging was clearly heard at irregular intervals. Finally, the Cirrus reported. No success, contact lost. Trust you've not been disturbed. Tyndall ordered the recall of the 2 destroyers, and the bugle blew the stand down. Back on the bridge again, the commander sent for his long overdue cocoa. Chrysler departed to the seaman's forward galley. The commander would have no truck with the wishy-washy liquid concocted for the officers' mess, and returned with a steaming jug and a string of heavy mugs, their handles threaded on a bent wire. Turner watched with approval the reluctance with which the heavy, viscous liquid poured glutinously over the lip of the jug, and nodded in satisfaction after a preliminary taste. He smacked his lips and sighed contentedly. "Excellent, young Chrysler. Excellent. You have the gift. Torps, an eye on the ship, if you please. Must see where we are." He retired to the chart room on the port side, just aft of the compass platform, and closed the blackout door. Relaxed in his chair, he put his mug on the chart table and his feet beside it, drew the first deep inhalation of cigarette smoke into his lungs. Then he was on his feet, cursing. The crackle of the WT loudspeaker was unmistakable. This time it was the Port Patrick. For one reason and another, her reports were generally treated with a good deal of reserve, but this time she was particularly emphatic. Commander Turner had no option. Again, he reached for the EAS switch. 20 minutes later, the stand-down sounded again, but the commander was to have no cocoa that night. 3 times more, during the hours of darkness, all hands closed up to action stations, and only minutes, it seemed, after the last stand-down, the bugle went for dawn stations. There was no dawn, as we know it. There was a vague, imperceptible lightening in the sky, a bleak, chill greyness, as the men dragged themselves wearily back to their action stations. This, then, was war in the northern seas. No death and glory heroics, no roaring guns and spitting earlicans, no exaltation of the spirit, no glorious defiance of the enemy, just worn-out, sleepless men, numbed with cold and sodden duffels, grey and drawn, and stumbling on their feet with weakness and hunger and lack of rest. carrying with them the memories, the tensions, the cumulative physical exhaustion of 100 such endless nights. Vallery, as always, was on the bridge. Courteous, kind, and considerate as ever, he looked ghastly. His face was haggard, the colour of putty, his bloodshot eyes deep sunk in hollowed sockets, his lips bloodless. The severe hemorrhage of the previous night, and the sleepless night just gone, had taken terrible toll of his slender strength. In the half-light, the squadron came gradually into view. Miraculously, most of them were still in position. The frigate and minesweeper were together, and far ahead of the fleet. During the night they had been understandably reluctant to have their tails tramped on by a heavy cruiser or a carrier. Tyndall appreciated this and said nothing. The invader had lost position during the night, and lay outside the screen on the port quarter. She received a very testy signal indeed, and came steaming up to resume station, corkscrewing violently in the heavy cross seas. Stand-down came at 0800 hours. At 0810, the port watch was below, making tea, washing, queuing up at the galley for breakfast trays, when a muffled explosion shook the Ulysses. Towels, soap, cups, plates, and trays went flying, or were left where they were. Blasphemous and bitter, the men were on their way before Vallery's hand closed on the emergency switch. Less than half a mile away, the invader was slewing round in a violent half-circle, her flight deck tilted over at a crazy angle. It was snowing heavily again now, but not heavily enough to obscure the great gouts of black, oily smoke belching up forward of the invader's bridge. Even as the crew of the Ulysses watched, she came to rest, wallowing dangerously in the troughs between the great waves. "The fools! The crazy fools!" Tyndall was terribly bitter, unreasonably so. Even to Vallery he would not admit how much he was now feeling the burden, the strain of command that sparked off his now almost chronic irritability. "This is what happens, Captain, when a ship loses station. And it's as much my fault as theirs. Should have sent a destroyer to escort her back." He peered through his binoculars, turned to Vallery. "Make a signal, please. Estimate of damage. Please inform." "That damned U-boat must have trailed her from first light, waiting for a line-up." Vallery said nothing. He knew how Tyndall must feel to see one of his ships heavily damaged, maybe sinking. The invader was still lying over at the same unnatural angle, the smoke rising in a steady column now. There was no sign of flames. "Going to investigate, sir?" Vallery inquired. Tyndall bit his lip thoughtfully, and hesitated. "Yes, I think we'd better do it ourselves. Order squadron to proceed. Same speed, same course. Signal the Balliol and the Nairn to stand by the invader." Vallery, watching the flags fluttering to the yardarm, was aware of someone at his elbow. He half turned. "That was no U-boat, sir." The Kapok Kid was very sure of himself. "She can't have been torpedoed." Tyndall overheard him. He swung round in his chair, glared at the unfortunate navigator. "What the devil do you know about it, sir?" he growled. When the Admiral addressed his subordinates as Sir, it was time to take to the boats. The Kapok Kid flushed to the roots of his blonde hair, but he stood his ground. The Kapok Kid stuck to his guns. "Well, sir, in the first place, the Cirrus is covering the invader's port side, though well ahead ever since your recall signal. She's been quartering that area for some time. I'm sure Commander Orr would have picked the U-boat up. Also, it's far too rough for any sub to maintain periscope depth. Far less line up a firing track. And if the U-boat did fire, it wouldn't only fire one, 6 more likely.
and from that firing angle the rest of the squadron must have been almost a solid wall behind the invader. But no one else has been hit. I did 3 years in the trade, sir.
I did 10, Tyndall growled. Guesswork, pilot. Just guesswork.
No, sir, Carpenter persisted. It's not. I can't swear to it. He had his binoculars to his eyes. But I'm almost sure the invader is going astern. Could only be because her bows, below the waterline, that is, have been damaged or blown off. Must have been a mine, sir. Probably acoustic.
Yes, of course. Of course.
Tyndall was very acid.
Moored in 6,000 feet of water, no doubt.
A drifting mine, sir, the Kapok Kid said patiently. Or an old acoustic torpedo. Spent German torpedoes don't always sink. Probably a mine, though.
Suppose you'll be telling me next what mark it is and when it was laid, Tyndall growled.
But he was impressed, in spite of himself. And the invader was going astern, although slowly, without enough speed to give her steerage way. She still wallowed helplessly in the great troughs. An Aldis clacked acknowledgment to the winking light on the invader. Bentley tore a sheet off a signal pad, handed it to Vallery. Invader to Admiral, the captain read. Am badly hold, starboard side, forward very deep. Suspect drifting mine. Am investigating extent of damage. Will report soon. Tyndall took the signal from him and read it slowly. Then he looked over his shoulder and smiled faintly.
You're dead right, my boy, it seems. Please accept an old curmudgeon's apologies.
Carpenter murmured something and turned away, brick red again with embarrassment. Tyndall grinned faintly at the captain, then became thoughtful.
I think we'd better talk to him personally, Captain.
Barlow, isn't it?
Make a signal.
They climbed down 2 decks to the fighter direction room. Westcliff vacated his chair for the Admiral.
Captain Barlow?
Tyndall spoke into the handpiece.
Speaking.
The sound came from the loudspeaker above his head.
Admiral here, Captain. How are things?
Well managed, sir. Lost most of our bows, I'm afraid. Several casualties. Oil fires, but under control. WT doors all holding, and engineers and damage control parties are shoring up the cross bulkheads.
Can you go ahead at all, Captain?
Could do, sir, but risky. In this, anyway.
Think you could make it back to base?
With this wind and sea behind us, yes. Still take 3-4 days.
Righto, then.
Tyndall's voice was gruff.
Off you go. You're no good to us without bows. Damned hard luck, Captain Barlow. My commiserations.
And I'm giving you the Balliol and Nairn as escorts, and radioing for an ocean-going tug to come out to meet you, just in case. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. One last thing. Permission to empty starboard squadron fuel tanks. We've taken a lot of water, can't get rid of it all. Only way to recover our trim. Tyndall sighed.
Yes, I was expecting that. Can't be helped, and we can't take it off you in this weather. Good luck, Captain. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, sir. Goodbye. 20 minutes later, the Ulysses was back on station in the squadron. Shortly afterwards, they saw the invader, not listing quite so heavily now, head slowly round to the southeast. The little Hunt-class destroyer and the frigate, one on either side,
rolling wickedly as they came round with her. In another 10 minutes, watchers on the Ulysses had lost sight of them, buried in a flurrying snow squall. 3-5. The invader and her troubles were soon forgotten. All too soon, the 14th Aircraft Carrier Squadron had enough, and more than enough, to worry about on their own account. They had their own troubles to overcome, their own enemy to face, an enemy far more elemental and far more deadly than any mine or U-boat. Tyndall braced himself more firmly against the pitching, rolling deck, and looked over at Vallery. Vallery, he thought, for the 10th time that morning, looked desperately ill. "What do you make of it, Captain? Prospects aren't altogether healthy, are they?" "We're for it, sir. It's really piling up against us. Carrington has spent 6 years in the West Indies, has gone through a dozen hurricanes. Admits he's seen a barometer lower, but never one so low with the pressure still falling so fast. Not in these latitudes. This is only a curtain raiser." "This will do me nicely, meantime, thank you," Tyndall said dryly. "For a curtain raiser, it's doing not so badly." It was a masterly understatement. For a curtain raiser, it was a magnificent performance. The wind was fairly steady, about force 9 on the Beaufort scale, and the snow had stopped. A temporary cessation only, they all knew. Far ahead to the northwest, the sky was a dull, glaring purple, neither increasing nor fading, faintly luminous and vaguely menacing in its uniformity and permanence. Even to men who had seen everything the Arctic skies had to offer, from pitchy darkness on a summer's noon, right through the magnificent displays of northern lights, to that wonderfully washed-out blue that so often smiles down on the stupendous calms of the milk-white seas that lapped the edge of the barrier, this was something quite unknown. But the Admiral's reference had been to the sea. It had been building up, steadily, inexorably, all during the morning. Now, at noon, it looked uncommonly like an 18th century print of a bark in a storm. Serried waves of greenish-grey, straight, regular, and marching uniformly along, each topped with frothing caps of white. Only here, they were only 500 feet between crest and crest, and the squadron, heading almost directly into it, was taking hearty punishment. For the little ships, already burying their bows every 15 seconds in a creaming smother of cascading white, this was bad enough. But another, a more dangerous and insidious enemy was at work, the cold. The temperature had long sunk below freezing point, and the mercury was still shrinking down close towards the 0 mark. The cold was now intense. Ice formed in cabins and mess decks. Fresh water systems froze solid. Metal contracted, hatch covers jammed, door hinges locked in frozen immobility. The oil in the searchlight controls gummed up and made them useless. To keep a watch, especially a watch on the bridge, was torture. The first shock of that bitter wind seared the lungs, left a man fighting for breath. If he had forgotten to don gloves, first the silk gloves, then the woolen mittens, then the sheepskin gauntlets, and touched a handrail, the palms of the hands seared off, the skin burnt as by white-hot metal. On the bridge, if he forgot to duck when the bows smashed down into a trough, the flying spray solidified in a second into hurtling slivers of ice, lanced cheek and forehead open to the bone. Hands froze, the very marrow of the bones numbed, the deadly chill crept upwards from feet to calves to thighs, nose and chin turned white with frostbite and demanded immediate attention. And then, by far the worst of all, the end of the watch, the return below deck, the writhing, excruciating agony of returning circulation. But, for all this, words are useless things, pale shadows of reality. Some things lie beyond the knowledge and the experience of the majority of mankind, and here imagination finds itself in a world unknown. But all these things were relatively trifles, personal inconveniences to be shrugged aside. The real danger lay elsewhere. It lay in the fact of ice. There were over 300 tons of it already on the decks of the Ulysses, and more forming every minute. It lay in a thick, even coat over the main deck, the forecastle, the gun decks, and the bridges. It hung in long, jagged icicles from coamings and turrets and rails. It trebled the diameter of every wire, stay, and halyard, and turned slender masts into monstrous trees, ungainly and improbable. It lay everywhere, a deadly menace, and much of the danger lay in the slippery surface it presented, a problem much more easily overcome on a coal-fired merchant ship with clinker and ashes from its boilers than in the modern oil-fired warships. On the Ulysses, they spread salt and sand and hoped for the best. But the real danger of the ice lay in its weight. A ship, to use technical terms, can be either stiff or tender. If she's stiff, she has a low center of gravity, rolls easily, but whips back quickly, and is extremely stable and safe. If she's tender, with a high center of gravity, she rolls reluctantly, but comes back even more reluctantly, is unstable and unsafe. And if a ship were tender, and hundreds of tons of ice piled high on its decks, the center of gravity rose to a dangerous height. It could rise to a fatal height. The escort carriers and the destroyers, especially the Port Patrick, were vulnerable, terribly so. The carriers, already unstable with the great height and weight of their reinforced flight decks, provided a huge, smooth, flat surface to the falling snow. Ideal conditions for the formation of ice. Earlier on, it had been possible to keep the flight decks relatively clear. Working parties had toiled incessantly with brooms and sledges, salt and steam hoses. But the weather had deteriorated so badly now that to send out a man on that wildly pitching, staggering flight deck, glassy and infinitely treacherous, would be to send him to his death. The Wrestler and Blue Ranger had modified heating systems under the flight decks. Modified because, unlike the British ships, these Mississippi carriers had planked flight decks. In such extreme conditions, they were hopelessly inefficient. Conditions aboard the destroyers were even worse. They had to contend not only with the ice from the packed snow, but with ice from the sea itself. As regularly as clockwork, huge clouds of spray broke over the destroyers' forecastles as the bows crashed solidly, shockingly into the trough and rising shoulder of the next wave. The spray froze even as it touched the deck, even before it touched the deck, piling up the solid ice in places over a foot thick, from the stem aft beyond the breakwater. The tremendous weight of the ice was pushing the little ships down by their heads, deeper with each successive plunge, ever deeper. They buried their noses in the sea, and each time more and more sluggishly, more and more reluctantly, they staggered laboriously up from the depths. Like the carrier captains, the destroyer skippers could only look down from their bridges, helpless, hoping. 2 hours passed. 2 hours in which the temperature fell to 0, hesitated, then shrank steadily beyond it. 2 hours in which the barometer tumbled crazily after it. Curiously, strangely, the snow still held off. The livid sky to the northwest was as far away as ever, and the sky to the south and east had cleared completely. The squadron presented a fantastic picture now. Little toy boats of sugar icing, dazzling white, gleaming and sparkling in the pale winter sunshine, pitching crazily through the ever-lengthening, ever-deepening valleys of grey and green of the cold Norwegian Sea, pushing on towards that far horizon, far and weird and purply glowing, the horizon of another world. It was an incredibly lovely spectacle. Rear Admiral Tyndall saw nothing beautiful about it. A man who was wont to claim that he never worried, he was seriously troubled now. He was gruff to those on the bridge, gruff to the point of discourtesy, and the old geniality of the farmer Giles of even 2 months ago was all but gone. Ceaselessly his gaze circled the fleet. Constantly, uncomfortably, he twisted in his chair. Finally he climbed down, passed through the gate, and went into the captain's shelter. Vallery had no light on, and the shelter was in semi-darkness. He lay there on his settee, a couple of blankets thrown over him. In the half-light, his face looked ghastly, corpse-like. His right hand clutched a balled handkerchief, spotted and stained. He made no attempt to hide it. With a painful effort, and before Tyndall could stop him, he had swung his legs over the edge of the settee and pulled forward a chair. Tyndall choked off his protest, sank gratefully into the seat. "I think your curtain's just about to go up, Dick." "What on earth ever induced me to become a squadron commander?" Vallery grinned sympathetically. "I don't particularly envy you, sir. What are you going to do now?" "What would you do?" Tyndall countered dolefully. Vallery laughed. For a moment his face was transformed, boyish almost. Then the laugh broke down into a bout of harsh, dry coughing. The stains spread over his handkerchief. Then he looked up and smiled. "The penalty for laughing at a superior officer." "What would I do?" "Heave to, sir. Better still, tuck my tail between my legs and run for it." Tyndall shook his head. "You never were a very convincing liar, Dick." Both men sat in silence for a moment. Then Vallery looked up. "How far to go, exactly, sir?" "A young carpenter makes it 170 miles, more or less." 170. Vallery looked at his watch. 20 hours to go, in this weather. "We must make it." Tyndall nodded heavily. 18 ships sitting out there. 19, counting the sweeper from Valfjord. Not to mention old Starr's blood pressure. He broke off as a hand rapped on the door, and a head looked in. "2 signals, Captain, sir." "Just read them out, Bentley, will you?" "First is from the Port Patrick. Sprung bow plates, making water fast. Pumps coping, fear further damage. Please advise." Tyndall swore. Vallery said calmly, "And the other?" "From the Gannet, sir. Breaking up." "Yes, yes. And the rest of the message?" "Just that, sir. Breaking up." "Oh, one of these taciturn characters," Tyndall growled. "Wait a moment, Chief, will you?" He sank back in his chair, hand rasping his chin, gazing at his feet, forcing his tired mind to think. Vallery murmured something in a low voice. and Tyndall looked up, his eyebrows arched. "Troubled waters, sir. Perhaps the carrier—" Tyndall slapped his knee. "Two minds with but a single thought. Bentley, make 2 signals. One to all screen vessels. Tell them to take position astern, close astern of the carriers. Other to the carriers. Oil hose. 1 each through port and starboard loading ports. About, how much would you say, Captain?" 20 gallons a minute, sir." 20 gallons it is. Understand, Chief? Righto. Get 'em off at once. And, Chief, tell the navigator to bring his chart here." Bentley left, and he turned to Vallery. "We've got to fuel later on, and we can't do it here. Looks as if this might be the last chance of shelter this side of Murmansk. And if the next 24 hours are going to be as bad as Carrington forecasts, I doubt whether some of the little ships could live through it anyway. Ah, here you are, pilot. Let's see where we are. How's the wind, by the way?" "Force 10, sir." Bracing himself against the wild lurching of the Ulysses, the Kapok Kid smoothed out the chart on the captain's bunk. "Backing slightly." "Northwest, would you say, pilot?" Tyndall rubbed his hands. "Excellent. Now, my boy, our position?" 1240 west, 6615 north, said the Kapok Kid precisely. He didn't even trouble to consult the chart. Tyndall lifted his eyebrows, but made no comment. "Course?" 310, sir. "Now, if it were necessary for us to seek shelter for fueling—" "Course exactly 290, sir. I've penciled it in, there. 4.5 hours steaming, approximately." "How the devil—" Tyndall exploded. "Who told you to— He spluttered into a wrathful silence. "I worked it out 5 minutes ago, sir. It, seemed inevitable. 290 would take us a few miles inside the Longinus Peninsula. There should be plenty of shelter there." Carpenter was grave, unsmiling. "Seemed inevitable?" Tyndall roared. "Would you listen to him, Captain Vallery? Inevitable. And it's only just occurred to me. Of all that— Get out! Take yourself and that damned comic opera fancy dress elsewhere." The Kapok Kid said nothing. With an air of injured innocence, he gathered up his charts and left. Tyndall's voice halted him at the door. "Pilot!" "Sir?" The Kapok Kid's eyes were fixed on a point above Tyndall's head. "As soon as the screen vessels have taken up position, tell Bentley to send them a new course." "Yes, sir. Certainly." He hesitated, and Tyndall chuckled. All right, he said resignedly. "I'll say it again. I'm just a crusty old curmudgeon. And shut that damn door. We're freezing in here." The wind was rising more quickly now, and long ribbons of white were beginning to streak the water. Wave troughs were deepening rapidly, their sides steepening, their tops blown off and flattened by the wind. Gradually, but perceptibly to the ear now, the thin, lonely whining in the rigging was climbing steadily up the register. From time to time, large chunks of ice, shaken loose by the increasing vibration, broke off from the masts and stays and spattered on the deck below. The effect of the long oil slicks trailing behind the carriers was almost miraculous. The destroyers, curiously mottled with oil now, were still plunging astern, but the surface tension of the fuel held the water and spray from breaking aboard. Tyndall, justifiably, was feeling more than pleased with himself. Towards 4:30 in the afternoon, with shelter still a good 15 miles away, the elation had completely worn off. There was a whole gale blowing now, and Tyndall had been compelled to signal for a reduction in speed. From deck level, the seas now were more than impressive. They were gigantic,
frightening. Nichols stood with the Kapok Kid, off watch now, on the main deck under the port whaler, sheltering in the lee of the forecastle deck. Nichols, clinging to a davit to steady himself, and leaping back now and then to avoid a deluge of spray, looked over to where the Defender, the Vulture, and Viking tailing behind were pitching madly, grotesquely under that serene blue sky. The blue sky above, the tremendous seas below. There was something almost evil, something literally spine-chilling in that macabre contrast. "They never told me anything about this in the medical school," Nichols observed at last. "My God, Andy," he added in awe, "have you ever seen anything like this?" "Once, just once. We were caught in a typhoon off the Nicobar's. I don't think it was as bad as this. And Number One says this is damn all compared to what's coming tonight. And he knows. God, I wish I was back in Henley." Nichols looked at him curiously. "Can't say I know the first lieutenant well. Not a very, approachable customer, is he? But everyone, old Giles, the skipper, the commander, yourself, they all talk about him with bated breath. What's so extra special about him? I respect him, mind you. Everyone seems to, but damn it to hell, he's no Superman." "Sea's beginning to break up," the Kapok Kid murmured absently. "Notice how every now and again we're beginning to get a wave, half as big again as the others? Every seventh wave, the old sailors say. No, Johnny, he's not a Superman. Just the greatest seaman you'll ever see. Holds 2 master's tickets, square-rigged and steam. He was going round the Horn in Finnish barks when we were still in our prams. Commander could tell you enough stories about him to fill a book." He paused, then went on quietly. "He really is one of the few great seamen of today. Old Blackbeard Turner's no slouch himself, but he'll tell anyone that he can't hold a candle to Jimmy. I'm no hero worshipper, Johnny. You know that. But you can say about Carrington what they used to say about Shackleton. When there's nothing left, and all hope is gone, get down on your knees and pray for him. Believe me, Johnny, I'm damn glad he's here." Nichols said nothing. Surprise held him silent. For the Kapok Kid, flippancy was a creed, derogation second nature. Seriousness was a crime, and anything that smacked of adulation bordered on blasphemy. Nichols wondered what manner of man Carrington must be. The cold was vicious. The wind was tearing great gouts of water off the wave-tops, driving the atomized spray at bullet speed against forecastle and sides. It was impossible to breathe without turning one's back, without wrapping layers of wool round mouth and nose. Faces blue and white, shaking violently with the cold, neither suggested, neither even thought of going below. Men hypnotized, men fascinated by the tremendous seas, the towering waves, 1,000, 2,000 feet in length, long, sloping on the lee side, steep-walled and terrifying on the other, pushed up by a 60-knot wind and by some mighty force lying far to the northwest. In these gigantic troughs, a church steeple would be lost forever. Both men turned round as they heard the screen door crashing behind them. A duffel-coated figure, cursing fluently, fought to shut the heavy door against the pitching of the Ulysses, finally succeeded in heaving the clips home. It was leading seaman Doyle, and even though his beard hid 3/4 of what could be seen of his face, he still looked thoroughly disgusted with life. Carpenter grinned at him. He and Doyle had served a commission together on the China station. Doyle was a very privileged person. "Well, well, the ancient mariner himself. How are things down below, Doyle?"
"Bloody desperate, sir."
His voice was as lugubrious as his face.
"Cold as charity, sir, and everything all over the bloody place. Cups, saucers, plates in smithereens. Half the crew—"
He broke off suddenly, eyes slowly widening in blank disbelief. He was staring out to sea between Nichols and Carpenter. "Well, what about half the crew? What's the matter, Doyle?"
"Christ almighty!"
Doyle's voice was slow, stunned. It was almost a prayer.
"Oh, Christ almighty!"
The voice rose sharply on the last two syllables. The two officers twisted quickly round. The Defender was climbing. All 500 feet of her was literally climbing, up the lee side of a wave that staggered the imagination, whose immensity completely defied immediate comprehension. Even as they watched, before shocked minds could grasp the significance of it all, the Defender reached the crest, hesitated, crazily tilted up her stern till screw and rudder were entirely clear of the water, then crashed down, down, down. Even at 2 cables' length distance in that high wind, the explosive smash of the plummeting bows came like a thunderclap. An eon ticked by, and still the Defender seemed to keep on going under, completely buried now, right back to the bridge island in a sea of foaming white. How long she remained like that, arrowed down into the depths of the Arctic, no one could afterwards say. Then slowly, agonizingly, incredibly, great rivers of water cascaded off her bows. She broke surface again. Broke surface to present to frankly disbelieving eyes a spectacle entirely without precedent anywhere at any time. The tremendous, instantaneous, up-thrusting pressure of unknown thousands of tons of water had torn the open flight deck completely off its mountings and bent it backwards in a great sweeping U, almost as far as the bridge. It was a sight to make men doubt their sanity, to leave them stupefied, to leave them speechless. All that is, except the Kapok Kid. He rose magnificently to the occasion. "My word," he murmured thoughtfully. "That is unusual." Another such wave, another such shattering impact, and it would have been the end for the Defender. The finest ships, the stoutest, most powerful vessels, are made only of thin, incredibly thin sheets of metal, and metal, twisted and tortured as was Defender's, could never have withstood another such impact. But there were no more such waves, no more such impacts. It had been a freak wave, one of these massive, inexplicable contortions of the sea, which have occurred, with blessed infrequency, from time immemorial in all the great seas of the world, whenever nature wants to show mankind, an irreverent, over-venturesome mankind, just how puny and pitifully helpless a thing mankind really is. There were no more such waves, and by 5 o'clock, although land was still some 8 to 10 miles away, the squadron had moved into comparative shelter behind the tip of the Longinus Peninsula. From time to time, the captain of the Defender, who seemed to be enjoying himself hugely, sent reassuring messages to the Admiral. He was making a good deal of water, but he was managing nicely, thank you. He thought the latest shape in flight decks very fashionable, and a vast improvement on the old type. Straight flight decks lacked imagination, he thought, and didn't the Admiral think so too? The vertical type, he stated,
provided excellent protection against the wind and weather, and would make a splendid sail with the wind in the right quarter. With his last message, to the effect that he thought that it would be rather difficult to fly off planes, a badly worried Tyndall lost his temper and sent back such a blistering signal that all communications abruptly ceased. Shortly before 6 o'clock, the squadron hove to, under the shelter of Longinus, less than 2 miles offshore. Longinus is low-lying, and the wind, still climbing the scale, swept over it and into the bay beyond without a break. But the sea, compared to an hour ago, was mercifully calm, although the ships still rolled heavily. At once the cruisers and the screen vessels, except the Portpatrick and the Gannet, moved alongside the carriers and took the oil hoses aboard. Tyndall, reluctantly, and after much heart-searching, had decided that the Portpatrick and Gannet were suspect, a potential liability. They were to escort the crippled carrier back to Scapa. Exhaustion, an exhaustion almost physical, almost tangible, lay heavily over the mess decks and the wardroom of the Ulysses. Behind lay another sleepless night, another 24 hours with peace unknown and rest impossible. With dull, tired minds, men heard the broadcast that the Defender, the Portpatrick, and the Gannet were to return to Scapa when the weather moderated. 6 gone now, only 8 left. Half the carrier force gone. Little wonder that men felt sick at heart, felt as if they were being deserted, as if, in Riley's phrase, they were being thrown to the wolves. But there was remarkably little bitterness, a puzzling lack of resentment which, perhaps, sprung only from sheer passive acceptance. Brooks was aware of it, this inaction of feeling, this unnatural extinction of response, and was lost for a reason to account for it. Perhaps, he thought, this was the nadir, the last extremity when sick men and sick minds cease altogether to function, the last slow-down of all vital processes, both human and animal. Perhaps this was just the final apathy. His intellect told him that was reasonable. More, it was inevitable. And all the time, some fugitive intuition, some evanescent insight was thrusting upon him an awareness, a dim, shadowy awareness of something altogether different. But his mind was too tired to grasp it. Whatever it wasn't apathy. For a brief moment that evening, a white-hot anger ran through the ship like a flame, then resentment of the injustice which had provoked it. That there had been cause for anger, even Vallery admitted, but his hand had been forced. It had all happened simply enough. During routine evening tests, it had been discovered that the fighting lights on the lower yardarm were not working. Ice was at once suspected as being the cause. The lower yardarm, on this evening dazzling white and heavily coated with snow and ice, paralleled the deck, 60 feet above it, 80 feet above the waterline. The fighting lights were suspended below the outer tip. To work on these, a man had either to sit on the yardarm, a most uncomfortable position, as the heavy steel WT transmission aerial was bolted to its upper length, or in a boatswain's chair, suspended from the yardarm. It was a difficult enough task at any time. Tonight, it had to be done with the maximum speed, because the repairs would interrupt radio transmission. The 3,000-volt steel safe-to-transmit boards, which broke the electrical circuits, had to be withdrawn and left in the keeping of the officer of the watch during the repair. It had to be done. Very precise, finicky work had to be done in that sub-zero temperature. It had to be done on that slippery, glass-smooth yardarm, with the Ulysses rolling regularly through a 30-degree arc. The job was more than ordinarily difficult. It was highly dangerous. Marshall did not feel justified in detailing the duty LTO for the job, especially as that rating was a middle-aged and very much overweight reservist, long past his climbing prime. He asked for volunteers. It was inevitable that he should have picked Ralston, for that was the kind of man Ralston was. The task took half an hour, 20 minutes to climb the mast, edge out to the yardarm tip, fit the boatswain's chair and lifeline, and 10 minutes for the actual repair. Long before he was finished, 100, 200 tired men, robbing themselves of sleep and supper, had come on deck and huddled there in the bitter wind, watched in fascination. Ralston swung in a great arc across the darkening sky, the gale plucking viciously at his duffel and hood. Twice wind and wave flung him out, still in his chair, parallel to the yardarm, forcing him to wrap both arms around the yardarm and hang on for his life. On the second occasion, he seemed to strike his face against the aerial, for he held his head for a few seconds afterwards, as if he were dazed. It was then that he lost his gauntlets. He must have had them in his lap, while making some delicate adjustment. They dropped down together, disappeared over the side. A few minutes later, while Vallery and Turner were standing amidships, examining the damage the motorboat had suffered in Scapa Flow, a short, stocky figure came hurriedly out of the after-screen door, made for the forecastle at an awkward, stumbling run. He pulled up abruptly at the sight of the captain and the commander. They saw it was Hastings, the master-at-arms. "What's the matter, Hastings?" Vallery asked, curtly. He always found it difficult to conceal his dislike for the master-at-arms, his dislike for his harshness, his uncalled-for severity. "Trouble on the bridge, sir," Hastings jerked out breathlessly. Vallery could have sworn to a gleam of satisfaction in his eye. "Don't know exactly what. Could hardly hear a thing, but the wind on the phone. I think you'd better come, sir." They found only 3 people on the bridge. Etherton, the gunnery officer, one hand still clutching a phone, worried, unhappy. Ralston, his hands hanging loosely by his sides, the palms raw and torn, the face ghastly, the chin with the dead pallor of frostbite, the forehead masked in furrowed, frozen blood, and, lying in a corner, Sub-Lieutenant Karslake, moaning in agony, only the whites of his eyes showing, stupidly fingering his smashed mouth, the torn, bleeding gaps in his prominent upper teeth. "Good God!" Vallery ejaculated. "Good God above!" He stood there, his hand on the gate, trying to grasp the significance of the scene before him. Then his mouth clamped shut, and he swung round on the gunnery officer. "What the devil's happened here, Etherton?" he demanded harshly. "What is all this? Has Karslake—" "Ralston hit him, sir," Etherton broke in. "Don't be so bloody silly, Guns," Turner grunted. "Exactly." Vallery's voice was impatient. "We can see that. Why?" "A WT messenger came up for the safe-to-transmit boards. Karslake gave them to him. About 10 minutes ago, I think." "You think? Where were you, Etherton, and why did you permit it? You know very well—" Vallery broke off short, remembering the presence of Ralston and the MAA. Etherton muttered something. His words were inaudible in the gale. Vallery bent forward. "What did you say, Etherton?" "I was down below, sir." Etherton was looking at the deck. Just for a moment, sir." "I see. You were down below." Vallery's voice was controlled now, quiet and even. His eyes held an expression that promised ill for Everton. He looked round at Turner. "Is he badly hurt, Commander?"
He'll survive,
said Turner briefly. He had Karslake on his feet now, still moaning, his hand covering his smashed mouth. For the first time, the captain seemed to notice Ralston. He looked at him for a few seconds, an eternity on that bitter, storm-lashed bridge, then spoke, monosyllabic, ominous, 30 years of command behind the word. "Well?" Ralston's face was frozen, expressionless. His eyes never left Karslake. "Yes, sir. I did it. I hit him. The treacherous, murdering bastard." "Ralston!" The M.A.'s voice was a whiplash. Suddenly Ralston's shoulders sagged. With an effort, he looked away from Karslake, looked wearily at Vallery. "I'm sorry, I forgot. He's got a stripe on his arm. Only ratings are bastards." Vallery winced at the bitterness. "Buddy, you've got frostbite." "Rub your chin, man," Turner interrupted sharply. Slowly, mechanically, Ralston did as he was told. He used the back of his hand. Vallery winced again as he saw the palm of the hand, raw and mutilated, skin and flesh hanging in strips. The agony of that bare-handed descent from the yardarm. "He tried to murder me, sir. It was deliberate." Ralston sounded tired. "Do you realize what you are saying?" Vallery's voice was as icy as the wind that swept over Lanjarnus. But he felt the first faint chill of fear. Ralston repeated tonelessly. "He tried to murder me, sir. He returned the boards 5 minutes before I left the yardarm. WT must have started transmitting just as soon as I reached the mast. Coming down." "Nonsense, Ralston. How dare you—" "He's right, sir." It was Etherton speaking. He was replacing the receiver carefully, his voice unhappy. "I've just checked." The chill of fear settled deeper on Vallery's mind. Almost desperately, he said, "Anyone can make a mistake. Ignorance may be culpable, but—" "Ignorance!" The weariness had vanished from Ralston as if it had never been. He took 2 quick steps forward. "Ignorance! I gave him these boards, sir, when I came to the bridge. I asked for the officer of the watch, and he said he was. I didn't know the gunnery officer was on duty, sir. When I told him that the boards were to be returned only to me, he said, 'I don't want any of your damned insolence, Ralston. I know my job, you stick to yours. Just you get up there and perform your heroics.' He knew, sir." Karslake burst from the commander's supporting arm, turned and appealed wildly to the captain. The eyes were white and staring, the whole face working. "It's a lie, sir! It's a damned filthy lie!" He mouthed the words, slurred them through smashed lips. "I never said—" The words crescendoed into a coughing, choking scream as Ralston's fists smashed viciously, terribly into the torn, bubbling mouth. He staggered drunkenly through the port gate, crashed into the chart-house, slid down to lie on the deck, huddled and white and still. Both Turner and the MAA had at once leapt forward to pinion the LTO's arms, but he made no attempt to move. Above and beyond the howl of the wind, the bridge seemed strangely silent. When Vallery spoke, his voice was quite expressionless. "Commander, you might phone for a couple of our Marines. Have Karslake taken down to his cabin
and ask Brooks to have a look at him. Master-at-arms?
Sir.
Take this rating to the sick bay, let him have any necessary treatment, then put him in cells, with an armed guard. Understand?
I understand, sir.
There was no mistaking the satisfaction in Hastings' voice. Vallery, Turner, and the gunnery officer stood in silence, as Ralston and the MAA left. In silence as two burly marines carried Karslake, still senseless, off the bridge and below. Vallery moved after them, broke step at Etherton's voice behind him. "Sir?" Vallery did not even turn round. "I'll see you later, Etherton." "No, sir, please. This is important." Something in the gunnery officer's voice held Vallery. He turned back impatiently. "I'm not concerned with excusing myself, sir. There's no excuse." The eyes were fixed steadily on Vallery. "I was standing at the Aztec door when Ralston handed the boards to Karslake. I overheard them, every word they said." Vallery's face became very still. He glanced at Turner, saw that he, too, was waiting intently. "And Ralston's version of the conversation?" In spite of himself, Vallery's voice was rough, edged with suspense. "Completely accurate, sir." The words were hardly audible. "In every detail. Ralston told the exact truth." Vallery closed his eyes for a moment, turned slowly, heavily away. He made no protest as he felt Turner's hand under his arm, helping him down the steep ladder. Old Socrates had told him 100 times that he carried the ship on his back. He could feel the weight of it now, the crushing burden of every last ounce of it. Vallery was at dinner with Tyndall, in the Admiral's day cabin, when the message arrived. Sunk in private thought, he gazed down at his untouched food as Tyndall smoothed out the signal. The Admiral cleared his throat. "On course. On time. Sea moderate. Wind freshening. Expect rendezvous as planned. Commodore 77. He laid the signal down. "Good God! Sea moderate? Fresh wind? You reckon he's in the same damned ocean as us?" Vallery smiled faintly. "This is it, sir." "This is it," Tyndall echoed. He turned to the messenger. "Make a signal. You are running into severe storm. Rendezvous unchanged. You may be delayed. Will remain at rendezvous until your arrival." "That clear enough, Captain?" "Should be, sir." "Radio silence?" "Oh, yes. Add radio silence. Admiral, 14th ACS. Get it off at once, will you? Then tell WT to shut down themselves." The door shut softly. Tyndall poured himself some coffee, looked across at Vallery. "That boy still on your mind, Dick?" Vallery smiled non-committally, lit a cigarette. At once he began to cough harshly. "Sorry, sir," he apologized. There was silence for some time. Then he looked up quizzically. "What mad ambition drove me to become a cruiser captain?" he asked sadly. Tyndall grinned. "I don't envy you. I seem to have heard this conversation before. What you going to do about Ralston, Dick?" "What would you do, sir?" Vallery countered. "Keep him locked up till we return from Russia, on a bread-and-water diet, in irons if you like." Vallery grinned. "You never were a very good liar, John." Tyndall laughed. "Touché."
He was warmed, secretly pleased. Rarely did Richard Vallery break through his self-imposed code of formality.
A heinous offence, we all know, to clout one of HM's commissioned officers. But if Etherton's story is true, my only regret is that Ralston didn't give Brooks a really large-scale job of replanning that young swine's face.
It's true, all right, I'm afraid, said Vallery soberly. What it amounts to is that naval discipline— oh, how old Starr would love this— compels me to punish a would-be murderer's victim. He broke off in a fresh paroxysm of coughing, and Tyndall looked away. He hoped the distress wasn't showing in his face, the pity and anger he felt that Vallery, that very perfect, gentle knight, the finest gentleman and friend he had ever known, should be coughing his heart out, visibly dying on his feet, because of the blind inhumanity of an SNO in London, 2,000 miles away. A victim, Vallery went on at last, who has already lost his mother, brother, and 3 sisters. I believe he has a father at sea somewhere. And Karslake? I shall see him tomorrow. I should like you to be there, sir. I will tell him that he will remain an officer of this ship till we return to Scapa, then resign his commission. I don't think he'd care to appear at a court-martial, even as a witness, he finished dryly. Not if he's sane, which I doubt, Tyndall agreed. A sudden thought struck him. Do you think he is sane? Karslake? Vallery hesitated. Yes, I think so, sir. At least he was. Brooks isn't so sure. Says he didn't like the look of him tonight. Something queer about him, he thinks. And in these abnormal conditions, small provocations are magnified out of all proportion. Vallery smiled briefly. Not that Karslake is liable to regard the twin assaults on pride and person as a small provocation. Tyndall nodded agreement. He'll bear watching. Oh, damn. I wish the ship would stay still. Half my coffee on the tablecloth. Young Spicer, he looked towards the pantry, will be mad as hell. 19 years old and a regular tyrant. I thought these would be sheltered waters, Dick. So they are, compared to what's waiting for us. Listen. He cocked his head to the howling of the wind outside. Let's see what the weatherman has to say about it. He reached for the desk phone, asked for the transmitting station. After a brief conversation, he replaced the receiver. TS says the anemometer is going crazy. Gusting up to 80 knots. Still northwest. Temperature steady at 10 below. He shivered. 10 below. Then looked consideringly at Tyndall. Barometer almost steady at 27.8. What? 27.8. That's what they say. It's impossible, but that's what they say. He glanced at his wristwatch. 45 minutes, sir. This is a very complicated way of committing suicide. They were silent for a minute. Then Tyndall spoke for both of them, answering the question in both their minds. We must go, Dick. We must. And by the way, our fire-eating young captain, D, the doughty oar, wants to accompany us in the Cirrus. We'll let him tag along a while. He has things to learn, that young man. At 2020 hours, all ships had completed oiling. Hove to, they had had the utmost difficulty in keeping position in that great wind, but they were infinitely safer than in open sea. They were given orders to proceed when the weather moderated, the Defender and escorts to Scapa, the squadron to a position 100 miles east-northeast of rendezvous.
Radio silence was to be strictly observed. At 20:30 hours, the Ulysses and Cirrus got under way to the east. Lights winked after them, messages of good luck. Fluently, Tyndall cursed the squadron for the breach of darkened ship regulations, realized that, barring themselves, there was no one on God's earth to see the signals anyway, and ordered a courteous acknowledgment. At 20:45 hours, still 2 miles short of Longinus Point, the Cirrus was plunging desperately in mountainous seas, shipping great masses of water over her entire forecastle and main deck, and in the darkness looking far less like a destroyer than a porpoising submarine. At 20:50 hours, at reduced speed, she was observed to be moving in close to such slight shelter as the land afforded there. At the same time, her 6-inch Aldis flashed her signal. Screen doors stove in. A turret not tracking. Flooding port boiler room intake fans. And on the Cirrus's bridge, Commander Orr swore in chagrin as he received the Ulysses' final message. Lesson without words, number 1. Rejoin squadron at once. You can't come out to play with the big boys. But he swallowed his disappointment, signalled, Wilco, just you wait till I grow up. Pulled the Cirrus round in a madly swinging half-circle 6. It was the worst storm of the war. Beyond all doubt, had the records been preserved for Admiralty inspection, it would have proved to be incomparably the greatest storm, the most tremendous convulsion of nature since recordings began. Living memory aboard the Ulysses that night, a vast accumulation of experience in every corner of the globe, could certainly recall nothing even remotely like it, nothing that would even begin to bear comparison as a parallel or precedent. At 10 o'clock, with all doors and hatches battened shut, with all traffic prohibited on the upper deck, with all crews withdrawn from gun turrets and magazines, and all normal deck watchkeeping stopped for the first time since her commissioning, even the taciturn Carrington admitted that the Caribbean hurricanes of the autumns of 34 and 37, when he'd run out of sea room, been forced to heave to in the dangerous right-hand quadrant of both these murderous cyclones, had been no worse than this. But the 2 ships he had taken through these, a 3,000-ton tramp and a superannuated tanker on the New York asphalt run, had not been in the same class for seaworthiness as the Ulysses. He had little doubt as to her ability to survive. But what the first lieutenant did not know, what nobody had any means of guessing, was that this howling gale was still only the deadly overture. Like some mindless and dreadful beast from an ancient and other world, the polar monster crouched on its own doorstep, waiting. At 22:30 hours, the Ulysses crossed the Arctic Circle. The monster struck. It struck with a feral ferocity, with an appalling savagery that smashed minds and bodies into a stunned unknowingness. Its claws were hurtling rapiers of ice that slashed across a man's face and left it welling red. Its teeth were that sub-zero wind, gusting over 120 knots, that ripped and tore through the tissue paper of Arctic clothing and sunk home to the bone. Its voice was the devil's orchestra, the roar of a great wind mingled with the banshee shrieking of tortured rigging, a requiem for fiends. Its weight was the crushing power of the hurricane wind that pinned a man helplessly to a bulkhead, fighting for breath, or flung him off his feet to crash in some distant corner, broken-limbed and senseless. Balked of prey in its 500-mile sweep across the frozen wastes of the Greenland ice cap, it goaded the cruel sea into homicidal alliance and flung itself, titanic in its energy, ravenous in its howling,
upon the cockle shell that was the Ulysses. The Ulysses should have died then. Nothing built by man could ever have hoped to survive. She should just have been pressed under to destruction, or turned turtle, or had her back broken, or disintegrated under these mighty hammer blows of wind and sea. But she did none of these things. How she ever survived the insensate fury of that first attack, God only knew. The great wind caught her on the bow and flung her round in a 45-degree arc and pressed her far over on her side as she fell, literally fell, 40 heart-stopping feet over and down the precipitous wall of a giant trough. She crashed into the valley with a tremendous concussion that jarred every plate, every Clyde-built rivet in her hull. The vibration lasted an eternity as overstressed metal fought to readjust itself, as steel compressed and stretched far beyond specified breaking loads. Miraculously she held, but the sands were running out. She lay far over on her starboard side, the gunwales dipping. Half a mile away, towering high above the mast-top, a great wall of water was roaring down on the helpless ship. The Dude saved the day. The Dude, alternatively known as Purcell, but officially as Engineer Commander Dobson, immaculately clad as usual in overalls of the most dazzling white, had been at his control position in the engine room when that tremendous gust had struck. He had no means of knowing what had happened. He had no means of knowing that the ship was not under command, that no one on the bridge had as yet recovered from that first shattering impact. He had no means of knowing that the quartermaster had been thrown unconscious into a corner of the wheelhouse, that his mate, almost a child in years, was too panic-stricken to dive for the madly spinning wheel. But he did know that the Ulysses was listing crazily, almost broadside on, and he suspected the cause. His shouts on the bridge tube brought no reply. He pointed to the port controls, roared, "Slow!" in the ear of the engineer W.O., then leapt quickly for the starboard wheel. 15 seconds later, and it would have been too late. As it was, the accelerating starboard screw brought her round just far enough to take that roaring mountain of water under her bows, to dig her stern into the level of the depth-charge rails, till 40 feet of her airborne keel lay poised above the abyss below. When she plunged down, again that same shuddering vibration enveloped the entire hull. The forecastle disappeared far below the surface, the sea flowing over and past the armoured side of A turret. But she was bows on again. At once the Dude signalled his W.O. for more revolutions. Cut back the starboard engine. Below decks, everything was an unspeakable shambles. On the mess decks, steel lockers in their scores had broken adrift, been thrown in a dozen different directions, bursting hasps and locks, spilling their contents everywhere. Hammocks had been catapulted from their racks, smashed crockery littered the decks, tables were twisted and smashed, broken stools stuck up at crazy angles, books, papers, teapots, kettles, and crockery were scattered in insane profusion. And amidst this jumbled, sliding wreckage, hundreds of shouting, cursing, frightened and exhausted men struggled to their feet, or knelt, or sat, or just lay still. Surgeon Commander Brooks and Lieutenant Nichols, with an inspired, untiring padre, as good as a third doctor, were worked off their feet. The veteran leading SBA, Johnson, oddly enough, was almost useless. He was violently sick much of the time, seemed to have lost all heart. No one knew why. It was just one of these things, and he had taken all he could. Men were brought into the sick bay in their dozens,
In their scores, a constant trek that continued all night long as the Ulysses fought for her life. A trek that soon overcrowded the meagre space available and turned the wardroom into an emergency hospital. Bruises, cuts, dislocations, concussions, fractures. The exhausted doctors experienced everything that night. Serious injuries were fortunately rare, and inside 3 hours there were only 9 bed patients in the sickbay, including A.B. Ferry, his already mangled arm smashed in 2 places. A bitterly protesting Riley and his fellow mutineers had been unceremoniously turfed out to make room for the more seriously injured. About 23:30 hours, Nichols was called to treat the Kapok Kid. Lurching, falling, and staggering in the wildly gyrating ship, he finally found the navigator in his cabin. He looked very unhappy. Nichols eyed him speculatively, saw the deep, ugly gash on his forehead, the swollen ankle peeping out below the Kapok Kid's Martian survival suit. Bad enough, but hardly a borderline case, although one wouldn't have thought so from the miserable, worried expression. Nichols grinned inwardly. "Well, Horatio," he said unkindly, "what's supposed to be the matter with you? Been drinking again?" "It's my back, Johnny," he muttered. He turned, face down on the bunk. "Have a look at it, will you?" Nichols' expression changed. He moved forward, then stopped short. "How the hell can I?" he demanded irritably, "when you're wearing that damned ugly suit of yours?" "That's what I mean," said the Kapok Kid anxiously. "I was thrown against the searchlight controls, all knobs and nasty, sharp projections. Is it torn? Is it ripped? Cut in any way? Are the seams—" "Well, for God's sake, do you mean to tell me—" Nichols sank back, incredulously, on a locker. The Kapok Kid looked at him hopefully. "Does that mean it's all right?" "Of course it's all right. If it's a blasted tailor you want, why the hell—" "Enough!" The Kapok Kid swung briskly on to the side of his bunk, lifting an admonitory hand. "There is work for you, Sawbones." He touched his bleeding forehead. "Stitch this up and waste no time about it. A man of my caliber is urgently needed on the bridge. I'm the only man on this ship who has the faintest idea where we are." Busy with a swab, Nichols grinned. "And where are we?" "I don't know," said the Kapok Kid frankly. "That's what's so urgent about it. But I do know where I was, back in Henley. Did I ever tell you—" The Ulysses did not die. Time and again that night, hove to with the wind fine off her starboard bow, as her bows crashed into and under the far shoulder of a trough, it seemed that she could never shake free from the great press of water. But time and again she did just that, shuddering, quivering under the fantastic strain. 1,000 times before dawn, officers and men blessed the genius of the Clyde shipyard that had made her. 1,000 times they cursed the blind malevolence of that great storm that put the Ulysses on the rack. Perhaps blind was not the right word. The storm wielded its wild hate with an almost human cunning. Shortly after the first onslaught, the wind had veered quickly, incredibly so, and in defiance of all the laws, back almost to the north again. The Ulysses was on a lee shore, forced to keep pounding into gigantic seas. Gigantic and cunning also. Roaring by the Ulysses, a huge comber would suddenly whip round and crash on deck, smashing a boat to smithereens. Inside an hour, the barge, motorboat, and 2 whalers were gone, their shattered timbers swept away in the boiling cauldron. Carly rafts were broken off by the sudden hammer blows of the same cunning waves, swept over the side and gone forever. 4 of the balsa floats went the same way. But the most cunning attack of all was made right aft on the poop deck. At the height of the storm, a series of heavy explosions, 6 in as many seconds, almost lifted the stern out of the water. Panic spread like wildfire in the after mess decks. Practically every light abaft the after engine room smashed or failed. In the darkness of the mess decks, above the clamour, high-pitched cries of "Torpedoed! Mind! She's breaking up!" galvanized, exhausted, injured men, even those, more than half, in various degrees of prostration from seasickness, into frantic stampeding towards doors and hatches, only to find doors and hatches jammed solidly by the intense cold. Here and there, the automatic battery lamps had clicked on when the lighting circuits failed. Glowing little pinpoints, they played on isolated groups of white, contorted faces, sunken-eyed and straining, as they struggled through the yellow pools of light. Conditions were ripe for disaster, when a voice, harsh, mocking, cut cleanly through the bedlam. The voice was Ralston's. He had been released before 9 o'clock on the captain's orders. The cells were in the very forepeak of the ship, and conditions there were impossible in a head sea. Even so, Hastings had freed him only with the worst possible grace. "It's our own depth charges. You hear me, you bloody fools? It's our own depth charges." It was not so much the words as the biting mockery that stopped short the panic, halted, dazed, unthinking men in their tracks. "There are depth charges, I tell you. They must have been washed over the side." He was right. The entire contents of a rack had broken adrift, lifted from their cradles by some freak wave, and tumbled over the side. Through some oversight, they had been left at their shallow setting, those put on for the midget submarine in Scapa, and had gone off almost directly under the ship. The damage, it seemed, was only minor. Up in A mess deck, right forward, conditions were even worse. There was more wreckage on the decks, and far more seasickness. Not the green-faced, slightly ludicrous malaise of the cross-channel steamer, but tearing, rendering convulsions, dark and heavy with blood. For the bows had been rearing and plunging, 30, 40, 50 feet at a time for endless, hopeless hours. But there was an even more sinister agent at work, rapidly making the mess deck untenable. At the forward end of the capstan flat, which adjoined the mess deck, was the battery room. In here were stored, or on charge, 101 different batteries, ranging from the heavy lead-acid batteries weighing over 100 pounds to the tiny nickel-cadmium cells for the emergency lighting. Here, too, were stored earthenware jars of prepared acid, and big glass carboys of undiluted sulfuric. These last were permanently stored. In heavy weather, the big batteries were lashed down. No one knew what had happened. It seemed likely, certain indeed, that acid spilt from the batteries by the tremendous pitching had eaten through the lashings. Then a battery must have broken loose and smashed another, and another, and another, and then the jars and carboys until the entire floor, fortunately of acid-resisting material, was awash to a depth of 5 or 6 inches in sulfuric acid. A young torpedo man, on a routine check, had opened the door and seen the splashing sea of acid inside. Panicking, and recalling vaguely that caustic soda, stored in quantities just outside, was a neutralizer for sulfuric, he had emptied a 40-pound carton of it into the battery room. He was in the sick bay now, blinded. The acid fumes saturated the capstan flat, making entry impossible without breathing equipment, and was seeping back slowly, insidiously, into the mess deck. More deadly still, hundreds of gallons of salt water from sprung deck plates and broken capstan speaking tubes were surging crazily around the flat. Already the air was tainted with the first traces of chlorine gas. On the deck immediately above, Hartley and two seamen, belayed with ropes, had made a brief, hopelessly gallant attempt to plug the gaping holes. All three, battered into near senselessness by the great waves pounding the forecastle, were dragged off within a minute. For the men below, it was discomfort, danger, and desperate physical illness. For the bare handful of men above, the officers and ratings on the bridge, it was pure, undiluted hell. But a hell not of our latter-day imagining, a strictly Eastern and biblical conception, but the hell of our ancient North European ancestors, of the Vikings, the Danes, the Jutes, of Beowulf and the monster-haunted Meres, the hell of eternal cold. True, the temperature registered a mere 10 degrees below zero, 42 degrees of frost. Men have been known to live, even to work in the open, at far lower temperatures. What is not so well known, what is barely realized at all, is that when freezing point has been passed, every extra mile per hour of wind is equivalent, in terms of pure cold, as it reacts on a human being, to a 1-degree drop in temperature. Not once, but several times that night, before it had finally raced itself to destruction, the anemometer had recorded gusts of over 125 miles per hour, wave-flattening gusts that sundered stays and all but tore the funnels off. For minutes on end, the shrieking, screaming wind held steady at 100 miles per hour and above, the total equivalent for these numbed, paralyzed creatures on the bridge of something well below 100 degrees below zero. 5 minutes at a time was enough for any man on the bridge. Then he had to retire to the captain's shelter. Not that manning the bridge was more than a gesture anyway. It was impossible to look into that terrible wind. The cold would have seared the eyeballs blind. The ice would have gouged them out. And it was impossible even to see through the Kent Clearview windscreens. They still spun at high speed, but uselessly. The ice-laden storm, a gigantic sand blaster, had starred and abraded the plate glass until it was completely opaque. It was not a dark night. It was possible to see above, abeam, and astern. Above, patches of night blue sky and handfuls of stars could be seen at fleeting intervals, obscured as soon as seen by the scudding, shredded cloud rack. Abeam and astern, the sea was an inky black, laced with boiling white. Gone now were the serried ranks of waves of yesterday. Gone, too, the decorative whitecaps. Here now were only massive mountains of water, broken and confused, breaking this way and that, but always tending south. Some of these moving ranges of water, by no stretch of the imagination, only by proxy, could they be called waves, were small, insignificant, in size of a suburban house. Others held 1,000,000 tons of water, towered 70 to 80 feet, looming terrifyingly against the horizon, big enough to drown a cathedral. As the Kapok Kid remarked, the best thing to do with these waves was to look the other way. More often than not, they passed harmlessly by, plunging the Ulysses into the depths. Rarely, they curled over and broke their tops into the bridge, soaking the unfortunate officer of the watch. He had then to be removed at once, or he would literally have frozen solid within a minute. So far they had survived, far beyond the expectation of any man. But, as they were blind ahead, there was always the worry of what would come next. Would the next sea be normal, or some nameless juggernaut that would push them under forever? The suspense never lifted, a suspense doubled by the fact that when the Ulysses reared and crashed down, it did so soundlessly, sightlessly. They could judge its intensity only by movement and vibration. The sound of the sea, everything, was drowned in the satanic cacophony of that howling wind in the upper works and rigging. About 2 in the morning. It was just after the depth-charge explosions. Some of the senior officers had staged their own private mutiny. The captain, who had been persuaded to go below less than an hour previously, exhausted and shaking uncontrollably with cold, had been wakened by the depth-charging and had returned to the bridge. He found his way barred by the commander and Commander Westcliff, who bundled him quietly but firmly into the shelter. Turner heaved the door to, switched on the light. Vallery was more puzzled than angry. What in the world does this mean?" he demanded. "Mutiny," boomed Turner happily. His face was covered in blood from flying splinters of ice. "On the high seas is the technical term, I believe. Isn't that so, Admiral?" "Exactly," the Admiral agreed. Vallery swung round, startled. Tyndall was lying in state on the bunk. "Mind you, I've no jurisdiction over a captain in his own ship, but I can't see a thing." He lay back on the bunk, eyes elaborately closed, in seeming exhaustion. Vallery said nothing. He stood there, clutching a handrail, his face grey and haggard, his eyes blood-red and drugged with sleep. Turner felt a knife twist inside him as he looked at him. When he spoke, his voice was low and earnest, so unusual for him that he caught and held Vallery's attention. "Sir, this is no night for a naval captain. Danger from any quarter except the sea itself just doesn't exist. Agreed?" Vallery nodded silently. "It's a night for a seaman, sir. With all respect, I suggest that neither of us is in the class of Carrington. He's just a different breed of man." "Nice of you to include yourself, Commander," Vallery murmured. "And quite unnecessary." "The first lieutenant will remain on the bridge all night. So will Westcliff here. So will I." "Me too," grunted Tyndall. "But I'm going to sleep." He looked almost as tired, as haggard as Vallery. Turner grinned. "Thank you, sir. Well, Captain, I'm afraid it's going to be a bit overcrowded here tonight. We'll see you after breakfast." But me no buts," Westcliff murmured. "Please," Turner insisted. "You will do us all a favor." Vallery looked at him. "As captain of the Ulysses—" His voice tailed off. "I don't know what to say." "I do," said Turner briskly, his hand on Vallery's elbow. "Let's go below." "Don't think I can manage by myself, eh?" Vallery smiled faintly. "I do, but I'm taking no chances. Come along, sir." All right. He sighed tiredly. Anything for a quiet life and a night's sleep. Reluctantly, with a great effort, Lieutenant Nichols dragged himself up from the mist-fogged depths of exhausted sleep. Slowly, reluctantly, he opened his eyes. The Ulysses, he realized, was still rolling as heavily, plunging as sickeningly as ever. The Kapok Kid, forehead swathed in bandages, the rest of his face pocked with blood, was bending over him. He looked disgustingly cheerful. "Hark, hark, the lark, etc." The Kapok Kid grinned. "And how are we this morning?" he mimicked unctuously. The Honourable Carpenter held the medical profession in low esteem. Nichols focused blurred eyes on him. "What's the matter, Andy? Anything wrong?" "With Messrs. Carrington and Carpenter in charge," said the Kapok Kid loftily, "nothing could be wrong. Want to come up top? See Carrington do his stuff? He's going to turn the ship round. In this little lot it should be worth seeing." "What? Damn it to hell, have you woken me to—" "Brother, when this ship turns, you'd wake up anyway, probably on the deck with a broken neck. But as it so happens, Jimmy requires your assistance. At least, he requires one of these heavy plate glass squares, which I happen to know you have in great numbers in the dispensary. But the dispensary's locked. I tried it," he added shamelessly. "But what, I mean, plate glass? Come and see for yourself," the Kapok Kid invited. It was dawn now, a wild and terrible dawn, fit epilogue for a nightmare. Strange, trailing bands of misty white vapour swept by barely at mast-top level, but high above the sky was clear. The seas, still gigantic, were shorter now, much shorter and even steeper. The Ulysses was slowed right down, with barely enough steerage way to keep her head up, and even then taking severe punishment in the precipitous head seas. The wind had dropped to a steady 50 knots, gale force. Even at that, it seared like fire in Nichols' lungs as he stepped out on the flat deck, blinded him with ice and cold. Hastily he wrapped scarves over his entire face, clambered up to the bridge by touch and instinct. The Kapok Kid followed with the glass. As they climbed, they heard the loudspeakers crackling some unintelligible message. Turner and Carrington were alone on the twilit bridge, swathed like mummies. Not even their eyes were visible. They wore goggles. "Morning, Nichols," boomed the commander. "'Tis Nichols, isn't it?" He pulled off his goggles, his back turned to the bitter wind, threw them away in disgust. "Can't see damn all through these bloody things. Ah, number one, he's got the glass." Nichols crouched in the forward lee of the compass platform. In a corner, the duckboards were littered with goggles, eye shields, and gas masks. He jerked his head towards them. "What's this? A clearance sail?" "We're turning round, Doc." It was Carrington who answered, his voice calm and precise as ever, without a trace of exhaustion. "But we've got to see where we're going, and as the commander says, all these damn things there are useless. Mist up immediately they're put on. It's too cold. If you'll just hold it so, and if you'd wipe it, Andy." Nichols looked at the great seas. He shuddered. "Excuse my ignorance, but why turn round at all?" "Because it will be impossible, very shortly," Carrington answered briefly. Then he chuckled. "This is going to make me the most unpopular man in the ship. We've just broadcast a warning. Ready, sir? Stand by engine room. Stand by wheelhouse. Ready, number one." For 30 seconds, 45, a whole minute, Carrington stared steadily, unblinkingly through the glass. Nichols' hands froze. The Kapok Kid rubbed industriously. Then, "Half ahead, port! Half ahead, port!" Turner echoed. "Starboard 20! Starboard 20!" Nichols risked a glance over his shoulder. In the split second before his eyes blinded, filled with tears, he saw a huge wave bearing down on them, the bows already swinging diagonally away from it. Good God! Why hadn't Carrington waited until that was past? The great wave flung the bows up, pushed the Ulysses far over to starboard, then passed under. The Ulysses staggered over the top, corkscrewed wickedly down the other side, her masts, great gleaming tree trunks, thick and heavy with ice, swinging in a great arc as she rolled over, burying her port rails in the rising shoulder of the next sea. "Full ahead, port! Full ahead, port! Starboard 30! Starboard 30! The next sea, passing beneath, merely straightened the Ulysses up. And then, at last, Nichols understood. Incredibly, because it had been impossible to see so far ahead, Carrington had known that two opposing wave systems were due to interlock in an area of comparative calm. How he had sensed it, no one knew, would ever know, not even Carrington himself. But he was a great seaman, and he had known. For 15, 20 seconds, the sea was a seething white mass of violently disturbed, conflicting waves, of the type usually found, on a small scale, in tidal races and overfalls, and the Ulysses curved gratefully through. And then another great sea, towering almost to bridge height, caught her on the far turn of the quarter circle. It struck the entire length of the Ulysses, for the first time that night, with tremendous weight. It threw her far over on her side, the lee rails vanishing. Nichols was flung off his feet, crashed heavily into the side of the bridge, the glass shattering. He could have sworn he heard Carrington laughing. He clawed his way back to the middle of the compass platform. And still the great wave had not passed. It towered high above the trough into which the Ulysses, now heeled far over to 40 degrees, had been so contemptuously flung, bore down remorselessly from above, and sought, in a lethal silence, and with an almost animistic savagery, to press her under. The inclinometer swung relentlessly over, 45 degrees, 50 degrees, 53 degrees, and hung there an eternity, while men stood on the side of the ship, braced with their hands on the deck, numbed minds barely grasping the inevitable. This was the end. The Ulysses could never come back. A lifetime ticked agonizingly by. Nichols and Carpenter looked at each other, blank-faced, expressionless. Tilted at that crazy angle, the bridge was sheltered from the wind. Carrington's voice, calm, conversational, carried with amazing clarity. "She'd go to 65 degrees and still come back," he said, matter-of-factly. "Hang on to your hats, gentlemen. This is going to be interesting." Just as he finished, the Ulysses shuddered, then, imperceptibly, then slowly, then with vicious speed lurched back and whipped through an arc of 90 degrees, then back again. Once more Nichols found himself in the corner of the bridge, but the Ulysses was almost round. The Kapok Kid, grinning with relief, picked himself up and tapped Carrington on the shoulder. "Don't look now, sir, but we've lost our mainmast." It was a slight exaggeration, but the top 15 feet, which had carried the after-radar scanner, were undoubtedly gone. That wicked double whiplash with the weight of the ice had been too much. "Slow ahead both, midships! Slow ahead both, midships! Steady as she goes." The Ulysses was round. The Kapok kid caught Nichols' eye, nodded at the first lieutenant. "See what I mean, Johnny?" "Yes." Nichols was very quiet. "Yes, I see what you mean." Then he grinned suddenly. "Next time you make a statement, I'll just take your word for it, if you don't mind. These demonstrations of proof take too damn much out of a person." Running straight before the heavy stern sea, the Ulysses was amazingly steady. The wind, too, was dead astern now, the bridge in magical shelter. The scudding mist overhead had thinned out, was almost gone. Far away to the southeast, a dazzling white sun climbed up above a cloudless horizon. The long night was over. An hour later, with the wind down to 30 knots, radar reported contacts to the west. After another hour, with the wind almost gone and only a heavy swell running, smoke plumes tufted above the horizon. 7. The convoy came steadily up from the west, rolling heavily in cross seas. A rich argosy, a magnificent prize for any German wolf pack. 18 ships in this argosy, 15 big, modern cargo ships, 3 16,000-ton tankers, carrying a freight far more valuable, infinitely more vital, than any fleet of quinquiremes or galleons had ever known. Tanks, planes, and petrol. What were gold and jewels, silks and the rarest of spices, compared to these? 10 million? 20 million? The total worth of that convoy was difficult to estimate. In any event, its real value was not to be measured in terms of money. Aboard the merchant ships, crews lined the decks as the Ulysses steamed up between the port and centre lines. Lined the decks and looked and wondered, and thanked their Maker they had been wide of the path of that great storm. The Ulysses, seen from another deck, was a strange sight. Broken-masted, stripped of her rafts, with her boat falls hauled taut over empty cradles, she glistened like crystal in the morning light. The great wind had blown away all snow, had abraded and rubbed and polished the ice to a satin-smooth, transparent gloss. But on either side of the bows, and before the bridge, were huge patches of crimson, where the hurricane sand blaster of that long night had stripped off camouflage and base coats, exposing the red lead below. The American escort was small, a heavy cruiser with a seaplane for spotting, 2 destroyers, and 2 near frigates of the Coast Guard type. Small, but sufficient. There was no need of escort carriers, although these frequently sailed with the Atlantic convoys, because the Luftwaffe could not operate so far west, and the wolf packs, in recent months, had moved north and east of Iceland. There, they were not only near a base, they could more easily lie astride the converging convoy routes to Murmansk. East-northeast they sailed in company, freighters, American warships, and the Ulysses, until late in the afternoon the box-like silhouette of an escort carrier bulked high against the horizon. Half an hour later, at 1600 hours, the American escort slowed, dropped astern, and turned, winking messages of good luck. Aboard the Ulysses, men watched them depart with mixed feelings. They knew these ships had to go, that another convoy would already be mustering off the St. Lawrence. There was none of the envy, the bitterness one might expect, and had indeed been common enough only a few weeks ago among these exhausted men who carried the brunt of the war. There was instead a careless acceptance of things as they were, a quasi-cynical bravado, often a queer, high, nameless pride that hid itself beneath twisted jests and endless grumbling. The 14th Aircraft Carrier Squadron, or what was left of it, was only 2 miles away now. Tyndall, coming to the bridge, swore fluently as he saw that a carrier and minesweeper were missing. An angry signal went out to Captain Jeffreys of the Sterling, asking why orders had been disobeyed, where the missing ships were. And Aldous flickered back its reply. Tyndall sat grim-faced and silent as Bentley read out the signal to him. The Wrestler's steering gear had broken down during the night. Even behind Loungianus, the weather position had been severe, had worsened about midnight when the wind had veered to the north. The Wrestler, even with 2 screws, had lost almost all steering command, and, in zero visibility and an effort to maintain position, had gone too far ahead and grounded on the Weiler bank. She had grounded on the top of the tide. She had still been there, with the minesweeper eager in attendance, when the squadron had sailed shortly after dawn. Tyndall sat in silence for some minutes. He dictated a WT signal to the Wrestler, hesitated about breaking radio silence, countermanded the signal, and decided to go to sea for himself. After all, it was only 3 hours steaming distance. He signaled the Sterling. "Take over squadron command. We'll rejoin in the morning," and ordered Vallery to take the Ulysses back to Loungianus. Vallery nodded unhappily, gave the necessary orders. He was worried, badly so, was trying hard not to show it. The least of his worries was himself, although he knew, but never admitted to anyone, that he was a very sick man. He thought wryly that he didn't have to admit it anyway. He was amused and touched by the elaborate casualness with which his officers sought to lighten his load, to show their concern for him. He was worried, too, about his crew. They were in no fit state to do the lightest work, to survive that killing cold, far less sail the ship and fight her through to Russia. He was depressed, also, over the series of misfortunes that had befallen the squadron since leaving Scapa. It augured ill for the future, and he had no illusions as to what lay ahead for the crippled squadron. And always, a gnawing torment at the back of his mind, he worried about Ralston. Ralston, that tall throwback to his Scandinavian ancestors, with his flaxen hair and still blue eyes. Ralston, whom nobody understood, with whom nobody on the ship had an intimate friendship, who went his own unsmiling, self-possessed way. Ralston, who had nothing left to fight for, except memories, who was one of the most reliable men in the Ulysses, extraordinarily decisive, competent and resourceful in any emergency, and who again found himself under lock and key. And for nothing that any reasonable and just man could call fault of his own. Under lock and key. That was what hurt. Last night, Vallery had gladly seized the excuse of bad weather to release him, had intended to forget the matter, to let sleeping dogs lie. But Hastings, the master-at-arms, had exceeded his duty and returned him to cells during the forenoon watch. Masters-at-arms, disciplinary warrant officers, in effect, had never been particularly noted for a humane, tolerant, and ultra-kindly attitude to life in general, or the lower deck in particular. They couldn't afford to be. But even amongst such men, Hastings was an exception. a machine-like, seemingly emotionless creature, expressionless, unbending, strict, fair according to his lights, but utterly devoid of heart and sympathy. If Hastings were not careful, Vallery mused, he might very well go the same way as Lister, until recently the highly unpopular Master-at-Arms of the Blue Ranger. Not, when he came to think of it, that anyone knew what had happened to Lister, except that he had been so misguided as to take a walk on the flight deck on a dark and starless night. Vallery sighed. As he had explained to Foster, his hands were tied. Foster, the captain of Marines, with an aggrieved and incensed Colour Sergeant Evans standing behind him, had complained bitterly at having his Marines withdrawn for guard duty, men who needed every minute of sleep they could snatch. Privately, Vallery had sympathized with Foster, but he couldn't afford to countermand his original order, not, at least, until he had held a captain's defaulters and placed Ralston under open arrest. He sighed again, sent for Turner, and asked him to break out grass lines, a manila, and a 5-inch wire on the poop. He suspected that they would be needed shortly, and as it turned out, his preparations were justified. Darkness had fallen when they moved up to the Weiler bank, but locating the wrestler was easy. Her identification challenge 10 minutes ago had given her approximate position, and now her squat bulk loomed high before them, a knife-edged silhouette against the pale afterglow of sunset. Ominously, her flight deck raked perceptibly towards the stern, where the Eagle lay, apparently at anchor. The sea was almost calm here. There was only a gentle swell running. Aboard the Ulysses, a hooded pinhole Aldous started to chatter. "Congratulations. How are you fast?" From the wrestler, a tiny light flickered in answer. Bentley read aloud as the message came. "Bows aft, 100 feet. "Wonderful," said Tyndall bitterly. "Just wonderful. Ask him, how is steering gear?" Back came the answer. "Diver down. Transverse fracture of post. Dockyard job." "My God," Tyndall groaned. "A dockyard job. That's handy. Ask him, what steps have you taken?" "All fuel and water pumped aft. Kedge anchor. Eager towing. Full astern, 1200 to 1230 hours. The turn of the high tide, Tyndall knew. "Very successful. Very successful indeed," he growled. "No, you bloody fool, don't send that. Tell him to prepare to receive towing wire. Bring own towing chain aft." "Message understood," Bentley read. "Ask him, how much excess squadron fuel have you?" 800 tons. "Get rid of it." Bentley read. "Please confirm." "Tell him to empty the bloody stuff over the side," Tyndall roared. The light on the wrestler flickered and died in hurt silence. At midnight, the Eager steamed slowly ahead of the Ulysses, taking up the wire that led back to the cruiser's forecastle capstan. 2 minutes later, the Ulysses began to shudder as the 4 great engines boiled up the shallow water into a seething, mud-stained cauldron. The chain from the poop deck to the wrestler's stern was a bare 15 fathoms in length, angling up at 30 degrees. This would force the carrier's stern down, only a fraction, but in this situation every ounce counted, and give much more positive buoyancy to the grounded bows. And much more important, for the racing screws were now aerating the water, developing only a fraction of their potential thrust. The proximity of the 2 ships helped the Ulysses' screws reinforce the action of the wrestlers in scouring out a channel in the sand and mud beneath the carrier's keel. 20 minutes before high tide, easily, steadily, the Wrestler slid off. At once, the blacksmith on the Ulysses' bows knocked off the shackle securing the Eagre's towing wire, and the Ulysses pulled the carrier, her engine shut down, in a big half-circle to the east. By 1 o'clock, the Wrestler was gone, the Eagle in attendance and ready to pass a head rope for bad weather steering. On the bridge of the Ulysses, Tyndall watched the carrier vanish into the night, zigzagging as the captain tried to balance the steering on the 2 screws. No doubt they'll get the hang of it before they get to Scarpa. He felt cold, exhausted, and only the way an admiral can feel when he's lost 3/4 of his carrier force. He sighed wearily and turned to Vallery. "When do you reckon we'll overtake the convoy?" Vallery hesitated. Not so the Kapok Kid. 0805 hours, he answered readily and precisely. At 27 knots, on the intersection course I've just penciled out. Oh, my God! That's Stripling again? What did I ever do to deserve him? As it happens, young man, it's imperative that we overtake before dawn. Yes, sir. The Kapok Kid was imperturbable. I thought so myself. On my alternative course, 33 knots, 30 minutes before dawn. I thought so myself. Take him away, Tyndall raved. Take him away, or I'll wrap his damned dividers round... He broke off, climbed stiffly out of his chair, took Vallery by the arm. Come on, Captain. Let's go below. What the hell's the use of a couple of ancient has-beens like us getting in the way of youth? He passed out the gate behind the captain, grinning tiredly to himself. The Ulysses was at dawn action stations as the shadowy shapes of the convoy, a bare mile ahead, lifted out of the greying gloom. The great bulk of the Blue Ranger on the starboard quarter of the convoy was unmistakable. There was a moderate swell running, but not enough to be uncomfortable. The breeze was light, from the west, the temperature just below 0, the sky chill and cloudless. The time was exactly 0700 hours. At 0702 hours, the Blue Ranger was torpedoed. The Ulysses was 2 cable lengths away, on her starboard quarter. Those on the bridge felt the physical shock of the twin explosions, heard them shattering the stillness of the dawn as they saw 2 searing columns of flame fingering skywards, high above the Blue Ranger's bridge and well aft of it. A second later, they heard a signalman shouting something unintelligible, saw him pointing forwards and downwards. It was another torpedo, running astern of the carrier, trailing its evil phosphorescent wake across the heels of the convoy, before spending itself in the darkness of the Arctic. Vallery was shouting down the voice pipe, pulling round the Ulysses, still doing upwards of 20 knots, in a madly heeling, skidding turn, to avoid collision with the slewing carrier. 3 sets of Aldis lamps and the fighting lights were already stuttering out the maintain position code signal to ships in the convoy. Marshall, on the phone, was giving the standby order to the depth charge LTO. Gun barrels were already depressing, peering hungrily into the treacherous sea. The signal to the Cirrus stopped short, unneeded. The destroyer, a half-seen blue in the darkness, was already knifing its way through the convoy, white water piled high at its bows, headed for the estimated position of the U-boat. The Ulysses sheared by parallel to the burning carrier, less than 150 feet away, travelling so fast, heeling so heavily, and at such close range, it was impossible to gather more than a blurred impression, a tangled, confused memory of heavy black smoke, laced with roaring columns of flame, appalling in that near darkness, of a drunkenly listing flight deck, of Grummons and Corsairs cartwheeling grotesquely over the edge to splash icy clouds of spray in shocked faces as the cruiser slewed away. And then the Ulysses was round, heading back south for the kill. Within a minute, the signal lamp of the Vectra, up front with the convoy, started winking. Contact Green 70, closing. Contact Green 70, closing. Acknowledge, Tyndall ordered briefly. The Aldous had barely begun to clack when the Vectra cut through the signal. Contacts, repeat contacts, Green 90, Green 90, closing, very close, repeat contacts, contacts. Tyndall cursed softly. Acknowledge, investigate. He turned to Vallery. Let's join him, Captain. This is it. Wolfpack number 1 and in force. No bloody right to be here, he added bitterly. So much for Admiralty intelligence. The Ulysses was round again, heading for the Vectra. It should have been growing lighter now, but the Blue Ranger, her squadron fuel tanks on fire, a gigantic torch against the eastern horizon, had the curious effect of throwing the surrounding sea into heavy darkness. She lay almost athwart of the flagship's course for the Vectra, looming larger every minute. Tyndall had his night glasses to his eyes, kept on muttering, "The poor bastards! The poor bastards!" The Blue Ranger was almost gone. She lay dead in the water, heeled far over to starboard, ammunition and petrol tanks going up in a constant series of crackling reports. Suddenly, a succession of dull, heavy explosions rumbled over the sea. The entire Bridge Island structure lurched crazily sideways, held, then slowly, ponderously, deliberately, the whole massive body of it toppled majestically into the glacial darkness of the sea. God only knew how many men perished with it, deep down in the Arctic, trapped in its iron walls. They were the lucky ones. The Vectra, barely 2 miles ahead now, was pulling round south in a tight circle. Vallery saw her, altered course to intercept. He heard Bentley shouting something unintelligible from the fore corner of the compass platform. Vallery shook his head, heard him shouting again, his voice desperate with some nameless urgency, his arm pointing frantically over the windscreen, and leapt up beside him. The sea was on fire. Flat, calm, burdened with hundreds of tons of fuel oil, it was a vast carpet of licking, twisting flames. That much, for a second, and that only, Vallery saw. Then, with heart-stopping shock, with physically sickening abruptness, he saw something else again. The burning sea was alive with swimming, struggling men. Not a handful, not even dozens, but literally hundreds, soundlessly screaming, agonizingly dying in the barbarous contrariety of drowning and cremation. "Signal from Vectra, sir." It was Bentley speaking, his voice abnormally matter-of-fact. "Depth charging. 3, repeat 3 contacts. Request immediate assistance." Tyndall was at Vallery's side now. He heard Bentley, looked a long second at Vallery, following his sick, fascinated gaze into the sea ahead. For a man in the sea, oil is an evil thing. It clogs his movements, burns his eyes, sears his lungs, and tears away his stomach in uncontrollable paroxysms of retching. But oil on fire is a hellish thing. Death by torture, a slow, shrieking death by drowning, by burning, by asphyxiation. For the flames devour all the life-giving oxygen on the surface of the sea. And not even in the bitter Arctic is there the merciful extinction by cold. For the insulation of an oil-soaked body stretches a dying man on the rack for eternity, carefully preserves him for the last excruciating refinement of agony. All this Vallery knew. He knew, too, that for the Ulysses to stop, starkly outlined against the burning carrier, would have been suicide. And to come sharply round to starboard, even had there been time and room to clear the struggling, dying men in the sea ahead, would have wasted invaluable minutes, time and to spare for the U-boats ahead to line up firing tracks on the convoy. And the Ulysses' first responsibility was to the convoy. Again, all this Vallery knew. But at that moment, what weighed most heavily with him was common humanity. Fine off the port bow, close into the Blue Ranger, the oil was heaviest, the flames fiercest, the swimmers thickest. Vallery looked back over his shoulder at the officer of the watch. Port 10. Port 10, sir. Midships. Midships, sir. Steady as she goes. For 10, 15 seconds, the Ulysses held her course, arrowing through the burning sea to the spot where some gregariously atavistic instinct for self-preservation held 200 men, knotted together, in a writhing, seething mass, gasping out their lives in hideous agony. For a second, a great gout of flame leapt up in the centre of the group, like a giant incandescent magnesium flare, a flame that burnt the picture into the hearts and minds of the men on the bridge, with a permanence and searing clarity that no photographic plate could ever have reproduced. Men on fire, human torches beating insanely at the flames that licked, scorched, and then incinerated clothes, hair, and skin. Men flinging themselves almost out of the water, backs arched like tautened bows, grotesque in convulsive crucifixion. Men laying dead in the water, insignificant, featureless little oil-stained mounds in an oil-soaked plain. And a handful of fear-maddened men, faces inhumanly contorted, who saw the Ulysses and knew what was coming, as they frantically thrashed their way to a safety that offered only a few more brief seconds of unspeakable agony before they gladly died. Starboard 30. Vallery's voice was low, barely a murmur, but it carried clearly through the shocked silence on the bridge. Starboard 30, sir. For the third time in 10 minutes, the Ulysses slewed crazily round in a racing turn. Turning thus, a ship does not follow through the line of the bows cutting the water. There is a pronounced sideways or lateral motion, and the faster and sharper the turn, the more violent the broadside skidding motion, like a car on ice. The side of the Ulysses, still at an acute angle, caught the edge of the group on the port bow. Almost on the instant, the entire length of the swinging hull smashed into the heart of the fire, into the thickest press of dying men. For most of them, it was just extinction, swift and glad and merciful. The tremendous concussion and pressure waves crushed the life out of them, thrust them deep down into the blessed oblivion of drowning, thrust them down, and sucked them back into the thrashing vortex of the 4 great screws. On board the Ulysses, men for whom death and destruction had become the stuff of existence, to be accepted with the callousness and jesting indifference that alone kept them sane. These men clenched impotent fists, mouthed meaningless, useless curses over and over again, and wept heedlessly, like little children. They wept as pitiful charred faces turned up towards the Ulysses, and alight with joy and hope, petrified into incredulous staring horror as realization dawned and the water closed over them. As hate-filled men screamed insane invective, both arms raised aloft, shaking fists white-knuckled through the dripping oil, as the Ulysses trampled them under. As a couple of young boys were sucked into the maelstrom of the propellers, still giving the thumbs-up sign. As a particularly shocking case, who looked as if he had been barbecued on a spit and had no right to be alive, lifted a scorified hand to the blackened hole that had been his mouth, flung to the bridge a kiss in token of endless gratitude, and wept, oddly, most of all, at the inevitable humorist, who lifted his fur cap high above his head and bowed gravely and deeply, his face into the water as he died. Suddenly, mercifully, the sea was empty. The air was strangely still and quiet, heavy with the sickening stench of charred flesh and burning diesel. And the Ulysses' stern was swinging wildly almost under the black pall, overhanging the Blue Ranger amidships, when the shells struck her. The shells, 3 3.7s, came from the Blue Ranger. Certainly no living gun crews manned these 3.7s. The heat must have ignited the bridge fuses in the cartridge cases. The first shell exploded harmlessly against the armor plating. The second wrecked the bosun's store, fortunately empty. The third penetrated number 3 low power room via the deck. There were 9 men in there, an officer, 7 ratings, and chief torpedo gunner's mate Noyes. In that confined space, death was instantaneous. Only seconds later, a heavy rumbling explosion blew out a great hole along the waterline of the Blue Ranger, and she fell slowly, wearily, right over on her starboard side, her flight deck vertical to the water, as if content to die, now that, dying, she had lashed out at the ship that had destroyed her crew. On the bridge, Vallery still stood on the yeoman's platform, leaning over the starred, opaque windscreen. His head hung down, his eyes were shut, and he was retching desperately. The gushing blood, arterial blood, ominously bright and scarlet in the erubescent glare of the sinking carrier. Tyndall stood there helplessly beside him, not knowing what to do, his mind numbed and sick. Suddenly he was brushed unceremoniously aside by the surgeon commander, who pushed a white towel to Vallery's mouth and led him gently below. Old Brooks, everyone knew, should have been at his action station's position in the sick bay. No one dared say anything. Carrington straightened the Ulysses out on course, while he waited for Turner to move up from the after-director tower to take over the bridge. In 3 minutes, the cruiser was up with the Vectra, methodically quartering for a lost contact. Twice the ships regained contact, twice they dropped heavy patterns. A heavy oil slick rose to the surface.
possibly a kill, probably a ruse. But in any event, neither ship could remain to investigate further. The convoy was 2 miles ahead now, and only the Sterling and Viking were there for its protection, a wholly inadequate cover, and powerless to save the convoy from any determined attack. It was the Blue Ranger that saved FR-77. In these high latitudes, dawn comes slowly, interminably. Even so, it was more than half light, and the merchant ships, line ahead through that very gentle swell, lifted clear and sharp against a cloudless horizon, a U-boat commander's dream. Or would have been, had he been able to see them. But by this time, the convoy was completely obscured from the wolf pack lying to the south. The light westerly wind carried the heavy black smoke from the blazing carrier along the southern flank of the convoy, at sea level. The perfect smokescreen, dense, impenetrable. Why the U-boats had departed from their almost invariable practice of launching dawn attacks from the north, so as to have their targets between themselves and the sunrise, could only be guessed. Tactical surprise, probably, but whatever the reason, it was the saving of the convoy. Within an hour, the thrashing screws of the convoy had left the wolf pack far behind, and FR-77, having slipped the pack, was far too fast to be overtaken again. Aboard the flagship, the WT transmitter was chattering out a coded signal to London. There was little point, Tyndall had decided, in maintaining radio silence now. The enemy knew their position to a mile. Tyndall smiled grimly as he thought of the rejoicing in the German Naval High Command at the news that FR-77 was without any air cover whatever. As a starter, they could expect Charlie within the hour. The signal read, Admiral, 14 ACS, to DNC, London. Rendezvoused FR-77, 10:30 hours, yesterday. Weather conditions extreme. Severe damage to carriers. Defender, Wrestler, unserviceable. Returning base under escort. Blue Ranger, torpedoed 0702 hours, sunk 0730 hours today. Convoy escorts now Ulysses, Sterling, Cirrus, Vectra, Viking. No minesweepers. Eager to base. Minesweeper from Val Fjord, failed rendezvous. Urgently require air support. Can you detach carrier battle squadron? Alternatively, permission return base. Please advise immediately. The wording of the message, Tyndall pondered, could have been improved, especially the bit at the end. Probably sounded sufficiently like a threat to infuriate old Starr, who would only see in it pusillanimous confirmation of his conviction of the Ulysses, and Tyndall's unfitness for the job. Besides, for almost 2 years now, since long before the sinking of the Hood by the Bismarck, it had been Admiralty policy not to break up the home fleet squadrons by detaching capital ships or carriers. Old battleships, too slow for modern internaval surface action, vessels such as the Ramillies and the Malaya, were used for selected Arctic convoys. With that exception, the official strategy was based on keeping the home fleet intact, containing the German Grand Fleet, and risking the convoys. Tyndall took a last look round the convoy, sighed wearily, and eased himself down to the duckboards. What the hell, he thought. Let it go. If it wasted his time sending it, it would also waste old Starr's time reading it. He clumped his way heavily down the bridge ladders, eased his bulk
through the door of the captain's cabin, hard by the FDR. Vallery, partly undressed, was lying in his bunk, between very clean, very white sheets. Their knife-edged ironing crease marks contrasted oddly with the spreading crimson stain. Vallery himself, gaunt-cheeked and cadaverous beneath dark stubble of beard, red eyes sunk deep in great hollow sockets, looked corpse-like, already dead. From one corner of his mouth, blood trickled down a parchment cheek. As Tyndall shut the door, Vallery lifted a wasted hand, all ivory knuckles and blue veins, in feeble greeting. Tyndall closed the door carefully, quietly. He took his time and to spare, to allow the shock to drain out of his face. When he turned round, his face was composed, but he made no attempt to disguise his concern. "Thank God for old Socrates," he said feelingly. "Only man in the ship who can make you see even a modicum of sense." He parked himself on the edge of the bed. "How do you feel, Dick?" Vallery grinned crookedly. There was no humour in his smile. "All depends what you mean, sir. Physically or mentally? I feel a bit worn out. Not really ill, you know. Doc says he can fix me up. Temporarily, anyway. He's going to give me a plasma transfusion. Says I've lost too much blood." "Plasma?" "Plasma. Whole blood would be a better coagulant. But he thinks it may prevent or minimize future attacks." He paused, wiped some froth off his lips, and smiled again, as mirthlessly as before. "It's not really a doctor and medicine I need, John. It's a padre and forgiveness." His voice trailed off into silence. The cabin was very quiet. Tyndall shifted uncomfortably and cleared his throat noisily. Rarely had he been so conscious that he was, first and last, a man of action. "Forgiveness? What on earth do you mean, Dick?" He hadn't meant to speak so loudly, so harshly. "You know damn well what I mean," Vallery said mildly. He was a man who was rarely heard to swear, to use the most innocuous oath. "You were with me on the bridge this morning." For perhaps 2 minutes, neither man said a word. Then Vallery broke into a fresh paroxysm of coughing. The towel in his hand grew dark, sodden, and when he leaned back on his pillow, Tyndall felt a quick stab of fear. He bent quickly over the sick man, sighed in soundless relief as he heard the quick, shallow breathing. Vallery spoke again, his eyes still closed. "It's not so much the men who were killed in the low power room." He seemed to be talking to himself, his voice a drifting murmur. "My fault, I suppose. I took the Ulysses too near the Ranger. Foolish to go near a sinking ship, especially if she's burning. But just one of these things. Just one of the risks. They happen." The rest was a blurred, dying whisper. Tyndall couldn't catch it. He rose abruptly to his feet, pulling his gloves on. "Sorry, Dick. Shouldn't have come. Shouldn't have stayed so long. Old Socrates will give me hell."
It's the others. The boys in the water. Vallery might never have heard him. I hadn't the right. I mean, perhaps some of them would. Again his voice was lost for a moment. Then he went on strongly. Captain Richard Vallery, DSO. Judge, jury, and executioner. Tell me, John, what am I going to say when my turn comes? Tyndall hesitated, heard the authoritative rap on the door, and jerked round, his breath escaping in a long, inaudible sigh of thankfulness. Come in. The door opened, and Brooks walked in. He stopped short at the sight of the Admiral, turned to the white-coated assistant behind him, a figure weighed down with stands, bottles, tubing, and various paraphernalia. Remain outside, Johnson, will you? I'll call you when I want you. He closed the door, crossed the cabin, and pulled a chair up to the captain's bunk. Vallery's wrist between his fingers, he looked coldly across at Tyndall. Nichols, Brooks remembered, was insistent that the Admiral was far from well. He looked tired, certainly, but more unhappy than tired. Vallery's pulse was very fast, irregular. You've been upsetting him, Brooks accused. Me? Good God, no! Tyndall was injured. So help me, Doc. I never said... Not guilty, Doc. It was Vallery who spoke, his voice stronger now. He never said a word. I'm the guilty man. Guilty as hell. Brooks looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled in understanding and compassion. Forgiveness, sir. That's it, isn't it? Tyndall started in surprise, looked at him in wonder. Vallery opened his eyes. Socrates, he murmured, you would know. Forgiveness, Brooks mused. Forgiveness. From whom? The living, the dead, or the judge? Again Tyndall started. Have you been listening outside? How can you... From all three, Doc. A tall order, I'm afraid. From the dead, sir, you're quite right. There would be no forgiveness. Only their blessing, for there is nothing to forgive. I'm a doctor, don't forget. I saw those boys in the water. You sent them home the easy way. As for the judge, you know, the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. The Old Testament conception of the Lord, who takes away in his own time and his own way, and to hell with mercy and charity. He smiled at Tyndall. Don't look so shocked, sir. I'm not being blasphemous. If that were the judge, Captain, neither you, nor I, nor the Admiral would ever want any part of him. But you know it isn't so. Vallery smiled faintly, propped himself up on his pillow. You make good medicine, Doctor. It's a pity you can't speak for the living. Oh, can't I? Brooks smacked his hand on his thigh, guffawed in sudden recollection. Oh, my word, it was magnificent! He laughed again in genuine amusement. Tyndall looked at Vallery in mock despair. Sorry, Brooks apologized. Just 15 minutes ago, a bunch of sympathetic stokers deposited on the deck of the sick bay the prone and extremely unconscious form of one of their shipmates. Guess who? None other than our resident nihilist, our friend Riley. Slight concussion and assorted facial injuries, but he should be restored to the bosom of his mess deck by nightfall. Anyway, he insists on it, claims his kittens need him.
Vallery looked up, amused, curious. Fallen down the stokehold again, I presume?
Exactly the question I put, sir, although it looked more as if he'd fallen into a concrete mixer. No, sir, says one of the stretcher-bearers. He tripped over the ship's cat. Ship's cat, I says. What ship's cat? So he turns to his oppo and says, Ain't we got a ship's cat, Nobby? Whereupon the stoker called Nobby looks at him pityingly and says, He got it all wrong, sir. Poor old Riley just came all over queer. Took a weak turn, he did. I hope he ain't hurt hisself. He sounded quite anxious.
What had happened?
Tyndall queried. I let it go at that. Young Nichols took two of them aside, promised no action, and had it out of them in a minute flat. Seems that Riley saw in this morning's affair a magnificent opportunity for provoking trouble. Cursed you for an inhuman, cold-blooded murderer, and, I regret to say, cast serious aspersions on your immediate ancestors. And all of this, mind you, where he thought he was safe, among his own friends. His friends half killed him. You know, sir, I envy you. He broke off, rose abruptly to his feet. Now, sir, if you'll just lie down and roll up your sleeve— Oh, damn! Come in. It was Tyndall who answered the knock. Ah, for me, young Chrysler. Thank you. He looked up at Vallery. From London, in reply to my signal. He turned it over in his hand 2 or 3 times. I suppose I have to open it some time, he said, reluctantly. The surgeon commander half rose to his feet. Shall I— No, Brooks. Why should you? Besides, it's from our mutual friend, Admiral Starr. I'm sure you'd like to hear what he's got to say, wouldn't you? No, I wouldn't. Brooks was very blunt. I can't imagine it'll be anything good. Tyndall opened the signal, smoothed it out. DNO to Admiral commanding 14th ACS, he read slowly. Tirpitz reported preparing to move out. Impossible detach fleet carrier. FR-77 vital. Proceed Murmansk all speed. Good luck. Starr. Tyndall paused, his mouth twisted. Good luck. He might have spared us that. For a long time, the 3 men looked at each other, silently, without expression. Characteristically, it was Brooks who broke the silence. Speaking of forgiveness, he murmured quietly, 8. It was still only afternoon, but the grey Arctic twilight was already thickening over the sea, as the Ulysses dropped slowly astern. The wind had died away completely. Again the snow was falling, steadily, heavily, and visibility was down to a bare cable length. It was bitterly cold. In little groups of 3 and 4, officers and men made their way aft to the starboard side of the poop deck. Exhausted, bone-chilled men, mostly sunk in private and bitter thought, they shuffled wordlessly aft, dragging feet, kicking up little puffs of powdery snow. On the poop, They ranged themselves soundlessly behind the captain, or in a line inboard and aft of the long symmetrical row of snow-covered hummocks that heaved up roundly from the unbroken whiteness of the poop. The captain was flanked by 3 of his officers, Karslake, Etherton, and the surgeon commander. Karslake was by the guardrail, the lower half of his face swathed in bandages to the eyes. For the second time in 24 hours he had waylaid Vallery, begged him to reconsider the decision to deprive him of his commission. On the first occasion, Vallery had been adamant, almost contemptuous. 10 minutes ago he had been icy and abrupt, had threatened Karslake with close arrest if he annoyed him again. And now Karslake just stared unseeingly into the snow and gloom, pale blue eyes darkened and heavy with hate. Etherton stood just behind Vallery's left shoulder, shivering uncontrollably. Above the white, jerking line of compressed mouth, cheek and jaw muscles were working incessantly. Only his eyes were steady, dulled in sick fascination at the curious mound at his feet. Brooks, too, was tight-lipped, but there the resemblance ended. Red of face and wrathful blue of eye, he fumed and seethed as can only a doctor whose orders have been openly flouted by the critically ill. Vallery, as Brooks had told him, forcibly and insubordinately, had no bloody right to be there, was all sorts of a damned fool for leaving his bunk. But, as Vallery had mildly pointed out, somebody had to conduct a funeral service, and that was the captain's duty if the padre couldn't do it. And this day the padre couldn't do it, for it was the padre who lay dead at his feet and at the feet of Etherton, the man who had surely killed him. The padre had died 4 hours ago, just after Charlie had gone. Tyndall had been far out in his estimate. Charlie had not appeared within the hour. Charlie had not appeared until mid-morning, but when he did come, he had the company of 3 of his kind. A long haul indeed from the Norwegian coast to this, the 10th degree west of longitude, but nothing for these giant condors, Focke-Wulf 200s, who regularly flew the great dawn-to-dusk half-circle from Trondheim to occupied France, round the west coast of the British Isles. Condors in company always meant trouble, and these were no exception. They flew directly over the convoy, approaching from astern. The barrage from merchant ships and escorts was intense, and the bombing attack was pressed home with a marked lack of enthusiasm. The Condors bombed from a height of 7,000 feet. In that clear, cold morning air, the bombs were in view almost from the moment they cleared the bomb bays. There was time to spare to take avoiding action. Almost at once, the Condors had broken off the attack and disappeared to the east, impressed, but apparently unharmed, by the warmth of their reception. In the circumstances, the attack was highly suspicious. Circumspect Charlie might normally be on reconnaissance, but on the rare occasions that he chose to attack, he generally did so with courage and determination. The recent sally was just too timorous, the tactics too obviously hopeless. Possibly, of course, recent entrants to the Luftwaffe were given to a discretion so signally lacking in their predecessors, or perhaps they were under strict orders not to risk their valuable craft. But probably, almost certainly, it was thought that futile attack was only diversionary, and the main danger lay elsewhere. The watch over and under the sea was intensified. 5, 10, 15 minutes passed, and nothing had happened. Radar and ASDIC screens remained obstinately clear. Tyndall finally decided that there was no justification for keeping the entire ship's company, so desperately in need of rest, at action stations for a moment longer, and ordered the stand down to be sounded. Normal defence stations were resumed. All forenoon work had been cancelled, and officers and ratings off watch, almost to a man, went to snatch what brief sleep they could. But not all. Brooks and Nichols had their patients to attend to. The navigator returned to the chart house. Marshall and his commissioned gunner, Mr. Peters, resumed their interrupted routine rounds. And Etherton, nervous, anxious, oversensitive, and desperately eager to redeem himself for his share in the Karslake Ralston episode, remained huddled and watchful in the cold, lonely eyrie of the director tower. The sharp, urgent call from the deck outside came to Marshall and Peters as they were talking to the leading wireman in charge of No. 2 electrical shop. The shop was on the port side of the forecastle deck cross passage, which ran athwartships forward of the wardroom, curving aft round the trunking of B turret. 4 quick steps had them out of the shop, through the screen door, and peering over the side through the freshly falling snow, following the gesticulating finger of an excited marine. Marshall glanced at the man, recognized him immediately. It was Charteris, the only ranker known personally to every officer in the ship. In port, he doubled as wardroom barman. "What is it, Charteris?" he demanded. "What are you seeing? Quickly, man." "There, sir. Look. Out there. No, a bit more to your right. It's a sub, sir. A U-boat." "What? What's that? A U-boat?" Marshall half-turned as the Reverend Winthrop, the padre, squeezed to the rail between himself and Charteris. "Where? Where is it? Show me! Show me!" "Straight ahead, padre. I can see it now. But it's a damn funny shape for a U-boat, if you'll excuse the language," Marshall added hastily. He caught the warlike, unchristian gleam in Winthrop's eyes, smothered a laugh, and peered through the snow at the strange, squat shape which had now drifted almost abreast of them. High up in the tower, Etherton's restless, hunting eyes had already seen it, even before Charteris. Like Charteris, he immediately thought it was a U-boat caught surfacing in a snowstorm, the payoff of the attack by the Condors. The thought that ASDIC or radar would certainly have picked it up never occurred to him. Time, speed, that was the essence before it vanished. Unthinkingly, he grabbed the phone to the forward multiple pom-pom. "Director, pom-pom," he barked urgently. "U-boat, port 60. Range 100 yards. Moving aft. Repeat, port 60. Can you see it?" "No! No! Port 60. 70 now," he shouted desperately. "Oh, good! Good! Commence tracking." "On target, sir," the receiver crackled in his ear. "Open fire! Continuous." "Sir, but sir, Kingston's not here. He went—" "Never mind Kingston!" Etherton shouted furiously. Kingston, he knew, was captain of the gun. "Open fire, you fools, now! I'll take full responsibility." He thrust the phone back on the rest, moved across the observation panel. Then realization, sickening, shocking fear, seared through his mind, and he lunged desperately for the phone. "Belay the last order!" he shouted wildly. "Cease fire! Cease fire! Oh, my God! My God! My God!" Through the receiver came the staccato, angry bark of the 2-pounder. The receiver dropped from his hand, crashed against the bulkhead. It was too late. It was too late, because he had committed the cardinal sin. He had forgotten to order the removal of the muzzle covers, the metal plates that sealed off the flash covers of the guns when not in use, and the shells were fused to explode on contact. The first shell exploded inside its barrel, killing the trainer and seriously wounding the communication number. The other three smashed through their flimsy covers and exploded within a second of each other, a few feet from the faces of the 4 watchers on the forecastle deck. All 4 were untouched, miraculously untouched by the flying, screaming metal. It flew outwards and downwards, a red-hot iron hail sizzling out into the sea. But the blast of the explosion was backwards, and the power of even a few pounds of high explosive, detonating at arm's length, is lethal. The Padre died instantly, Peters and Charteris within seconds, and all from the same cause, telescoped occiputs. The blast hurled them backwards off their feet, as if flung by a giant hand, the backs of their heads smashing to an eggshell pulp against the bulkhead. The blood seeped darkly into the snow, and was obliterated in a moment. Marshall was lucky, fantastically so. The explosion, he said afterwards that it was like getting in the way of the driving piston of the Coronation Scot, flung him through the open door behind him, ripped off the heels of both shoes as they caught on the storm sill. He braked violently in mid-air, described a complete somersault, slithered along the passage, and smashed squarely into the trunking of B turret, his back framed by the 4 big spikes of the butterfly nuts securing an inspection hatch. Had he been standing a foot to the right or the left? Had his heels been 2 inches higher as he catapulted through the doorway? Had he hit the turret a hair's breadth to the left or right? Lieutenant Marshall had no right to be alive. The laws of chance said so, overwhelmingly. As it was, Marshall was now sitting up in the sick bay, strapped to broken ribs, making breathing painful, but otherwise unharmed. The suspected U-boat, an upturned lifeboat, mute token of some earlier tragedy on the Russian convoys, had long since vanished into the white twilight. Captain Vallery's voice, low and husky, died softly away. He stepped back, closing the prayer book, and the forlorn notes of the bugle echoed briefly over the poop and died in the blanketing snow. Men stood silently, unmovingly as, one by one, the 13 figures shrouded in weighted canvas slid down the tipped plank, down from under the Union flag, splashed heavily into the Arctic, and were gone. For long seconds, no one moved. The unreal, hypnotic effect of that ghostly ritual of burial held tired, sluggish minds in unwilling thrall, held men oblivious to cold and discomfort. Even when Etherton half stepped forward, sighed, crumpled down quietly, unspectacularly in the snow, the trance-like hiatus continued. Some ignored him, others glanced his way, incuriously. It seemed absurd, but it struck Nichols, standing in the background, that they might have stayed there indefinitely, the minds and the blood of men slowing up, coagulating, freezing, while they turned to pillars of ice. Then suddenly, with exacerbating abruptness, the spell was shattered. The strident scream of the emergency station's whistle seared through the gathering gloom. It took Vallery about 3 minutes to reach the bridge. He rested often, pausing on every second or third step of the 4 ladders that reached up to the bridge. Even so, the climb drained the last reserves of his frail strength. Brooks had to half-carry him through the gate. Vallery clung to the binnacle, fighting for breath through foam-flecked lips. But his eyes were alive, alert as always, probing through the swirling snow. "Contact closing. Closing. Steady on course. Interception course. Speed unchanged." The radar loudspeaker was muffled, impersonal, but the calm, precise tones of Lieutenant Bowden were unmistakable. "Good. Good. We'll fox him yet." Tyndall, his tired, sagging face lit up in almost beaming anticipation, turned to the captain. The prospect of action always delighted Tyndall. "Something coming up from the south-southwest, Captain." "Good God above, man, what are you doing here?" He was shocked at Vallery's appearance. "Brooks, why in heaven's name—" "Suppose you try talking to him," Brooks growled wrathfully. He slammed the gate shut behind him, stalked stiffly off the bridge. "What's the matter with him?" Tyndall asked, of no one in particular. "What the hell am I supposed to have done?" "Nothing, sir." Vallery pacified him. "It's all my fault. Disobeying doctor's orders and what have you. You were saying?" "Ah, yes. Trouble, I'm afraid, Captain." Vallery smiled secretly as he saw the satisfaction, the pleased anticipation creep back into the Admiral's face. "Radar reports a surface vessel approaching. Big, fast, more or less on interception course for us." "And not ours, of course," Vallery murmured. He looked up suddenly. "By Jove, sir, it couldn't be—" "The Tirpitz?" Tyndall finished for him. He shook his head in decision. "My first thought too, but no. Admiralty and Air Force are watching her like a broody hen over her eggs. If she moves a foot, we'll know. Probably some heavy cruiser." "Closing. Closing. Course unaltered." Bowden's voice, clipped, easy, was vaguely reminiscent of a cricket commentator's. "Estimated speed 24. Repeat 24 knots." His voice crackled into silence as the WT speaker came to life. "WT bridge. WT bridge. Signal from convoy. Sterling, Admiral. Understood. Wilco, out." "Excellent. Excellent. From Jeffries," Tyndall explained. "I sent him a signal ordering the convoy to alter course to north-northwest. That should take him well clear of our approaching friend." Vallery nodded. "How far ahead is the convoy, sir?" "Pilot!" Tyndall called and leaned back expectantly. 6.5 miles?" The K-pop kid's face was expressionless. "He's slipping," Tyndall said mournfully. "The strange telling. A couple of days ago he'd have given us the distance to the nearest yard. 6 miles. Far enough, Captain. He'll never pick 'em up. Bowden says he hasn't even picked us up yet, that the intersection of courses must be pure coincidence. I gather Lieutenant Bowden has a poor opinion of German radar." "I know. I hope he's right. For the first time, the question is of rather more than academic interest." Vallery gazed to the south, his binoculars to his eyes. There was only the sea, the thinning snow. "Anyway, this came at a good time." Tyndall arched a bushy eyebrow. It was strange, down there on the poop.
Vallery was hesitant. There was something weird, uncanny in the air. I didn't like it, sir. It was desperately, well, almost frightening. The snow, the silence, the dead men. 13 dead men. I can only guess how the men felt. About Etherton, about anything. But it wasn't good. Don't know how it would have ended. 5 miles, loudspeaker cut in. Repeat, 5 miles. Course, speed, constant.
5 miles,
Tyndall repeated in relief. Intangibles bothered him.
Time to trail our coats a little, Captain. We'll soon be in what Bowden reckons is his radar range. Due east, I think. It'll look as if we're covering the tail of the convoy and heading for the North Cape.
Starboard 10, Vallery ordered. The cruiser came gradually round, met, settled on her new course. Engine revolutions were cut down till the Ulysses was cruising along at 26 knots. 1 minute. 5 minutes passed. Then the loudspeaker blared again. Radar, bridge. Constant distance, altering on the interception course.
Excellent. Really excellent.
The Admiral was almost purring.
We have him, gentlemen. He's missed the convoy. Commence firing by radar.
Vallery reached for the director handset. Director? Ah, it's you, Courtney. Good. Good. You just do that. Vallery replaced the set, looked across at Tyndall. Smart as a whip, that boy. He's had X and Y lined up, tracking for the past 10 minutes. Just a matter of pressing a button, he says.
Sounds uncommon like our friend here.
Tyndall jerked his head in the direction of the Kapok Kid, then looked up in surprise.
Courtney? Did you say Courtney? Where's Guns?
In his cabin, as far as I know. Collapsed on the poop. Anyway, he's in no fit state to do his job. Thank God I'm not in that boy's shoes. I can imagine. The Ulysses shuddered, and the whip-like crash of X turret drowned Vallery's voice as the 5.25 shells screamed away into the twilight. Seconds later, the ship shook again as the guns of Y turret joined in. Thereafter the guns fired alternately, 1 shell at a time every half minute. There was no point in wasting ammunition when the fall of shot could not be observed. But it was probably the bare minimum necessary to infuriate the enemy and distract his attention from everything except the ship ahead. The snow had thinned away now to a filmy curtain of gauze that blurred rather than obscured the horizon. To the west, the clouds were lifting, the sky lightening in sunset. Vallery ordered X turret to cease fire, to load with star shell. Abruptly, the snow was gone, and the enemy was there, big and menacing, a black, featureless silhouette with the sudden flush of sunset striking incongruous golden gleams from the water creaming high at her bows. "Starboard 30," Vallery snapped. "Full ahead, smoke screen." Tyndall nodded compliance. It was no part of his plan to become embroiled with a German heavy cruiser or pocket battleship, especially at an almost point-blank range of 4 miles. On the bridge, 6 pairs of binoculars peered aft, trying to identify the enemy. But the fore and aft silhouette against the reddening sky was difficult to analyze.
exasperatingly vague and ambiguous. Suddenly, as they watched, white gouts of flame lanced out from the heart of the silhouette. Simultaneously, the star shell burst high up in the air, directly above the enemy, bathing him in an intense, merciless white glare, so that he appeared strangely naked and defenseless. An illusory appearance. Everyone ducked low in reflex instinct as the shells whistled just over their heads and plunged into the sea ahead. Everyone, that is, except the Kapok Kid. He bent an impassive eye on the Admiral as the latter slowly straightened up. "Hipper-class, sir," he announced. 10,000 tons, 8-inch guns. Carries aircraft. Tyndall looked at his unsmiling face in long suspicion. He cast around in his mind for a suitably crushing reply, caught sight of the German cruiser's turrets belching smoke in the sinking glare of the star shell. "My oath!" he exclaimed. "Not wasting much time, are they? And damn good shooting," he added, in professional admiration, as the shells hissed into the sea through the Ulysses' boiling wake, about 150 feet astern. "Bracketed in the first 2 salvos. They'll straddle us next time." The Ulysses was still heeling round, the black smoke beginning to pour from the after funnel, when Vallery straightened, clapped his binoculars to his eyes. Heavy clouds of smoke were mushrooming from the enemy's starboard deck, just forward of the bridge. "Oh, well done, young Courtney!" he burst out. "Well done indeed!" "Well done indeed!" Tyndall echoed. "A beauty! Still, I don't think we'll stop to argue the point with them. Ah, just in time, gentlemen. Gad, that was close." The stern of Ulysses, swinging round now, almost to the north, disappeared from sight as a salvo crashed into the sea, dead astern, one of the shells exploding in a great eruption of water. The next salvo, obviously the hit on the enemy cruiser hadn't affected her firepower, fell a cable length astern. The German was now firing blind. Engineer Commander Dobson was making smoke with a vengeance, the oily black smoke flattening down on the surface of the sea, rolling, thick, impenetrable. Vallery doubled back on course, then headed east at high speed. For the next 2 hours, in the dusk and darkness, they played cat and mouse with the Hipper-class cruiser, firing occasionally, appearing briefly, tantalizingly, then disappearing behind a smokescreen, hardly needed now in the coming night. All the time, radar was their eyes and their ears, and never played them false. Finally, satisfied that all danger to the convoy was gone, Tyndall laid a double screen in a great curving U and vanished to the southwest, firing a few final shells, not so much in token of farewell as to indicate direction of departure. 90 minutes later, at the end of a giant half-circle to port, the Ulysses was sitting far to the north, while Bowden and his men tracked the progress of the enemy. He was reported as moving steadily east, then, just before contact was lost, as altering course to the southeast. Tyndall climbed down from his chair, numbed and stiff. He stretched himself luxuriantly. "Not a bad night's work, Captain. Not bad at all. What do you bet our friend spends the night circling to the south and east at high speed, hoping to come up ahead of the convoy in the morning?" Tyndall felt almost jubilant, in spite of his exhaustion. "By that time, FR-77 should be 200 miles to the north of him. I suppose, pilot, you've worked out intersection courses for rejoining the convoy at all speeds
Up to 100 knots.
I think we should be able to regain contact without much difficulty, said the Kapok Kid politely.
It's when he's at his most modest, Tyndall announced, that he sickens me most. Heavens above, I'm froze to death. Oh, damn. Not more trouble, I hope.
The communication rating behind the compass platform picked up the jangling phone, listened briefly. "For you, sir," he said to Vallery. "The surgeon lieutenant." "Just take the message, Chrysler." "Sorry, sir. Insists on speaking to you himself." Chrysler handed the receiver into the bridge. Vallery smothered an exclamation of annoyance, lifted the receiver to his ear. "Captain here." "Yes, what is it?" "What?" "What?" "Oh, God, no." "Why wasn't I told?" "Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you." Vallery handed the receiver back, turned heavily to Tyndall. In the darkness, the Admiral felt, rather than saw, the sudden weariness, the hunched defeat of the shoulders. "That was Nichols." Vallery's voice was flat, colourless. "Lieutenant Etherton shot himself in his cabin 5 minutes ago." At 4 o'clock in the morning, in heavy snow, but in a calm sea, the Ulysses rejoined the convoy. By mid-morning of the next day, a bare 6 hours later, Admiral Tyndall had become an old, weary man. Haggard, haunted by remorse and bitter self-criticism, close, very close to despair. Miraculously, in a matter of hours, the chubby cheeks had collapsed in shrunken flaccidity. Draining blood had left the florid cheeks a parchment grey. The sunken eyes had dulled in blood and exhaustion. The extent and speed of the change wrought in that tough and jovial sailor, a sailor seemingly impervious to the most deadly vicissitudes of war, was incredible. Incredible and disturbing in itself, but infinitely more so in its wholly demoralizing effect on the men. To every arch there is but one keystone, or so any man must inevitably think. Any impartial court of judgment would have cleared Tyndall of all guilt, would have acquitted him without a trial. He had done what he thought right, what any commander would have done in his place. But Tyndall sat before the merciless court of his own conscience. He could not forget that it was he who had rerouted the convoy so far to the north, that it was he who had ignored official orders to break straight for the North Cape, that it was exactly on latitude 70 degrees north, where their lordships had told him they would be, that FR 77 had, on that cold, clear, windless dawn, blundered straight into the heart of the heaviest concentration of U-boats encountered in the Arctic during the entire course of the war. The wolf pack had struck at its favourite hour, the dawn, and from its favourite position, the northeast, with the dawn in its eyes. It struck cruelly, skilfully, and with a calculated ferocity. Admittedly, the era of Captain Lieutenant Preen, his U-boat long ago sent to the bottom with all hands by the destroyer Wolverine, and his illustrious contemporaries, the heyday of the great U-boat commanders, the high noon of individual brilliance and great personal gallantry, was gone. But in its place, and generally acknowledged to be even more dangerous, more deadly, were the concerted, highly integrated mass attacks of the wolf packs,
methodical, machine-like, almost reduced to a formula under a single directing command. The Coachella, third vessel in the port line, was the first to go. Sister ship to the Vitura and the Varela, also accompanying her in FR-77, the Coachella carried over 3 million gallons of 100-octane petrol. She was hit by at least 3 torpedoes. The first 2 broke her almost in half. The third triggered off a stupendous detonation that literally blew her out of existence. One moment she was there, sailing serenely through the limpid twilight of sunrise. The next moment she was gone. Gone completely, utterly gone, with only a seething ocean convulsed in boiling white to show where she had been. Gone while stunned eardrums and stupefied minds struggled vainly to grasp the significance of what had happened. Gone while blind reflex instinct hurled men into whatever shelter offered as a storm of lethal metal swept over the fleet. 2 ships took the full force of the explosion. A huge mass of metal, it might have been a winch, passed clear through the superstructure of the Cirrus, a cable length away on the starboard. It completely wrecked the radar office. What happened to the other ship immediately astern, the impossibly named Tennessee Adventurer, was not clear, but almost certainly her wheelhouse and bridge had been severely damaged. She had lost steering control, was not under command. Tragically, this was not at first understood, simply because it was not apparent. Tyndall, recovering fast from the sheer physical shock of the explosion, broke out the signal for an emergency turn to port. The wolf pack obviously lay on the port hand, and the only action to take to minimize further losses, to counter the enemy strategy, was to head straight towards them. He was reasonably sure that the U-boats would be bunched. Generally they strung out only for the slow convoys. Besides, he had adopted this tactic several times in the past with a high degree of success. Finally, it cut the U-boat's target to an impossible 10th, forcing on them the alternative of diving or the risk of being trampled under. With the immaculate precision and coordination of Olympic equestrians, the convoy heeled steadily over to starboard, slewed majestically round, trailing curved white wakes, phosphorescently alive in the near darkness that still clung to the surface of the sea. Too late, it was seen that the Tennessee Adventurer was not under command. Slowly, then with dismaying speed, she came round to the east, angling directly for another merchantman, the tobacco planter. There was barely time to think, to appreciate the inevitable. Frantically, the planter's helm went hard over in an attempt to clear the other astern, but the wildly swinging Adventurer, obviously completely out of control, matched the planter's tightening circle, foot by inexorable foot, blind malice at the helm. She struck the planter with sickening violence just forward of the bridge. The Adventurer's bows, crumpling as they went, bit deeply into her side, 15, 20 feet in a chaos of tearing, rending metal. The stopping power of 10,000 tons dead weight, travelling at 15 knots, is fantastic. The wound was mortal, and the planter's own momentum, carrying her past, wrenched her free from the lethal bows, opening the wound to the hungry sea, and hastened her own end. Almost at once she began to fill, to list heavily to starboard. Aboard the Adventurer, someone must have taken over command. Her engine stopped. She lay almost motionless alongside the sinking ship, slightly down by the head. The rest of the convoy cleared the drifting vessels, steadied west by north. Far out on the starboard hand, Commander Orr, in the Cirrus, clawed his damaged destroyer round in a violent turn,
headed back towards the crippled freighters. He had gone less than half a mile when he was recalled by a vicious signal from the flagship. Tyndall was under no illusions. The adventurer, he knew, might remain there all day, unharmed. It was obvious that the planter would be gone in a matter of minutes. But that would be a guarantee neither of the absence of U-boats, nor of the sudden excess of misguided enemy chivalry. The enemy would be there, would wait to the last possible second before dark, in the hope that some rescue destroyer would heave to alongside the adventurer. In that respect, Tyndall was right. The adventurer was torpedoed just before sunset. 3/4 of the ship's company escaped in lifeboats, along with 20 survivors picked up from the planter. A month later, the frigate Isha found them, in 3 lifeboats tied line ahead, off the bitter iron coast of Bear Island, heading steadily north. The captain, alert and upright, was still sitting in the stern sheets, empty eye sockets searching for some lost horizon, a withered claw locked to the tiller. The rest were sitting or lying about the boats, one actually standing, his arm cradled around the mast, and all with shrunken, sun-blackened lips drawn back in hideous mirth. The logbook lay beside the captain, empty. All had frozen to death on that first night. The young frigate commander had cast them adrift, watched them disappear over the northern rim of the world, steering for the barrier. And the barrier is the region of the great silence, the seas of incredible peace, so peaceful, so calm, so cold, that they may be there yet, the dead who cannot rest. A mean and shabby end for the temple of the spirit. It is not known whether the Admiralty approved the action of the captain of the frigate. But in the major respect, that of anticipating enemy disposition, the Admiral was utterly wrong. The Wolf-Pack commander had outguessed him, and it was arguable that Tyndall should have foreseen this. His tactic of swinging an entire convoy into the face of torpedo attack was well known to the enemy. It was also well known that his ship was the Ulysses, and the Ulysses, the only one of her kind, was familiar, by sight or picture silhouette, to every U-boat commander in the German Navy. And it had been reported, of course, that it was the Ulysses that was leading FR-77 through to Murmansk. Tyndall should have expected and forestalled the long-overdue encounter. For the submarine that had torpedoed the Coachella had been the last, not the first of the pack. The others had lain to the south of the U-boat that had sprung the trap, and well to the west of the track of FR-77, clear beyond the reach of Azdik. And when the convoy wheeled to the west, the U-boats lined up leisurely, firing tracks as the ships steamed up to cross their bows at right angles. The sea was calm, calm as a mill-pond, an extraordinary deep Mediterranean blue. The snow squalls of the night had passed away. Far to the southeast, a brilliant sun was shouldering itself clear of the horizon, its level rays striking a great band of silver across the Arctic, highlighting the ships, shrouded white in snow, against the darker sea and sky beyond. The conditions were ideal, if one may use the word ideal, to describe the prologue to a massacre. Massacre, an almost total destruction there must inevitably have been, but for the warning that came almost too late. A warning given neither by radar nor Azdik, nor by any of the magically efficient instruments of modern detection, but simply by the keen eyes of an 18-year-old ordinary seaman,
and the God-sent rays of the rising sun.
"Captain, sir! Captain, sir!"
It was young Chrysler who shouted. His voice broke in wild excitement. His eyes were glued to the powerful binoculars clamped on the port searchlight control position.
"There's something flashing to the south, sir. It flashed twice. There it goes again."
"Where, boy?" Tyndall shouted. "Come on! Where? Where?" In his agitation, Chrysler had forgotten the golden rule of the reporting lookout. Bearing must come first.
"Port 50, sir. No, Port 60. Oh, I've lost sight of it now, sir."
Every pair of glasses on the bridge swung round on the given bearing. There was nothing to be seen. Just nothing at all. Tyndall shut his telescope slowly, shrugged his shoulders, eloquent in disbelief. "Maybe there is something," said the Kapok Kid doubtfully. "How about the sea catching a periscope, making a quick circle sweep?" Tyndall looked at him, silent, expressionless, looked away, stared straight ahead. To the Kapok Kid, he seemed strange, different. His face was set, stonily impassive, the face of a man with 20 ships and 5,000 lives in his keeping, the face of a man who has already made one wrong decision too many.
"There they go again!" Chrysler screamed. No, 3 flashes!"
He was almost beside himself with excitement, literally dancing in an agony of frustration.
"I did see them, sir! I did! Oh, please, sir, please!"
Tyndall had swung round again. 10 long seconds he gazed at Chrysler, who had left his binoculars and was gripping the gate in gauntleted hands, shaking it in anguished appeal. Abruptly Tyndall made up his mind. "Hard aport, Captain! Bentley, the signal!" Slowly, on the unsupported word of an 18-year-old, FR-77 came round to the south. Slowly, just too slowly. Suddenly the sea was alive with running torpedoes. 3, 5, 10. Vallery counted 30 in as many seconds. They were running shallow, and their bubbling trails, evil ever lengthening, rose swiftly to the surface, and lay there milkily on the glassy sea. Delicately evanescent shafts, for arrowheads so lethal. Parallel in the centre, they fanned out to the east and west to embrace the entire convoy. It was a fantastic sight. No man in that convoy had ever seen anything remotely like it. In a moment, the confusion was complete. There was no time for signals. It was every ship for itself in an attempt to avoid wholesale destruction. And confusion was worse confounded by the ships in the centre and outer lines, that had not yet seen the wakes of the streaking torpedoes. Escape for all was impossible. The torpedoes were far too closely bunched. The cruiser Sterling was the first casualty. Just when she seemed to have cleared all danger, she was far ahead where the torpedoes were thickest. She lurched under some unseen hammer blow, slewed round crazily, and steamed away back to the east, smoke hanging heavily over her poop. The Ulysses, brilliantly handled, heeled over on maximum rudder, and under the counter-thrusting of her great screws, slid down an impossibly narrow lane between 4 torpedoes, 2 of them racing by a bare boat's length from either side. She was still a lucky ship. The destroyers, fast, highly maneuverable, impeccably handled, bobbed and weaved their way to safety with almost contemptuous ease, straightened up and headed south under maximum power. The merchant ships, big, clumsy, relatively slow, were less fortunate. 2 ships in the port line, a tanker and a freighter, were struck. Miraculously, both just staggered under the numbing shock, then kept on coming.
Not so the big freighter immediately behind them. Her holds crammed with tanks, her decks lined with them. She was torpedoed 3 times in 3 seconds. There was no smoke, no fire, no spectacular after-explosion. Sieved and ripped from stern to stem, she sank quickly, quietly, still on even keel, dragged down by the sheer weight of metal. No one below decks had even the slightest chance of escaping. A merchantman in the centre line, the Belle Isle, was torpedoed amidships. There were 2 separate explosions. Probably she had been struck twice, and she was instantly on fire. Within seconds, the list to port was pronounced, increasing momentarily. Gradually her rails dipped under, the outslung lifeboats almost touching the surface of the sea. 15 men were seen to be slipping, sliding down the shearing deck and hatch covers, already half submerged, towards the nearest lifeboat. Desperately they hacked at belly-band securing ropes, piled into the lifeboat in grotesquely comical haste, pushed it clear of the dipping davits, seized the oars and pulled frantically away. From beginning to end, hardly a minute had elapsed. Half a dozen powerful strokes had them clear beyond their ship's counter. 2 more took them straight under the swinging bows of the Walter A. Vallery, her companion tank carrier in the starboard line. The consummate seamanship that had saved the Vallery could do nothing to save the lifeboat. The little boat crumpled and splintered like a matchwood toy, catapulting screaming men into the icy sea. As the big grey hull of the Vallery slid swiftly by them, they struck out with insane strength that made nothing of their heavy Arctic clothing. At such times, reason vanishes. The thought that if, by some God-given miracle, they were to escape the guillotine of the Vallery's single great screw, they would do so only to die minutes later in the glacial cold of the Arctic, never occurred to them. But as it happened, death came by neither metal nor cold. They were still struggling, almost abreast the poop, vainly trying to clear the rushing, sucking vortex of water, when the torpedoes struck the Vallery, close together and simultaneously, just forward of the rudder. For swimming men who have been in the close vicinity of an underwater high explosion, there can be no shadow of hope. The effect is inhuman, revolting, shocking beyond conception. In such cases, experienced doctors, pathologists even, can only with difficulty bring themselves to look upon what were once human beings. But for these men, as so often in the Arctic, death was kind, for they died unknowing. The Walter A. Vallery's stern had been almost completely blown off. Hundreds of tons of water were already rushing in the great gaping hole below the counter, racing through cross bulkheads fractured by the explosion, smashing open engine boiler room watertight doors buckled by the blast, pulling her down by the stern, steadily, relentlessly, till her taffrail dipped salute to the waiting Arctic. For a moment she hung there. Then, in quick succession from deep inside the hull, came a muffled explosion, the ear-shattering, frightening roar of escaping high-pressure steam, and the thunderous crash of massive boilers rending away from their stools as the ship upended. Almost immediately the shattered stern lurched heavily, sunk lower and lower till the poop was completely gone, till the dripping forefoot was tilted high above the sea. Foot by foot the angle of tilt increased, the stern plunged 100, 200 feet under the surface of the sea, the bows rearing almost as high against the blue of the sky, buoyed up by 500,000 cubic feet of trapped air.
The ship was exactly 4 degrees off the vertical when the end came. It was possible to establish this angle precisely, for it was just at that second, half a mile away aboard the Ulysses, that the shutter clicked, the shutter of the camera in Lieutenant Nichols' gauntleted hands. A camera that captured an unforgettable picture. A stark, simple picture of a sinking ship, almost vertically upright against a pale blue sky. A picture with a strange lack of detail, with the exception only of 2 squat shapes, improbably suspended in mid-air. These were 30-ton tanks, broken loose from their foredeck lashings, caught in mid-flight as they smashed down on the bridge structure, awash in the sea. In the background was the stern of the Belle Isle, the screw out of the water, the red duster trailing idly in the peaceful sea. Bare seconds after the camera had clicked, the camera was blown from Nichols's hands, the case crumpling against a bulkhead, the lens shattering, but the film still intact. Panic-stricken the seamen in the lifeboat may have been, but it wasn't unreasoning panic. In number 2 hold, just forward of the fire, the Belle Isle had been carrying over 1,000 tons of tank ammunition. Broken cleanly in 2, she was gone inside a minute. The Baddeley's bows, riddled by the explosion, slid gently down behind her. The echoes of the explosion were still rolling out over the sea in ululating diminuendo, when they were caught up and flung back by a series of muffled reports from the south. Less than 2 miles away, the Cirrus, Vectra, and Viking, dazzling white in the morning sun, were weaving a crazily intricate pattern over the sea, depth charges cascading from either side of their poop decks. From time to time, one or other almost disappeared behind towering mushrooms of erupting water and spray, reappearing magically as the white columns fell back into the sea. To join in the hunt, to satisfy the flaming primitive lust for revenge, that was Tyndall's first impulse. The Kapok Kid looked at him furtively and wondered at the hunched rigidity, the compressed lipless mouth, the face contorted in white and bitter rage, a bitterness directed not least against himself. Tyndall twisted suddenly in his seat. "Medley! Signal the Sterling! Ascertain damage!" The Sterling was more than a mile astern now, but coming round fast, her speed at least 20 knots. "Making water after engine room," Bentley read eventually. "Storerooms flooded, but hull damage slight. Under control. Steering gear jammed. On emergency steering. Am all right." "Thank God for that. Signal. Take over. Proceed east." "Come on, Captain. Let's give Orr a hand to deal with these murdering hounds." The Kapok Kid looked at him in sudden dismay. "Sir." Yes, pilot, what is it?" Tyndall was curt, impatient. "How about that first U-boat?" Carpenter ventured. "Can't be much more than a mile to the south, sir. Shouldn't we—"
"God almighty!"
Tyndall swore. His face was suffused with anger.
"Are you trying to tell me—"
He broke off abruptly, stared at Carpenter for a long moment. "What did you say, pilot?" "The boat that sunk the tanker, sir," the Kapok Kid said carefully. "She could have reloaded by now, and she's in a perfect position—"
Of course,
Tyndall muttered. He passed a hand across his eyes, flickered a glance at Vallery. The captain had his head averted. Again the hand passed across the tired eyes.
"You're quite right, pilot. Quite right."
He paused, then smiled.
"As usual, damn you." The Ulysses found nothing to the north. The U-boat that had sunk the Coachella and sprung the trap had wisely decamped. While they were quartering the area, they heard the sound of gunfire, saw the smoke erupting from the Sirius's 4.7s. "Ask him what all the bloody fuss is about," Tyndall demanded irritably. The Kapok Kid smiled secretly. The old man had life in him yet. "Vectra and Viking damaged. Probably destroyed U-boat," the message read. "Vectra and self-sunk surfaced boat. How about you?" "How about you?" Tyndall exploded. "Damn his confounded insolence! How about you? He'll have the oldest bloody minesweeper in Scarpa for his next command. This is all your fault, pilot." "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Maybe he's only asking in a spirit of, anxious concern." "How would you like to be his navigator in his next command?" said Tyndall, dangerously. The Kapok Kid returned to his chart-house. "Carrington!" "Sir?" The first lieutenant was his invariable self, clear-eyed, freshly shaven, competent, alert. The sallow skin, hallmark of all men who have spent too many years under tropical suns, was unshadowed by fatigue. He hadn't slept for 3 days. "What do you make of that?" He pointed to the northwest. Curiously woolly grey clouds were blotting out the horizon. Before them the sea dusked to indigo under wandering catspaws from the north. "Hard to say, sir," Carrington said slowly. "Not heavy weather, that's certain. I've seen this before, sir. Low, twisting cloud, blowing up on a fine morning with the temperature rise. Very common in the Aleutians and the Bering Sea, sir. And there it means fog, heavy mist." "And you, Captain?" "No idea, sir." Vallery shook his head decisively. The plasma transfusions seemed to have helped him. "New to me. Never seen it before." "Thought not," Tyndall grunted. "Neither have I. That's why I asked number one first. If you think it's fog that's coming up, number one, let me know, will you? Can't afford to have convoy and escorts scattered over half the Arctic, although, mind you," he added bitterly, "I think they'll be a damn sight safer without us." "I can tell you now, sir." Carrington had that rare gift, the ability to make a confident, quietly unarguable assertion without giving the slightest offence. "It's fog." "Fair enough." Tyndall never doubted him. "Let's get the hell out of it. Bentley, signal the destroyers. Break off engagement, rejoin convoy. And Bentley, add the word immediate." He turned to Vallery. "For Commander Orr's benefit." Within the hour, merchant ships and escorts were on station again, on a northeast course at first, to clear any further packs on latitude 70 degrees. To the southeast, the sun was still bright, but the first thick, writhing tendrils of the mist, chill and dank, were already swirling round the convoy. Speed had been reduced to 6 knots. All ships were streaming fog buoys. Tyndall shivered, climbed stiffly from his chair as the stand-down sounded. He passed through the gate, stopped in the passage outside. He laid a glove on Chrysler's shoulder, kept it there as the boy turned round in surprise. "Just wanted to squint at these eyes of yours, laddie," he smiled. "We owe them a lot. Thank you very much. We will not forget." He looked a long time into the young face, forgot his own exhaustion, and swore softly in sudden compassion
as he saw the red-rimmed eyes, the white, maculated cheeks, stained with embarrassed pleasure.
"How old are you, Chrysler?" he asked abruptly.
18, sir. In 2 days' time. The soft West Country voice was almost defiant.
"He'll be 18 in 2 days' time,"
Tyndall repeated slowly to himself.
"Good God. Good God above."
He dropped his hand, walked wearily aft to the shelter, entered, closed the door behind him.
"He'll be 18 in 2 days' time,"
he repeated, like a man in a daze. Vallery propped himself up on the settee. "Who? Young Chrysler?" Tyndall nodded unhappily. "I know." Vallery was very quiet. "I know how it is." "He did a fine job today." Tyndall sagged down in a chair. His mouth twisted in bitterness.
"The only one. Dear God, what a mess."
He drew heavily on a cigarette, stared down at the floor.
10 green bottles hanging on a wall,"
he murmured absently. "I beg your pardon, sir?"
14 ships left Scapa. 18 St. John. The 2 components of FR-77,
Tyndall said softly.
32 ships in all. And now there are 17. And 3 of these damaged. I'm counting the Tennessee Adventurer as a dead duck."
He swore savagely.
"Hell's teeth! How I hate leaving ships like that! Sitting targets for any murdering—"
He stopped short, drew on his cigarette again, deeply.
"Doing wonderfully, aren't I?"
"Oh, nonsense, sir," Vallery interrupted, impatient, almost angry. "It wasn't any fault of yours that the carriers had to return."
"Meaning that the rest was my fault."
Tyndall smiled faintly, lifted a hand to silence the automatic protest.
"Sorry, Dick, I know you didn't mean that, but it's true. It's true. 6 merchant boys gone in 10 minutes. 6! And we shouldn't have lost one of them."
Head bent, elbows on knees, he screwed the heels of his palms into exhausted eyes.
"Rear Admiral Tyndall. Master strategist," he went on softly. "Alters convoy course to run smack into a heavy cruiser. Alters it again to run straight into the biggest wolf pack I've ever known. And just where the Admiralty said they would be. No matter what old Starr does to me when I get back, I've no kick coming. Not now. Not after this."
He rose heavily to his feet. The light of the single lamp caught his face. Vallery was shocked at the change. "Where to now, sir?" he asked.
"The bridge. No, stay where you are, Dick."
He tried to smile, but the smile was a grimace that flickered only to die.
"Leave me in peace, while I ponder my next miscalculation."
He opened the door, stopped dead as he heard the unmistakable whistling of shells close above, heard the EAS signals screaming urgently through the fog. Tyndall turned his head slowly, looked back into the shelter.
"It looks,"
he said bitterly,
as if I've already made it. 9.
The fog, Tyndall saw, was all around them now. Since that last heavy snowfall during the night, the temperature had risen steadily, quickly. But it had beguiled only to deceive. The clammy, icy feathers of the swirling mist now struck doubly chill. He hurried through the gate, Vallery close behind him. Turner, steel helmet trailing, was just leaving for the after tower. Tyndall stretched out his hand, stopped him.
"What is it, Commander? Who fired? Where? Where did it come from?"
"I don't know, sir. Shells came from astern, more or less, but I've a damn good idea who it is."
His eyes rested on the Admiral a long, speculative moment.
"Our friend of last night is back again."
He turned abruptly, hurried off the bridge. Tyndall looked after him, perplexed, uncomprehending. Then he swore softly, savagely, and jumped for the radar handset.
"Bridge! Admiral speaking! Lieutenant Bowden at once!"
The loudspeaker crackled into immediate life.
"Bowden speaking, sir."
"What the devil are you doing down there?"
Tyndall's voice was low, vicious.
"Asleep, or what? We're being attacked, Lieutenant Bowden, by a surface craft. This may be news to you."
He broke off, ducked low, as another salvo screamed overhead and crashed into the water less than half a mile ahead. The spray cascaded over the decks of a merchantman, glimpsed momentarily in a clear lane between two rolling fog banks. Tyndall straightened up quickly, snarled into the mouthpiece.
"He's got our range, and he's got it accurately! In God's name, Bowden, where is he?"
"Sorry, sir."
Bowden was cool, unruffled. "We can't seem to pick him up. We still have the Adventurer on our screens, and there appears to be a very slight distortion on his bearing, sir. Approximately 300. I suggest the enemy ship is still screened by the Adventurer, or, if she's closer, is on the Adventurer's direct bearing."
"How near?" Tyndall barked.
"Not near, sir. Very close to the Adventurer. We can't distinguish either by size or distance." Tyndall dangled the transmitter from his hand. He turned to Vallery.
"Does Bowden really expect me to believe that yarn?"
he asked angrily.
1,000,000 to 1 coincidence like that? An enemy ship accidentally chose and holds the only possible course to screen her from our radar? Fantastic!"
Vallery looked at him, his face without expression.
"Well?"
Tyndall was impatient.
"Isn't it?"
"No, sir," Vallery answered quietly. "It's not. Not really. And it wasn't accidental. The U-Pack would have radioed her, given our bearing and course. The rest was easy." Tyndall gazed at him through a long moment of comprehension, screwed his eyes shut, and shook his head in short, fierce jerks. It was a gesture compounded of self-criticism, the death of disbelief, the attempt to clear a woolly, exhausted mind.
"Hell, the 6-year-old could have seen that."
A shell whistled into the sea a bare 50 yards to port. Tyndall didn't flinch, might never have seen or heard it.
"Bowden!"
He had the transmitter to his mouth again. "Sir?"
"Any change in the screen?"
"No, sir, none."
"And are you still of the same opinion?"
"Yes, sir, can't be anything else."
"And close to the Adventurer, you say?"
"Very close, I would say."
"But, good God, man, the Adventurer must be 10 miles astern by now."
Yes, sir, I know. So's the bandit.
What? 10 miles? But...
He's firing by radar, sir, Bowden interrupted. Suddenly the metallic voice sounded tired. He must be. He's also tracking by radar, which is why he's keeping himself in line with our bearing on the Adventurer. And he's extremely accurate. I'm afraid, Admiral, that his radar is at least as good as ours. The speaker clicked off. In the sudden, strained silence on the bridge, the crash of breaking ebonite sounded unnaturally loud as the transmitter slipped from Tyndall's hand, fractured in 100 pieces. The hand groped forward. He clutched at a steam pipe, as if to steady himself. Vallery stepped towards him, arms outstretched in concern, but Tyndall brushed by unseeingly. Like an old spent man, like a man from whose ancient bones and muscles all the pith has long since drained, he shuffled slowly across the bridge, oblivious of a dozen mystified eyes, dragged himself up onto his high stool. Tyndall thought to himself, bitterly and savagely, "You fool! Oh, you bloody old fool!" He would never forgive himself. Never. 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 All along the line, he'd been outthought, outguessed, and outmaneuvered by the enemy. They'd taken him for a ride, made an even bigger fool out of him than his good maker had ever intended. Radar! Of course, that was it. The blind assumption that German radar had remained the limited elementary thing that Admiralty and Air Force intelligence had reported it to be last year. Radar, and as good as the British, as good as the Ulysses. And everybody had believed that the Ulysses was incomparably the most efficient, indeed the only efficient radar ship in the world. As good as our own, probably a damn sight better. But had the thought ever occurred to him? Tyndall writhed in sheer chagrin, in agony of spirit, and knew the bitter taste of self-loathing. And so, this morning, the payoff. 6 ships, 300 men gone to the bottom. May God forgive you, Tyndall, he thought dully. May God forgive you. You sent them there. Radar. Last night, for instance, when the Ulysses had been laying a false trail to the east, the German cruiser had obligingly tagged behind. The perfect foil to his genius. Tyndall groaned in mortification. Had tagged behind, firing wildly, erratically each time the Ulysses had disappeared behind a smoke screen, had done so to conceal the efficiency of her radar, to conceal the fact that during the first half hour at least she must have been tracking the escaping convoy as it disappeared to the north-northwest, a process made all the easier by the fact that he had expressly forbidden the use of the zigzag. And then,
when the Ulysses had so brilliantly circled, first to the south and then to the north again. The enemy must have had her on his screen constantly. And later, the biter bit with a vengeance. The faked enemy withdrawal to the southeast. Almost certainly, he, too, had circled to the north again, picked up the disappearing British cruiser on the edge of his screen, worked out her intersection course as a cross-check on the convoys, and radioed ahead to the Wolfpack, positioning them almost to the foot. And now, finally, the last galling blow to whatever shattered remnants of his pride were left him. The enemy had opened fire at extreme range, but with extreme accuracy. A dead giveaway to the fact that the firing was radar-controlled. And the only reason for it must be the enemy's conviction that the Ulysses, by this time, must have come to the inevitable conclusion that the enemy was equipped with a highly sensitive radar transmitter. The inevitable conclusion. Tyndall had never even begun to suspect it. Slowly, oblivious to the pain, he pounded his fist on the edge of the windscreen. God, what a blind, crazy, stupid fool he'd been! 6 ships, 300 men, hundreds of tanks and planes, millions of gallons of fuel lost to Russia. How many more thousands of dead Russians, soldiers, and civilians did that represent? And the broken, sorrowing families, he thought incoherently. Families throughout the breadth of Britain. The telegram boys cycling to the little houses in the Welsh valleys, along the wooded lanes of Surrey, to the lonely reek of the peat fire, remote in the Western Isles, to the lime-washed cottages of Donegal and Antrim, the empty homes across the great reaches of the New World, from Newfoundland and Maine to the far slopes of the Pacific. These families would never know that it was he, Tyndall, who had so criminally squandered the lives of husbands, brothers, sons. And that was worse than no consolation at all. Captain Vallery. Tyndall's voice was only a husky whisper. Vallery crossed over, stood beside him, coughing painfully as the swirling fog caught nose and throat, lancinated inflamed lungs. It was a measure of Tyndall's distressed preoccupation that Vallery's obvious suffering quite failed to register. There you are. Captain, this enemy cruiser must be destroyed. Vallery nodded heavily. Yes, sir. How? How? Tyndall's face, framed in the moisture-beaded hood of his duffel, was haggard and grey, but he managed to raise a ghost of a smile. As well hung for a sheep. I propose to detach the escorts, including ourselves, and nail him. He stared out blindly into the fog, his mouth bitter. A simple tactical exercise. Maybe within even my limited compass.
He broke off suddenly, stared over the side, then ducked hurriedly. A shell had exploded in the water, a rare thing, only yards away, erupting spray showering down on the bridge.
We, the Sterling and ourselves, will take him from the south. Soak up his fire and radar. Orr and his Death or Glory boys will approach from the north. In this fog, they'll get very close before releasing their torpedoes. Conditions are all against a single ship. He shouldn't have much chance.
All the escorts, Vallery said blankly. You propose to detach all the escorts?
That's exactly what I propose to do, Captain.
But perhaps that's exactly what he wants, Vallery protested.
Suicide? A glorious death for the fatherland? Don't you believe it?
Tyndall scoffed.
No, sir.
Vallery was impatient. He wants to pull us off, to leave the convoy uncovered.
Well, what of it? Who's going to find them in this lot?
He waved an arm at the rolling, twisting fog banks.
Damn it, man! If it weren't for their fog boys, even our ships couldn't see each other. So I'm damned sure no one else could either.
No, Vallery countered swiftly. How about another German cruiser fitted with radar? Or even another wolf pack? Either could be in radio contact with our friend astern, and he's got our course to the nearest minute.
In radio contact? Surely to God our WT is monitoring all the time.
Yes, sir, they are. But I'm told it's not so easy on the VHF ranges. Tyndall grunted, non-committally, said nothing. He felt desperately tired and confused. He had neither the will nor the ability to pursue the argument further. But Vallery broke in on the silence, the vertical lines between his eyebrows etched deep with worry. And why's our friend sitting steadily on our tails, pumping the odd shell among us, unless he's concentrating on driving us along a particular course? It reduces his chance of a hit by 90% and cuts out half his guns. Why?
Maybe he's expecting us to reason like that, to see the obvious.
Tyndall was forcing himself to think, to fight his way through a mental fog, no less nebulous and confusing than the dank mist that swirled around him.
Perhaps he's hoping to panic us into altering course. To the north, of course, where a U-pack may well be.
Possible, Vallery conceded. On the other hand, he may have gone a step further. Maybe he wants us to be too clever for our own good. Perhaps he expects us to see the obvious, to avoid it, to continue on our present course, and so do exactly what he wants us to do. He's no fool, sir. We know that now.
What was it that Brooks had said to Starr back in Scarpa a lifetime ago? That fine-drawn feeling, that exquisite agony, every cell in the brain stretched taut to breaking point, pushing you over the screaming edge of madness.
Tyndall wondered dully how Brooks could have known,
could have been so damnably accurate in his description.
Anyway, he knew now, knew what it was to stand on the screaming edge. Tyndall appreciated dimly that he was at the limit. That aching, muzzy forehead, where to think was to be a blind man wading through a sea of molasses. Vaguely he realized that this must be the first, or was it the last, symptom of a nervous breakdown. God only knew there had been plenty of them aboard the Ulysses during the past months. But he was still the Admiral. He must do something. Say something. "It's no good guessing, Dick," he said heavily. Vallery looked at him sharply. Never before had old Giles called him anything but Captain on the bridge. "And we've got to do something. We'll leave the Vectra as a sop to our consciences. No more." He smiled wanly. "We must have at least 2 destroyers for the dirty work. Bentley, take this signal for WT. To all escort vessels and Commander Fletcher on the Cape Hatteras." Within 10 minutes, the 4 warships, boring southeast through the impenetrable wall of fog, had halved the distance that lay between them and the enemy. The Sterling, Viking, and Cirrus were in constant radio communication with the Ulysses. They had to be, for they travelled as blind men in an envious world of grey, and she was their eyes and their ears. "Radar bridge! Radar bridge!" Automatically, every eye swung round, riveted on the loudspeaker. "Enemy altering course to south, increasing speed." "Too late!" Tyndall shouted hoarsely. His fists were clenched, his eyes alight with triumph. "He's left it too late!" Vallery said nothing. The seconds ticked by. The Ulysses knifed her way through cold fog and icy sea. Suddenly the loudspeaker called again. "Enemy, 180-degree turn, heading southeast, speed 28 knots. 28 knots! He's on the run!" Tyndall seemed to have gained a fresh lease on life. "Captain, I propose that the Cirrus and Ulysses proceed southeast at maximum speed. Engage and slow the enemy. Ask WT to signal ore. Ask radar enemy's course." He broke off, waited impatiently for the answer. "Radar bridge. Course 312. Steady on course. Repeat, steady on course." "Steady on course," Tyndall echoed. "Captain, commence firing by radar." "We have him! We have him!" he cried exultantly. "He's waited too long! We have him, Captain!" Again, Vallery said nothing. Tyndall looked at him, half in perplexity, half in anger. "Well, don't you agree?" "I don't know, sir." Vallery shook his head doubtfully. "I don't know at all. Why did he wait so long? Why didn't he turn and run the minute we left the convoy?" "Too damn sure of himself," Tyndall growled. "Or too sure of something else," Vallery said slowly. "Maybe he wanted to make good, and sure that we would follow him." Tyndall growled again, in exasperation, made to speak, then lapsed into silence as the Ulysses shuddered from the recoil of a turret. For a moment, the billowing fog on the forecastle cleared, atomized by the intense heat and flash generated by the exploding cordite. In seconds, the grey shroud had fallen once more. Then, magically, it was clear again. A heavy fog bank had rolled over them, and through the gap in the next they caught a glimpse of the Cirrus, dead on the beam, a monstrous bone in her teeth, scything to the southeast at something better than 34 knots. The Sterling and the Viking were already lost in the fog astern. "He's too close," Tyndall snapped. "Why didn't Bowden tell us? We can't bracket the enemy this way. Signal the Cirrus. Steam 317, 5 minutes. Captain, same for us. 5 south, then back on course." He had hardly sunk back in his chair, and the Ulysses, mist-shrouded again, was only beginning to answer her helm when the WT loudspeaker switched on. "WT, bridge! WT, bridge!" The twin 5.25s of B turret roared in deafening unison, flame and smoke lancing out through the fog. Simultaneously, a tremendous crash and explosion heaved up the duckboards beneath the feet of the men in the bridge, catapulting them all ways, into each other, into flesh-bruising, bone-breaking metal, into the dazed confusion of numbed minds and bodies fighting to reorientate themselves under the crippling handicap of stunning shock, of eardrums rended by the blast, of throat and nostrils stung by acrid fumes, of eyes blinded by dense, black smoke. Throughout it all, the calm, impersonal voice of the WT transmitter repeated its unintelligible message. Gradually the smoke cleared away. Tyndall pulled himself drunkenly to his feet by the rectifying arm of the binnacle. The explosion had blown him clean out of his chair into the center of the compass platform. He shook his head, dazed, uncomprehending. Must be tougher than he'd imagined. All that way. And he couldn't remember bouncing. And that wrist now, that lay over at a damned funny angle. His own wrist, he realized, with mild surprise. Funny. It didn't hurt a bit. And Carpenter's face there, rising up before him. The bandages were blown off. The gash received on the night of the great storm gaping wide again, the face masked with blood. That girl at Henley, the one he was always talking about. Tyndall wondered, inconsequently. What would she say if she saw him now? Why doesn't the WT transmitter stop that insane yammering? Suddenly, his mind was clear. My God! Oh, God! He stared in disbelief at the twisted duckboards, the fractured asphalt beneath his feet. He released his grip on the binnacle, lurched forward into the windscreen. His sense of balance had confirmed what his eyes had rejected. The whole compass platform tilted forward at an angle of 15 degrees. What is it, pilot? His voice was hoarse, strained, foreign even to himself. In God's name, what happened? A breech explosion in B turret? No, sir. Carpenter drew his forearm across his eyes. The kapok sleeve came away, covered in blood. A direct hit, sir. Smack in the superstructure. He's right, sir. Carrington had hoisted himself far over the windscreen, was peering down intently. Even at that moment, Tyndall marveled at the man's calmness, his almost inhuman control. And a heavy one. It's wrecked the forward pom-pom, and there's a hole the size of a door just below us. It must be pretty bad inside, sir. Tyndall scarcely heard the last words. He was kneeling over Vallery, cradling his head in his one good arm. The captain lay crumpled against the gate, barely conscious, his stertorous breathing interrupted by rasping convulsions as he choked on his own blood. His face was deathly white.
Get Brooks up here! Chrysler! The Surgeon Commander, I mean! Tyndall shouted. At once! W.T. Bridge! W.T. Bridge! Please acknowledge! Please acknowledge!
The voice was hurried, less impersonal, anxiety evident even in its metallic anonymity. Chrysler replaced the receiver, looked worriedly at the Admiral.
Well?
Tyndall demanded.
Is he on his way?
No reply, sir. The boy hesitated. I think the line's gone.
Hell's teeth! What are you doing standing there, then? Go and get him. Take over, number one, will you? Bentley, have the commander come to the bridge. W.T. Bridge. W.T. Bridge.
Tyndall glared up at the speaker in exasperation, then froze into immobility as the voice went on.
We have been hit aft. Damage control reports coding room destroyed. Number 6 and 7 radar offices destroyed. Canteen wrecked. After control tower severely damaged.
The after control tower?
Tyndall swore, pulled off his gloves, wincing at the agony of his broken hand. Carefully, he pillowed Vallery's head on the gloves, rose slowly to his feet.
The after tower? And Turner's there. Oh, hope to God!
He broke off, made for the after end of the bridge at a stumbling run. Once there, he steadied himself, his hand on the ladder rail, and peered apprehensively aft. At first he could see nothing, not even the after funnel and mainmast. The grey, writhing fog was too dense, too maddeningly opaque. Then suddenly, for a mere breath of time, an icy catspaw cleared away the mist, cleared away the dark, convoluted smoke pall above the after superstructure. Tyndall's hand tightened convulsively on the rail, the knuckles whitening to ivory. The after superstructure had disappeared. In its place was a crazy mass of jumbled, twisted steel, with X-turret, normally invisible from the bridge, showing up clearly beyond, apparently unharmed. But the rest was gone. Radar offices, coding room, police office, canteen, probably most of the after galley. Nothing. Nobody could have survived there. Miraculously, the truncated mainmast still stood, but immediately aft of it, perched crazily on top of this devil's scrap heap, the after tower, fractured and grotesquely askew, lay over at an impossible angle of 60 degrees, its rangefinder gone. And Commander Turner had been in there. Tyndall swayed dangerously on top of the steel ladder, shook his head again to fight off the fog clamping down on his mind. There was a heavy, peculiarly dull ache just behind his forehead, and the fog seemed to be spreading from there. A lucky ship they called the Ulysses. 20 months on the worst run, and in the worst waters in the world, and never a scratch. But Tyndall had always known that some time, some place, her luck would run out. He heard hurried steps clattering up the steel ladder, forced his blurred eyes to focus themselves. He recognized the dark, lean face at once. It was leading signalman Davis from the flag deck. His face was white, his breathing short and quick. He opened his mouth to speak, then checked himself, his eyes staring at the handrail. "Your answer!" He switched his startled gaze from the rail to Tyndall's eyes,
Your hand! You've no gloves on, sir. No. Tyndall looked down, as if faintly astonished he had a hand. No, I haven't, have I? Thank you, Davis. He pulled his hand off the smooth, frozen steel, glanced incuriously at the raw, bleeding flesh. It doesn't matter. What is it, boy? The fighter direction room, sir. The shell exploded in there. It's just gone, sir. And the plot above... He stopped short, his jerky voice lost in the crash of the guns of A turret. Somehow it seemed strangely unnatural that the main armament still remained effective. I've just come from the FDR and the plot, sir, Davids continued, more calmly now. They never had a chance. Including Commander Westcliff. Dimly, Tyndall realized the futility of clutching at straws. I don't know, sir. It's just bits and pieces in the FDR, if you follow me, but if he was there... He would be, Tyndall interrupted heavily. He never left it during action stations. He stopped abruptly, broken hands clenched involuntarily as the high-pitched scream and impact explosion of HE shells blurred into shattering cacophony, appalling in its closeness. My God, Tyndall whispered. That was close. David, what the hell? His voice choked off in an agonized grunt, arms flailing wildly at the empty air as his back crashed against the deck of the bridge, driving every last ounce of breath from his body. Wordlessly, convulsively, propelled by desperately thrusting feet, and launched by the powerful back thrust of arms pivoting on the handrails, Davis had just catapulted himself up the last 3 steps of the ladder, head and shoulders socketing into the Admiral's body with irresistible force. And now Davis, too, was down, stretched his length on the deck, spread-eagled across Tyndall's legs. He lay very still. Slowly, the cruel breath rasping his tortured lungs, Tyndall surfaced from the black depths of unconsciousness. Blindly, instinctively, he struggled to sit up, but his broken hand collapsed under the weight of his body. His legs didn't seem to be much help either. They were quite powerless, as if he was paralyzed from the waist down. The fog was gone now, and blinding flashes of color, red, green, and white, were coruscating brilliantly across the darkening sky. Star shells? Was the enemy using a new type of star shell? Dimly, with a great effort of will, he realized that there must be some connection between these dazzling flashes and the now excruciating pain behind his forehead. He reached up the back of his right hand. His eyes were still screwed tightly shut. Then the realization faded and was gone. Are you all right, sir? Don't move. We'll soon have you out of this. The voice, deep, authoritative, boomed directly above the Admiral's head. Tyndall shrank back, shook his head in imperceptible despair. It was Turner who was speaking, and Turner, he knew, was gone. Was this, then, what it was like to be dead? He wondered dully. This frightening, confused world of blackness and blinding light at the same time, a dark, bright world of pain and powerlessness and voices from the past. Then suddenly, of their own volition almost, his eyelids flickered and were open.
Barely a foot above him were the lean, piratical features of the commander, who was kneeling anxiously at his side.
Turner? Turner?
A questioning hand reached out in tentative hope, clutched gratefully, oblivious to the pain, at the reassuring solidity of the commander's arm.
Turner! It is you! I thought...
The after tower, eh? Turner smiled briefly. No, sir. I wasn't within a mile of it. I was coming here, just climbing up to the forecastle deck, when that first hit threw me back down to the main deck. How are you, sir?
Thank God. Thank God. I don't know how I am. My legs. What in the name of heaven is that?
His eyes, focusing normally again, widened in baffled disbelief. Just above Turner's head, angling forward and upward to port, a great white tree trunk stretched as far as he could see in either direction. Reaching up, he could just touch the massive bowl with his hand.
The foremast, sir, Turner explained. It was sheared clean off by that last shell, just above the lower yardarm. The back blast flung it onto the bridge. Took most of the AA tower with it, I'm afraid, and caved in the main tower. I don't think young Courtney could have had much chance. Davis saw it coming. I was just below him at the time. He was very quick.
Davis!
Tyndall's dazed mind had forgotten all about him.
Of course. Davis.
It must be Davis, who was pinioning his legs. He craned his neck forward, saw the huddled figure at his feet, the great weight of the mast lying across his back.
For God's sake, Commander, get him out of that.
Just lie down, sir, till Brooks gets here. Davis is all right.
All right? All right?
Tyndall was almost screaming, oblivious to the silent figures who were gathering around him.
Are you mad, Turner? The poor bastard must be in agony.
He struggled frantically to rise, but several pairs of hands held him down, firmly, carefully. He's all right, sir. Turner's voice was surprisingly gentle. Really he is, sir. He's all right. Davis doesn't feel a thing. Not anymore. And all at once the Admiral knew, and he fell back limply to the deck, his eyes closed in shocked understanding. His eyes were still shut when Brooks appeared, doubly welcome in his confidence and competence. Within seconds, almost, the Admiral was on his feet, shocked, badly bruised, but otherwise unharmed. Doggedly, and in open defiance of Brooks, Tyndall demanded that he be assisted back to the bridge. His eyes lit up momentarily as he saw Vallery, standing shakily on his feet, a white towel to his mouth. But he said nothing. His head bowed, he hoisted himself painfully into his chair.
WT Bridge. WT Bridge. Please acknowledge signal. Is that bloody idiot still there?
Tyndall demanded querulously.
Why doesn't someone...
You've only been gone a couple of minutes, sir, the Kapok kid ventured.
2 minutes?
Tyndall stared at him, lapsed into silence. He glanced down at Brooks, busy bandaging his right hand.
Have you nothing better to do, Brooks?
He asked harshly.
No, I haven't,
Brooks replied truculently.
When shells explode inside 4 walls, there isn't much work left for a doctor.
Except signing death certificates, he added brutally.
Vallery and Turner exchanged glances. Vallery wondered if Brooks had any idea how far through Tyndall was.
WT Bridge. WT Bridge. Vector repeats request for instruction. Urgent. Urgent.
The Vector? Vallery glanced at the Admiral, silent now and motionless, and turned to the bridge messenger. Chrysler, get through to WT, any way you can. Ask them to repeat the first message. He looked again at Turner, following the Admiral's sick gaze over the side. He looked down, recoiled in horror, fighting down the instant nausea. The gunner in the sponson below, just another boy like Chrysler, must have seen the falling mast, must have made a panic-stricken attempt to escape. He had barely cleared his cockpit when the radar screen, 100 square feet of meshed steel, carrying the crushing weight of the mast as it had snapped over the edge of the bridge, had caught him fairly and squarely. He lay still now, mangled, broken, something less than human, spread-eagled in outflung crucifixion across the twin barrels of his Oerlikon. Vallery turned away, sick in body and mind. God, the craziness, the futile insanity of war. Damn that German cruiser. Damn those German gunners. Damn them, damn them. But why should he? They, too, were only doing a job, and doing it terribly well. He gazed sightlessly at the wrecked shambles of his bridge. What damnably accurate gunnery. He wondered, vaguely, if the Ulysses had registered any hits. Probably not. And now, of course, it was impossible. It was impossible now because the Ulysses, still racing southeast through the fog, was completely blind. Both radar eyes gone, victims to the weather and the German guns. Worse still, all the fire control towers were damaged beyond repair. If this goes on, he thought wryly, all we'll need is a set of grappling irons and a supply of cutlasses. In terms of modern naval gunnery, even although her main armament was intact, the Ulysses was hopelessly crippled. She just didn't have a chance. What was it that Stoker Riley was supposed to have said? Being thrown to the wolves? Yes, that was it. Thrown to the wolves. But only a Nero, he reflected wearily, would have blinded a gladiator before throwing him into the arena. All firing had ceased. The bridge was deadly quiet. Silence, complete silence, except the sound of rushing water, the muffled roar of the great engine room intake fans, the monotonous nerve-drilling pinging of the Aztec. And these, oddly enough, only served to deepen the great silence. Every eye, Vallery saw, was on Admiral Tyndall. Old Giles was mumbling something to himself, too faint to catch. His face, shockingly grey, haggard and blotched, still peered over the side. He seemed fascinated by the sight of the dead boy. Or was it the smashed radar screen? Had the full significance of the broken scanner and wrecked director towers dawned on him yet? Vallery looked at him for a long, long moment, then turned away. He knew that it had. The sound of the loudspeaker broke the silence.
WT bridge! WT bridge!
Everyone on the bridge jumped, swung round in nerve-jangled startlement. Everyone except Tyndall. He had frozen into a graven immobility. Signal from Vectra. First signal. Received 9:52 hours. Vallery glanced at his watch. Only 6 minutes ago. Impossible. Signal reads. Contacts 3. Repeat 3. Amend to 5. Heavy concentration of U-boats ahead and abeam. Am engaging. Every eye on the bridge swung back to Tyndall. His, they knew, the responsibility. His, the decision. Taken alone, against the advice of his senior officer, to leave the convoy almost unguarded. Impersonally, Vallery admired the baiting, the timing, the springing of the trap. How would old Giles react to this? The culmination of a series of disastrous miscalculations. Miscalculations for which, in all fairness, he could not justly be blamed. But he would be held accountable. The iron voice of the loudspeaker broke in on his thoughts. Second signal reads, in close contact. Depth charging. Depth charging. One vessel torpedoed. Sinking. Tanker torpedoed. Damaged. Still afloat. Under command. Please advise. Please assist. Urgent. Urgent. The speaker clicked off. Again that hushed silence. Strained. Unnatural. 5 seconds it lasted. 10, 20. Then everyone stiffened, looked carefully away. Tyndall was climbing down from his chair. His movements were stiff, slow with the careful, faltering shuffle of the very old. He limped heavily. His right hand, startling white in its snowy sheath of bandage, cradled his broken wrist. There was about him a queer, twisted sort of dignity, and if his face held any expression at all, it was the far-off echo of a smile. When he spoke as a man might talk to himself, aloud. "I am not well," he said. "I am going below." Chrysler, not too young to have an inkling of the tragedy, held open the gate, caught Tyndall as he stumbled on the step. He glanced back over his shoulder, a quick, pleading look, caught and understood Vallery's compassionate nod. Side by side, the old and the young, they moved slowly aft. Gradually the shuffling died away, and they were gone. The shattered bridge was curiously empty now. The men felt strangely alone. Giles, the cheerful, buoyant, indestructible Giles, was gone. The speed, the extent of the collapse was not for immediate comprehension. The only sensation at the moment was that of being unprotected and defenseless and alone. Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings. Inevitably the first to break the silence was Brooks. Nichols always maintained that... He stopped short, his head shaking in slow incredulity. "I must see what I can do," he finished abruptly, and hurried off the bridge. Vallery watched him go, then turned to Bentley. The captain's face, haggard, shadowed with grizzled beard, the colour of death in the weird half-light of the fog, was quite expressionless. 3 signals, Chief. First to Vectra. Steer 360 degrees. Do not disperse. Repeat, do not disperse. Am coming to your assistance. He paused, then went on. Sign it, Admiral. 14 ACS. Got it? Right. No time to code it. Plain language. Send one of your men to the WT at once. Second, to Sterling, Cirrus, and the Viking. Abandon pursuit immediate. Course northeast. Maximum speed. Plain language also. He turned to the K-pop kid. How's your forehead, pilot? Can you carry on? Of course, sir. Thank you, boy. You heard me? Convoy rerouted north, say in a few minutes' time, at 10:15 hours. 6 knots. Give me an intersection course as soon as possible. Third signal, Bentley, to Sterling, Cirrus, and Viking. Radar out of action. Cannot pick you up on screen. Stream fog boys. Siren at 2-minute intervals. Have that message coded. All acknowledgements to the bridge at once. Commander? Sir? Turner was at his elbow. Hands to defense stations. It's my guess the pack will have gone before we get there. Who'll be off watch? Lord only knows, said Turner frankly. Let's call it port. Vallery smiled faintly. Port it is. Organize 2 parties. First to port to clear away all loose wreckage. Over the side with the lot. Keep nothing. You'll need the blacksmith and his mate, and I'm sure Dobson will provide you with an oxyacetylene crew. Take charge yourself. Second of port as burial party. Nichols in charge. All bodies recovered to be laid out in the canteen when it's clear. Perhaps you could give me a full report of casualties and damage inside the hour? Long before that, sir. Could I have a word with you in private? They walked aft. As the shelter door shut behind them, Vallery looked at the commander curiously, half humorously. Another mutiny, perhaps, Commander? No, sir. Turner unbuttoned his coat, his hand struggling into the depths of a hip pocket. He dragged out a flat half bottle, held it up to the light. Thank the Lord for that, he said piously. I was afraid it got smashed when I fell. Rum, sir. Neat. I know you hate the stuff, but never mind. Come on, you need this. Vallery's brows came down in a straight line. Rum? Look here, Commander. Do you... To hell with KRs and AFOs, Turner interrupted rudely. Take it. You need it badly. You've been hurt, you've lost a lot more blood, and you're almost frozen to death. He uncorked it, thrust the bottle into Vallery's reluctant hands. Face facts. We need you, more than ever now, and you're almost dead on your feet. And I mean dead on your feet, he added brutally. This might keep you going a few more hours. You put things so nicely, Vallery murmured. Very well. Against my better judgment? He paused, the bottle to his mouth. And you give me an idea, Commander. Have the boatswain break out the rum. Pipe up spirits. Double ration to each man. They, too, are going to need it. 10. The switch clicked on, and the harsh, fluorescent light flooded the darkening surgery. Nichols woke with a start, one hand coming up automatically to shield exhausted eyes. The light hurt. He screwed his eyes to slits, peered painfully at the hands of his wristwatch. 4 o'clock. Had he been asleep that long? God, it was bitterly cold. He hoisted himself stiffly forward in the dentist's chair, twisted his head round. Brooks was standing with his back to the door, snow-covered hood framing his silver hair, numbed fingers fumbling with a packet of cigarettes. Finally he managed to pull one out. He looked up quizzically over a flaring match head. "Hello there, Johnny. Sorry to waken you, but the skipper wants you. Plenty of time, though." He dipped the cigarette into the dying flame, looked up again. Nichols, he thought with a sudden compassion, looked ill, desperately tired and overstrained, but no point in telling him so. "How are you? On second thoughts, don't tell me. I'm a damn sight worse myself. Have you any of that poison left?" "Poison, sir?" The levity was almost automatic, part of their relationship with each other. "Just because you make one wrong diagnosis. The Admiral will be all right. Gad, the intolerance of the very young, especially on the providentially few occasions that they happen to be right. I was referring to that bottle of bootleg hooch from the Isle of Mull." "Call," Nichols corrected. "Not that it matters. You've drunk it all anyway," he added unkindly. He grinned tiredly at the commander's crestfallen face, then relented. "But we do have a bottle of Talisker left." He crossed over to the poison cupboard, unscrewed the top of a bottle marked Lysol. He heard, rather than saw, the clatter of glass against glass, wondered vaguely, with a kind of clinical detachment, why his hands were shaking so badly. Brooks drained his glass, sighed in bliss as he felt the grateful warmth sinking down inside him. "Thank you, my boy. Thank you. You have the makings of a first-class doctor." "You think so, sir?" "I don't. Not any longer. Not after today." He winced, remembering. 44 of them, sir. Over the side in 10 minutes. One after the other, like so many sacks of rubbish. 44? Brooks looked up. So many, Johnny? Not really, sir. That was the number of missing. About 30, rather. God only knows how many bits and pieces. It was a brush and shovel job in the FDR. He smiled mirthlessly. I had no dinner today. I don't think anyone else in the burial party had either. I'd better screen that porthole. He turned away quickly, walked across the surgery. Low on the horizon, through the thinly falling snow, he caught intermittent sight of an evening star. That meant that the fog was gone. The fog that had saved the convoy, had hidden them from the U-boats when it had turned so sharply to the north. He could see the Vectra, her depth charge racks empty and nothing to show for it. He could see the Vitura, the damaged tanker, close by, almost awash in the water, hanging grimly on to the convoy. He could see 4 of the Victory ships, big, powerful, reassuring, so pitifully deceptive in their indestructible permanence. He slammed the scuttle, screwed home the last butterfly nut, then swung round abruptly. "Why the hell don't we turn back?" he burst out. "Who does the old man think he's kidding? Us or the Germans? No air cover, no radar, not the faintest chance of help. The Germans have us pinned down to an inch now, and it'll be easier still for them as we go on. And there's 1,000 miles to go." His voice rose. "And every bloody enemy ship, U-boat and plane in the Arctic, smacking their lips and waiting to pick us off at their leisure." He shook his head in despair. "I'll take my chance with anybody else, sir. You know that. But this is just murder. Or suicide. Take your pick, sir. It's all the same when you're dead." "Now, Johnny, you're not—" Why doesn't he turn back? Nichols hadn't even heard the interruption. He's only got to give the order. What does he want? Death or glory? What's he after? Immortality at my expense? At our expense? He swore bitterly. Maybe Riley was right. Wonderful headlines. Captain Richard Vallery, DSO, has been posthumously awarded. Shut up. Brooks' eye was as chill as the Arctic ice itself. His voice a biting lash. You dare to talk of Captain Vallery like that, he said softly. You dare to besmirch the name of the most honorable... He broke off, shook his head in wrathful wonder. He paused to pick his words carefully, his eyes never leaving the other's white, strained face. He is a good officer, Lieutenant Nichols. Maybe even a great officer. And that just doesn't matter a damn. What does matter is that he is the finest gentleman, I say gentleman, I've ever known, that ever walked the face of this graceless, God-forsaken earth. He's not like you or me. He's not like anybody at all. He walks alone, but he is never lonely, for he has company all the way, men like Peter, like Bede, like St. Francis of Assisi. He laughed shortly. Funny, isn't it? To hear an old reprobate like myself talk like this. Blasphemy, even you might call it. Except that the truth can never be blasphemy. And I know. Nichols said nothing. His face was like a stone. Death, glory, immortality. Brooks went on relentlessly. These were your words, weren't they? Death. He smiled and shook his head again. For Richard Vallery, death doesn't exist. Glory? Sure, he wants glory. We all want glory. But all the London Gazettes and Buckingham Palaces in the world can't give him the kind of glory he wants. Captain Vallery is no longer a child, and only children play with toys. As for immortality, he laughed, without a trace of rancor now, laid a hand on Nichols' shoulder. I ask you, Johnny, wouldn't it be damned stupid to ask for what he has already? Nichols said nothing. The silence lengthened and deepened. The rush of the air from the ventilation louver became oppressively loud. Finally Brooks coughed, looked meaningfully at the Lysol bottle. Nichols filled the glasses, brought them back. Brooks caught his eyes, held them, and was filled with sudden pity. What was that classical understatement of Cunningham's during the German invasion of Crete? It is inadvisable to drive men beyond a certain point. Trite, but true. True even for men like Nichols. Brooks wondered what particular kind of hell that boy had gone through that morning, digging out the shattered, torn bodies of what had once been men. And as the doctor in charge, he would have had to examine them all, or all the pieces he could find. Next step up, and I'll be in the gutter. Nichols' voice was very low. I don't know what to say, sir. I don't know what made me say it. I'm sorry. Me too, Brooks said sincerely, shooting off my mouth like that. And I mean it. He lifted his glass, inspected the contents lovingly. To our enemies, Johnny, their downfall and confusion. And don't forget Admiral Starr. He drained the glass at a gulp, set it down, looked at Nichols for a long moment. "I think you should hear the rest too, Johnny. You know why Vallery doesn't turn back." He smiled wryly. "It's not because there are as many of these damned U-boats behind us as there are in front, which there undoubtedly are." He lit a fresh cigarette, went on quietly. "The captain radioed London this morning. Gave it as his considered opinion that FR-77 would be a goner. Annihilated was the word he used, and as a word they don't come any stronger. Long before it reached the North Cape. He asked, at least, to be allowed to go north about, instead of east for the Cape. "Pity there was no sunset tonight, Johnny," he said, half humorously. "I would have liked to see it." "Yes, yes." Nichols was impatient. "And the answer?" The answer. Vallery expected it immediately." Brooks shrugged. "It took 4 hours to come through." He smiled, but there was no laughter in the eyes. "There's something big, something on a huge scale brewing up somewhere. It can only be some major invasion. This under your hat, Johnny?" "Of course, sir." "What it is, I haven't a clue. Maybe even the long-awaited second front. Anyway, the support of the home fleet seems to be regarded as vital to success. But the home fleet is tied up by the Tirpitz, and so the orders have gone out. Get the Tirpitz. Get it at all costs." Brooks smiled, and his face was very cold. "We're big fish, Johnny. We're important people. We're the biggest, juiciest bait ever offered up. The biggest, juiciest prize in the world today. Although I'm afraid the trap's a trifle rusty at the hinges." The signal came from the First Sea Lord and Starr. The decision was taken at cabinet level. We go on. We go east. "We are the all costs," said Nichols flatly. "We are expendable." "We are expendable," Brooks agreed. The speaker above his head clicked on, and he groaned. "Hell's bells, here we go again." He waited until the clamor of the dusk action station's bugle had died away, stretched out a hand as Nichols hurried for the door. "Not you, Johnny. Not yet. I told you. The skipper wants you. On the bridge, 10 minutes after stations begin." "What? On the bridge? What the hell for?" "Your language is unbecoming to a junior officer," said Brooks solemnly. "How did the men strike you today?" he went on inconsequently. "You were working with them all morning? Their usual selves?" Nichols blinked, then recovered. "I suppose so." He hesitated. "Funny, they seemed a lot better a couple of days ago, but, well, now they're back to the scrapper stage. Walking zombies. Only more so. They can hardly walk now." He shook his head. 5, 6 men to a stretcher. Kept tripping and falling over things. Asleep on their feet. Eyes not focusing. Too damn tired to look where they're going." Brooks nodded. "I know, Johnny. I know. I've seen it myself." "Nothing mutinous. Nothing sullen about them anymore." Nichols was puzzled, seeking tiredly to reduce nebulous scattered impressions to a central coherence. "They've neither the energy nor the initiative left for a mutiny now. Anyway, I suppose. But it's not that." Kept muttering to themselves in the FDR. Lucky bastard. He died easy. Things like that. Or old Giles off his bleeding rocker. And you can imagine the shake of the head. But no humour. None. He shook his own head. I just don't know, sir. Apathetic, indifferent, hopeless. Call him what you like. I'd call him lost. Brooks looked at him a long moment, then added gently, Would you now? He mused. And do you know, Johnny, I think you'd be right. Anyway, he continued briskly, get up there. Captain's going to make a tour of the ship. What? Nichols was astounded. During action stations. Leave the bridge. Just that. But he can't, sir. It's unprecedented. So's Captain Vallery. That's what I've been trying to tell you all evening. But he'll kill himself. Nichols protested wildly. That's what I said. Brooks agreed wryly. Clinically, he's dying. He should be dead. What keeps him going, God only knows. Literally. It certainly isn't plasma or drugs. Once in a while, Johnny, it's salutary for us to appreciate the limits of medicine. Anyway, I talked him into taking you with him. Let's not keep him waiting. For Lieutenant Nichols, the next 2 hours were borrowed from purgatory. 2 hours the captain took to his inspection. 2 hours of constant walking, of climbing over storm sills and tangled wreckage of steel, of squeezing and twisting through impossibly narrow apertures, of climbing and descending 100 ladders. 2 hours of exhausting torture in the bitter, heart-sapping cold of a sub-zero temperature. But it was a memory that was to stay with him always. It was never to return without filling him with warmth, with a strange and wonderful gratitude. They started on the poop, Vallery, Nichols, and Chief Petty Officer Hartley. Vallery would have none of Hastings, the Master-at-Arms, who usually accompanied the captain on his rounds. There was something oddly reassuring about the big, competent chief. He worked like a Trojan that night, opening and shutting dozens of watertight doors, lifting and lowering countless heavy hatches, knocking off and securing the 1,000 clips that held these doors and hatches in place, and before 10 minutes had passed, lending a protesting Vallery the support of his powerful arm. They climbed down the long, vertical ladder to Y Magazine, a dim and gloomy dungeon, thinly lit with pinpoints of garish light. Here were the butchers, bakers, and candlestick makers, the non-specialists in the purely offensive branches. Hostilities-only ratings, almost to a man, in charge of a trained gunner, they had a cold, dirty, and unglamorous job, strangely neglected and forgotten, strangely because so terribly dangerous. The 4-inch armor encasing them offered about as much protection as a sheet of newspaper to an 8-inch armor-piercing shell or a torpedo. The magazine walls of shells and cartridge cases, were soaking wet, dripping constantly visibly with icy condensation. Half the crew were leaning or lying against the racks, blue, pinched, shivering with cold, their breath hanging heavily in the chill air. The others were trudging heavily round and round the hoist, feet splashing in pools of water, lurching, stumbling with sheer exhaustion, gloved hands buried in their pockets, drawn, exhausted faces sunk on their chests. Zombies, Nichols thought, wonderingly. Just living zombies. Why don't they lie down? Gradually, everyone became aware of Vallery's presence, stopped walking or struggling painfully erect, eyes too tired, minds too spent for either wonder or surprise. As you were, Vallery said quickly. Who's in charge here? I am, sir. A stocky, overalled figure walked slowly forward, halted in front of Vallery. Ah, yes. Gardner, isn't it? He gestured to the men circling the hoist. What in the world is all this for, Gardner? Ice, said Gardner succinctly. We have to keep the water moving, or it'll freeze in a couple of minutes. We can't have ice on the magazine floor, sir. No, of course not. But the pumps, the drain cocks, solid. But surely this doesn't go on all the time. If that were the sir, all the time, sir. Good God. Vallery shook his head incredulously, splashed his way to the center of the group, where a slight, boyish figure was coughing cruelly into a corner of an enormous green and white muffler. Vallery placed a concerned arm across the shaking shoulders. Are you all right, boy? Yes, sir. 'Course I am. He lifted a thin, white face racked with pain. I'm fine, he said indignantly. What's your name? McQuater, sir. And what's your job, McQuater? Assistant cook, sir. How old are you? 18, sir. Merciful heavens, Vallery thought. This isn't a cruiser I'm running. It's a nursery. From Glasgow, eh? He smiled. Yes, sir. Defensively. I see. He looked down at the deck, at McQuater's boots, half covered in water. Why aren't you wearing your sea boots? He asked abruptly. We don't get issued with 'em, sir. But your feet, man. They must be soaking. I don't know, sir. I think so. Anyway, McQuater said simply. It doesn't matter. I can't feel 'em. Vallery winced. Nichols, looking at the captain, wondered if he realized the distressing, pathetic picture he himself presented, with his sunken, bloodless face, red, inflamed eyes, his mouth and nose daubed with crimson, the inevitable dark and sodden hand-towel clutched in his left glove. Suddenly, unaccountably, Nichols felt ashamed of himself. That thought, he knew, could never occur to this man. Vallery smiled down at McQuater. Tell me, son, honestly, are you tired? I sir. Me too, Vallery confessed. But you can carry on a bit longer. He felt the frail shoulders straighten under his arm. Course I can, sir. The tone was injured, almost truculent. Course I can. Vallery's gaze travelled slowly over the group, his dark eyes glowing as he heard a murmured chorus of assent. He made to speak, broke off in a harsh coughing, and bent his head. He looked up again, his eyes wandering once more over the circle of now anxious faces, then turned abruptly away. We won't forget you, he murmured indistinctly. I promise you. We won't forget you. He splashed quickly away, out of the pool of water, out of the pool of light, into the darkness, at the foot of the ladder. 10 minutes later, they emerged from Y turret. The night sky was cloudless now, brilliant with diamantine stars, little chips of frozen fire in the dark velvet of that fathomless floor. The cold was intense. Captain Vallery shivered involuntarily as the turret door slammed behind them. "Hartley? Sir?" "I smelt rum in there." "Yes, sir." "So did I." The chief was cheerful, unperturbed. "Proper stinking with it. Don't worry about it, though, sir. Half the men in the ship bottle their rum ration. Keep it for action stations." "Completely forbidden in regulations, Chief. You know that as well as I do." "I know. But there's no harm, sir. Warms them up. And if it gives them Dutch courage, all the better. Remember that night the forward pom-pom got 2 Stukas?" "Of course." "Can to the wide. Never have done it otherwise. And now, sir, they need it." "Suppose you're right, Chief. They do. And I don't blame them." He chuckled. "And don't worry about my knowing. I've always known. But it smelled like a saloon bar in there." They climbed up to X turret, the marine turret, then down to the magazine. Wherever he went, as in Y magazine, Vallery left the men the better for his coming. In personal contact, he had some strange, indefinable power that lifted men above themselves, that brought out in them something they had never known to exist. To see dull apathy and hopelessness slowly give way to resolution, albeit a kind of numbed and desperate resolve, was to see something that baffled the understanding. Physically and mentally, Nichols knew, these men had long since passed the point of no return. Vaguely, he tried to figure it out, to study the approach and technique. But the approach, varied every time, he saw, was no more than a natural reaction to different sets of circumstances as they presented themselves. A reaction utterly lacking in calculation or finesse. There was no technique. Was pity, then, the activating force? Pity for the heartbreaking gallantry of a man so clearly dying? Or was it shame? If he can do it, if he can still drive that wasted mockery of a body, if he can kill himself just to come to see if we're all right, if he can do that and smile, then by God we can stick it out too. That's it, Nichols said to himself. That's what it is. Pity and shame. And he hated himself for thinking it, and not because of the thought, but because he knew he lied. He was too tired to think anyway. His mind was woolly, fuzzy round the edges, his thoughts disjointed, uncontrolled, like everyone else's. Even Andy Carpenter, the last man you would suspect of it. He felt that way too, and admitted it. He wondered what the Kapok Kid would have to say to this. The kid was probably wondering too, but wandering in his own way, back, as always, on the banks of the Thames. He wondered what the girl in Henley was like. Her name started with J. Joan, Jean. He didn't know. The Kapok Kid had a big golden J on the right breast of his Kapok suit. She had put it there. But what was she like? Blonde and gay, like the kid himself? Or dark and kind and gentle? like St. Francis of Assisi. St. Francis of Assisi? Why in the world did he think... Oh, yes. Old Socrates had been talking about him. Wasn't he the man of whom Nichols, are you all right? Vallery's voice was sharp with anxiety. Yes, of course, sir. Nichols shook his head as if to clear it. Just gathering wool. Where to now, sir? Engineer's flat, damage control parties, switchboard, number 3 low power room. No, of course that's gone. Noyes was killed there, wasn't he? Partly. I'd appreciate it if you'd let my feet touch the deck occasionally. All these places they visited in turn, and a dozen others besides. Not even the remotest corner, the most impossible of access, did Vallery pass by, if he knew a man was there, closed up to his action station. They came at last to the engine and boiler rooms, to the gulping pressure changes on unaccustomed eardrums as they went through the airlocks, to the antithetically breaths of heat as they passed inside. In A boiler room, Nichols insisted on Vallery's resting for some minutes. He was grey with pain and weakness, his breathing very distressed. Nichols noticed Hartley talking in a corner, was dimly aware of someone leaving the boiler room. Then his eyes caught sight of a burly, swarthy stoker, with bruised cheeks and the remnants of a gorgeous black eye, stalking across the floor. He carried a canvas chair, set it down with a thump behind Vallery. "The seat, sir," he growled. "Thank you. Thank you." Vallery lowered himself gratefully, then looked up in surprise. "Riley?" he murmured, then switched his glance to Hendry, the chief stoker. "Doing his duty with a minimum of grace, Hendry stirred uncomfortably. "He did it off his own bat, sir." "I'm sorry," Vallery said sincerely. "Forgive me, Riley. Thank you very much." He stared after him in puzzled wonder, looked again at Hendry, eyebrows lifted in interrogation. Hendry shook his head. "Search me, sir. I've no idea. He's a queer fish. Does things like that. He'd bend a lead pipe over your skull without batting an eyelid, and he's got a mania for looking after kittens and lame dogs. If you get a bird with a broken wing, Riley's your man. But he's got a low opinion of his fellow men, sir." Vallery nodded slowly, without speaking, leaned against the canvas back, and closed his eyes in exhaustion. Nichols bent over him. "Look, sir," he urged quietly, "why not give it up? Frankly, sir, you're killing yourself. Can't we finish this some other time?" "I'm afraid not, my boy." Vallery was very patient. "You don't understand. Some other time will be too late." Vallery turned to Hendry. "So you think you'll manage all right, Chief?" "Don't you worry about us, sir." The soft Devon voice was grim and gentle at the same time. "Just you look after yourself. Stokers won't let you down, sir." Vallery rose painfully to his feet, touched him lightly on the arm. "You know, Chief, I never thought you would." "Ready, Hartley?" He stopped short, seeing a giant duffel-coated figure waiting at the foot of the ladder, the face below the hood dark and sombre. "Who's that?" "Oh, I know. Never thought stokers got so cold." He smiled. "Yes, sir. It's Peterson." Hartley said softly. He's coming with us. Who said so? And Peterson? Wasn't that... Yes, sir. Riley's, lieutenant in the Scarpa business. Surgeon Commander's orders, sir. Peterson's going to give us a hand. Us? Me, you mean? There was no resentment, no bitterness in Vallery's voice. Hartley, take my advice. Never let yourself get into the hands of the doctors. You think he's safe? He added half humorously. He'd probably kill the man who looked sideways at you, Hartley stated matter-of-factly. He's a good man, sir. Simple, easily led, but good. At the foot of the ladder, Peterson stepped aside to let them pass, but Vallery stopped, looked up at the giant towering 6 inches above him, into the grave blue eyes below the flaxen hair. Hello, Peterson. Hartley tells me you're coming with us. Do you really want to? You don't have to, you know. Please, Captain. The speech was slow and precise, the face curiously dignified in unhappiness. I am very sorry for what has happened. No, no. Vallery was instantly contrite. You misunderstand. It's a bitter night up top. But I would like it very much if you would come. Will you? Peterson stared at him, then began slowly to smile, his face darkening with pleasure. As the captain set foot on the first step, the giant arm came round him. The sensation, as Vallery described it later, was very much like going up in a lift. From there, they visited Engineer Commander Dobson in his engine room. A cheerful, encouraging, immensely competent Dobson, an engineer to his fingertips in his single-minded devotion to the great engines under his care. Then aft to the engineer's flat, up the companionway between the wrecked canteen and the police office, out onto the upper deck. After the heat of the boiler room, the 100-degree drop in temperature, a drop that strangled breath with the involuntary constriction of the throat, and made a skin-crawling mockery of Arctic clothing, was almost literally paralyzing. The starboard torpedo tubes, the only ones at the standby, were only 4 paces away. The crew, huddled in the lee of the wrecked bosun's store, the one destroyed by the Blue Ranger's shells, were easily located by the stamping of frozen feet, the uncontrollable chattering of teeth. Vallery peered into the gloom. LTO there? Captain, sir? Surprise, doubt in the voice. Yes. How are things going? All right, sir. He was still off balance, hesitant. I think young Smith's left foot is gone, sir. Frostbite. Take him below at once, and organize your crew into 10-minute watches. 1 to keep a telephone watch here, the other 4 in the engineer's flat. From now on. You understand? He hurried away, as if to avoid the embarrassment of thanks, the murmurs of smiling gladness. They passed the torpedo shop, where the spare torpedoes and compressed air cylinders were stored, climbed the ladder to the boat deck. Vallery paused a moment, one hand on the boat winch, the other holding the bloody scarf, already frozen almost solid, to mouth and nose. He could just distinguish the shadowy bulkiness of merchantmen on either side. Their masts, though, were oddly visible, swinging lazily, gently against the stars, as the ships rolled to a slight swell, just beginning. He shuddered, pulled his scarf higher round his neck. God, it was cold. He moved forward, leaning heavily on Peterson's arm. The snow, 3 to 4 inches deep, cushioned his footsteps as he came up behind an Oerlikon gun. Quietly, he laid a hand on the shoulder of the hooded gunner, hunched forward in his cockpit. "Things all right, gunner?" No reply. The man appeared to stir, moved forward, then fell still again. I said, "Are you all right?" Vallery's voice had hardened. He shook the gunner by the shoulder, turned impatiently to Hartley. "Asleep, Chief, at action stations. We're all dead from lack of sleep, I know, but his mates below are depending on him. There's no excuse. Take his name." "Take his name," Nichols echoed softly, bent over the cockpit. He shouldn't speak like this, he knew, but he couldn't help it. "Take his name," he repeated. "What for? His next of kin. This man is dead." The snow was beginning to fall again, cold and wet and feathery, the wind lifting a perceptible fraction. Vallery felt the first icy flakes, unseen in the darkness, brushing his cheeks, heard the distant moan of the wind in the rigging, lonely and forlorn. He shivered. "His heat is gone." Hartley withdrew an exploratory hand, straightened up. He seemed tired. "These Oerlikons have black heaters bolted to the side of the cockpit. The gunners lean against them, sir, for hours at a time. I'm afraid the fuse must have blown. They've been warned against this, sir, 1,000 times. Good God. Good God. Vallery shook his head slowly. He felt old, terribly tired. What a useless, futile way to die. Have him taken to the canteen, Hartley. No good, sir. Nichols straightened up also. It'll have to wait. What with the cold and the quick onset of rigor mortis, well, it'll have to wait. Vallery nodded assent, turned heavily away. All at once, the deck speaker aft of the winch blared into raucous life, a rude desecration that shattered the chilled hush of the evening. "Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Captain, or notify Captain to contact bridge immediately, please." 3 times the message was repeated, then the speaker clicked off. Quickly Vallery turned to Hartley. "Where's the nearest phone, Chief?" "Right here, sir." Hartley turned back to the Oerlikon, stripped earphones and chest mouthpiece from the dead man. "That is, if the AA tower is still manned. What's left of it is." "Tower, Captain to speak to bridge. Put me through." He handed the receiver to Vallery. "Here you are, sir." "Thank you. Bridge?" "Yes, speaking." "Yes." "Yes." "Very good. Detail the cirrus." "No, Commander. Nothing I can do anyway. Just maintain position. That's all." He took the handset off, handed it back to Hartley. "ASDIC contact from Viking. Suspected German sub," he said briefly. "Red 90. He turned, looked out over the dark sea, realized the futility of his instinctive action, and shrugged. "We've sent the cirrus after him. Come on." Their tour of the boat deck gun sites completed, with a visit to the midships pom-pom crew, bone-chilled and shaking with cold, under the command of the bearded Doyle, respectfully sulphurous in his outspoken comments on the weather, they dropped down to the main deck again. By this time Vallery was making no protest at all, not even of the most token kind, against Peterson's help and support. He was too glad of them. He blessed Brooks for his foresight and thoughtfulness, and was touched by the rare delicacy and consideration that prompted the big Norwegian to withdraw his supporting arm whenever they spoke to or passed an isolated group of men. Inside the port screen door, and just forward of the galley, Vallery and Nichols, waiting as the others knocked the clamps off the hatch leading down to the stoker's mess, heard the muffled roar of distant depth charges. There were 4 in all. Felt the pressure waves strike the hull of the Ulysses. At the first report, Vallery had stiffened, head cocked in attention, eyes fixed on infinity, in the immemorial manner of a man whose ears are doing the work for all the senses. He hesitated a moment, shrugged, bent his arm to hook a leg over the hatch coaming. There was nothing he could do. In the center of the stoker's mess was another, heavier hatch. This, too, was opened. The ladder led down to the steering position, which, as in most modern warships, was far removed from the bridge, deep in the heart of the ship, below the armor plating. Here, for a couple of minutes, Vallery talked quietly to the quartermaster, while Peterson, working in the confined space just outside, opened the massive hatch. 450 pounds of steel, actuated by a counterbalancing pulley weight, which gave access to the hold, to the very bottom of the Ulysses, to the transmitting station, and to number 2 low power room. Amazing, confusing mystery of a place, this low power room, confusing to the eye and ear. Round every bulkhead, interspersed with scores of switches, breakers, and rheostats, were ranged tiered banks of literally hundreds of fuses, baffling to the untrained eye in their myriad complexity. Baffling, too, was the function of a score or more of low-power generators, nerve-drilling in the frenetic dissonance of their high-pitched hums. Nichols straightened up at the foot of the ladder and shuddered involuntarily. A bad place, this. How easily could mind and nerve slide over the edge of insanity under the pounding, insistent clamor of the desynchronized cacophony. Just then, there were only 2 men there. An electric artificer and his assistant, bent over the big Sperry master gyro, making some latitude adjustment to the highly complex machinery of the compass. They looked up quickly, tired surprise melting into tired pleasure. Vallery had a few words with them. Speech was difficult in that bedlam of sound. Then moved over to the door of the TS. He had his glove on the door handle when he froze to complete stillness. Another pattern had exploded, much closer this time, 2 cable lengths distance at most. Depth charges they knew, but only because reason and experience told them. Deep down in the heart of an armor-plated ship, there is no sense of explosion, no roar of eruption from a detonating depth charge. Instead, there is a tremendous metallic clang, peculiarly tinny in caliber, as if some giant with a giant's sledge had struck the ship's side and found the armor loose. The pattern was followed almost immediately by another 2 explosions, and the Ulysses was still shuddering under the impact of the second when Vallery turned the handle and walked in. The others filed in after the captain, Peterson closing the door softly behind him. At once the clamor of the electric motors died gratefully away in the hushed silence of the TS. The TS, fighting heart of the ship, lined like the low power room, though it was by banks of fuses, was completely dominated by the two huge electronic computing tables occupying almost half the floor space. These, the vital links between the fire control towers and the turrets, were generally the scene of intense controlled activity. But the almost total destruction of the towers that morning had made them all but useless, and the undermanned TS was strangely quiet. Altogether, there were only 8 ratings and an officer manning the tables. The air in the TS, a TS prominently behung with "No Smoking" notices, was blue with tobacco smoke hanging in a flat, lazily drifting cloud near the deckhead, a cloud which spiraled thinly down to smouldering cigarette ends. For Nichols, there was something oddly reassuring in these burning cigarettes, in the unnatural bow-taut stillness, in the inhuman immobility of the men. It was the only guarantee of life. He looked in a kind of detached curiosity at the rating nearest him. A thin, dark-haired man. He was sitting hunched forward, his elbow on the table, the cigarette clipped between his fingers, a bare inch from his half-open mouth. The smoke was curling up, lacing its smarting path across vacant, sightless eyes, oblivious to the irritation. The ash on the cigarette, itself almost 2 inches in length, drooping slightly. Vaguely, Nichols wondered how long he had been sitting there, motionless, utterly motionless. And why? Expectancy, of course. That was it. Expectancy. It was too obvious. Waiting. Just waiting. Waiting for what? For the first time, it struck Nichols. Struck him with a blinding clarity. What it was to wait. To wait, with the bowstring of the nerves strung down at inhuman tension, strung down far beyond quivering, to the tautened immobility of snapping point. To wait for the torpedo that would send them crashing into oblivion. For the first time, he realized why it was that men who could, invariably it seemed, find something complainingly humorous in any place, and every place, never joked about the TS. A death trap is not funny. The TS was 20 feet below water level. Forward of it was B magazine, aft of it A boiler room. On either side of it were fuel tanks, and below it was the unprotected bottom, prime target for acoustic mines and torpedoes. They were ringed, surrounded by the elements, the threat of death, and it needed only a flash, a wandering spark, to trigger off the annihilating reality. And above them, in the 1 in 1,000 chance of survival, was a series of hatches which could all too easily warp and lock solid under the metal-twisting shock of an explosion. Besides, the primary idea was that the hatches, deliberately heavy in construction, should stay shut in the event of damage, to seal off the flooded compartments below. The men in the TS knew this. "Good evening. Everything all right down here?" Vallery's voice, quiet and calm as ever, sounded unnaturally loud. Startled faces, white and strained, twisted round, eyes opening in astonishment. The depth charging, Nichols realized, had masked their approach. "Wouldn't worry too much about the racket outside," Vallery went on reassuringly. "A wandering U-boat, and the Sirius after him. You can thank your stars you're in here, and not in that sub." No one else had spoken. Nichols, watching them, saw their eyes flickering back from Vallery's face to the forbidden cigarettes, understood their discomfort, their embarrassment at being caught red-handed by the captain. "Any reports from the main tower, Brierly?" he asked the officer in charge. He seemed unaware of the strain. "No, sir. Nothing at all. All quiet above." "Fine." Vallery sounded positively cheerful. "No news is good news." He brought his hand out from his pocket, proffered his cigarette case to Brierly. "Smoke? And you, Nichols?" He took one himself, replaced the case, absently picked up a box of matches lying in front of the nearest gunner, and if he noticed the gunner's startled disbelief, the slow beginnings of a smile, the tired shoulders slumping fractionally in a long, soundless sigh of relief, he gave no sign. The thunderous clanging of more depth charges drowned the rasping of the match, drowned Vallery's harsh, convulsive coughing as the smoke reached his lungs. Only the reddening of the sodden hand towel betrayed him. As the last vibration died away, he looked up, concern in his eyes. "Good God! Does it always sound like that down here?" Brierly smiled faintly. "More or less, sir. Usually more." Vallery looked slowly round the men in the TS. Nodded forehead. "B magazine there, isn't it?" "Yes, sir." "And nice big fuel tanks all around you?" Brierly nodded. Every eye was on the captain. "I see. Frankly, I'd rather have my own job. Wouldn't have yours for a pension. Nichols, I think we'll spend a few minutes down here. Have our smoke in peace. Besides," he grinned, "think of the increased fervour with which we'll count our blessings when we get out of here." He stayed 5 minutes, talking quietly to Brierly and his men. Finally he stubbed out his cigarette, took his leave, and started for the door. "Sir?" The voice stopped him on the threshold, the voice of the thin, dark gunner, whose matches he had borrowed. "Yes, what is it?" "I thought you might like this." He held out a clean white towel. "That one you've got is... well, sir, I mean it's... "Thank you." Vallery took the towel without any hesitation. "Thank you very much." Despite Peterson's assistance, the long climb up to the upper deck left Vallery very weak. His feet were dragging heavily. "Look, sir, this is madness." Nichols was desperately anxious. "Sorry, sir, I didn't mean that, but... well, come and see Commander Brooks, please." "Certainly." The reply was a husky whisper. "Our next port of call, anyway." Half a dozen paces took them to the door of the sick bay. Vallery insisted on seeing Brooks alone. When he came out of the surgery after some time, he seemed curiously refreshed, his step lighter. He was smiling, and so was Brooks. Nichols lagged behind as the captain left. "Give him anything, sir?" he asked. "Honest to God, he's killing himself." "He took something, not much." Brooks smiled softly. "I know he's killing himself, and so does he. But he knows why, and I know why, and he knows I know why. Anyway, he feels better. Not to worry, Johnny." Nichols waited at the top of the ladder, outside the sick bay, waited for the captain and others to come up from the telephone exchange and number 1 low power room. He stood aside as they climbed the coaming, but Vallery took his arm, walked him slowly forward past the torpedo office, nodding curtly to Karslake, in nominal charge of a damage control party. Karslake, face still swathed in white, looked back with eyes wild and staring and strange, his gaze almost devoid of recognition. Vallery hesitated, shook his head, then turned to Nichols, smiling. "BMA in secret session, he queried. "Never mind, Nichols, and don't worry. I'm the one who should be worrying." "Indeed, sir. Why?" Vallery shook his head again. "Rum in the gun turrets, cigarettes in the TS, and now a fine old whiskey in a Lysol bottle. Thought Commander Brooks was going to poison me. And what a glorious death. Excellent stuff. And the Surgeon Commander's apologies to you for broaching your private supplies." Nichols flushed darkly, began to stammer an apology, but Vallery cut him off. "Forget it, boy. Forget it. What does it matter?" "But it makes me wonder what we're going to find next. An opium den in the capstan flat, perhaps? Or dancing girls in B turret?" But they found nothing, in these or any other places, except cold, misery, and hunger-haunted exhaustion. As ever, Nichols saw they, or rather Vallery, left the men in the better of their coming. But they themselves were now in a pretty bad state, Nichols realized. His own legs were made of rubber. He was exhausted by continuous shivering. Where Vallery found the strength to carry on, he couldn't even begin to imagine. Even Peterson's great strength was flagging, not so much from half carrying Vallery, as from the ceaseless hammering of clips frozen solid on doors and hatches. Leaning against a bulkhead, breathing heavily after the ascent from A magazine, Nichols looked hopefully at the captain. Vallery saw the look, interpreted it correctly, and shook his head, smiling. "Might as well finish it, boy. Only the capstan flat. Nobody there anyway, I expect, but we might as well have a look." They walked slowly round the heavy machinery in the middle of the capstan flat, forward past the battery room and sailmaker's shop, past the electrical workshop and cells to the locked door of the painter's shop, the most forward compartment in the ship. Vallery reached his hand forward, touched the door symbolically, smiled tiredly, and turned away. Passing the cell door, he casually flicked open the inspection port, glanced in perfunctorily and moved on. Then he stopped dead, wheeled round, and flung open the inspection port again. "What in the name of— Ralston! What on earth are you doing here?" he shouted. Ralston smiled. Even through the thick plate glass, it wasn't a pleasant smile, and it never touched the blue eyes. He gestured to the barred grille, indicating that he could not hear. Impatiently, Vallery twisted the grille handle. "What are you doing here, Ralston?" he demanded. The brows were drawn down heavily over blazing eyes. "In the cells? And at this time? Speak up, man, tell me!" Nichols looked at Vallery in slow surprise. The old man, angry? It was unheard of. Shrewdly, Nichols decided that he'd rather not be the object of Vallery's fury. "I was locked up here, sir." The words were innocuous enough, but their tone said, "What a damned silly question." Vallery flushed faintly. "When?" "At 10:30 hours this morning, sir." "And by whom, may I inquire?" "By the Master-at-Arms, sir." "On what authority?" Vallery demanded furiously. Ralston looked at him a long moment without speaking. His face was expressionless. "On yours, sir." "Mine?" Vallery was incredulous. "I didn't tell him to lock you up." You never told him not to, said Ralston evenly. Vallery winced. The oversight, the lack of consideration was his, and that hurt badly. "Where's your night action station?" he asked sharply. "Port Tube, sir." That, Vallery realized, explained why only the starboard crew had been closed up. "And why? Why have you been left here during action stations? Don't you know it's forbidden? Against all—"
HMS Ulysses by Alistair MacLean.